continues. So the show continues here at Turfentine Racecourse. And this is race number 3. All right, so we'll watch him move down to the start, and from there we'll carry on with racing. Here's number 1, Supreme Dance, ridden by Gavin Larena. There's number 3, Captain Chorus. Update your publications. Muzi Yeni gets the ride on Captain Chorus. Number 2 is Imperial Master and Randall Simons. 4 is Tababuya, Calvin Abib. 5, The Brief, ridden by Ryan Munger. And there's number 6, Great Affair, ridden by JP van der Merwe. All right, so it is pick 6 time. Get those bets on. Like I said, they'll get down to the start. They'll start loading up, and they'll send us new off times for race number 4 onwards. Just to have a look at the market quickly for this particular race before we go and join Lyle Cooper. 14 to 10, number 4, Tababuya. 1, Supreme Dance at 3 to 1. 2, Imperial Master, 6 to 1. And it's 8 to 1 and better bar those. Downstairs to Lyle.
Pick 6 time, horses are going down to the start, if not at the start, and it's race number 3, middle stakes, 2,000 metres, where you don't have any changes besides, of course, Muzieni riding number 3, Captain Chorus, and Marco van Rensburg stood down. Just the 6 runners here, and let's get straight into it, because I'm sure as soon as they check, they will be sent on their way home. For me personally, it was a bit of a race between the 3 and the 4 here. Tibabua, the son of Global View for Gavin van Zyl, Calvin Abib, running well. It was a good third behind Billy Bowlegs last time. Does hold number 5, The Brief, on that run there. And if you go back to the Whispers of War form line, not much between Captain Chorus and Tebabua. At Calvin Abib, he'll be wanting to win races before he leaves. And with 54 kilograms and a nice draw of 5, we know that Billy Bowlegs did go and win again. And, of course, those last 2 races just slightly stronger than he meets today. So, certainly a big runner here, your favourite. Wouldn't be putting you off this one. 14 to 10, the price. Number 3, Captain Chorus. For me, the value in a small field, trading at now 13 to 1. I'm actually very surprised. Muzieni for Lucky Larka stays well, and don't ignore here. Like I said, on that run behind Whispers of War was just in front of the 4-horse. So, on that run there, I wouldn't be leaving this horse out. No, he's a run okay in the wet. Most of these horses have run okay in the wet, by the way. So Captain Chorus for me is the horse to, well, as soon as the value is concerned. And then, of course, the 1 and the 2, Supreme Dance and Imperial Master. On best, they could be competitive. Here's Brandon. They're loading. That's good news. Race number 3.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lyle. They're loading up over here for race number 3. Captain Chorus has gone up. Great Affair, the next one to move into line. It is the first leg of today's pick 6. And we will get those new off times to you for race number 4 onwards. Pick 6 has rocketed up past 700,000 Rand. The Brief has walked up. Imperial Master about to step into line. Goes in. We're ready. 2,000 meters. Gates go back and they're off and racing from that 2,000 meter marker. And they've come out nicely. Give them a chance to settle down. Tababuya's right up there. Captain Chorus is also amongst the firing line. The Brief is only a length off them for now. Then comes Supreme Dance. Further back to Imperial Master, and Great Affair needs to get past them all. And that's got the red sleeves with the white cap at the back end of the field. There's only about 5 lengths in it as they go past the 1,600, and Tababuya's in front. The Brief is in second. Then comes Captain Chorus in third. Supreme Dance behind that one. Imperial Master and Great Affair is still at the back end of the field as they now settle down in running, and they go towards the last 1,200 meters, and it's Tababuya who's in front with Calvin Abib, gone a length and a bit clear. In second is the Brief, and then comes the orange of Captain Chorus. Behind them, Imperial Master, Supreme Dance and Great Affair is still at the back end of the field. So nothing's changed. Absolutely nothing's changed as they go past the 1,000, and in front is Tababuya. In second is The Brief. Captain Chorus in third. Imperial Master has now inched a bit closer in fourth. Supreme Dance and Great Affair playing the waiting game past the 800. They're now on the elbow in line for the first leg of today's pick six, and Tababuya gets given a bit more rain and goes 4 lanes clear. The Brief is in second. Captain Chorus, Supreme Dance, Imperial Master, the White Blaze 5 lengths off them, and Great Affairs come towards the outside. Interesting tactics on the inside. Tababuya is still 5 lengths clear. The other part of the field have come to the outside, and it's Supreme Dance in second with Imperial Master, Great Affair, The Brief and Captain Chorus, but Tababuya's well clear. Tababuya's gone 4 lanes clear. Imperial Master's in second. Tababuya still 3 lanes clear of Imperial Master. Imperial Master comes at Tababuya. Tababuya got a length to spare, and that was a cracking ride, Calvin Habib. Tababuya beats Imperial Master. Behind that we had photos. We had Supreme Dance there with Great Affair. Further back to Captain Chorus and The Brief. 4-2-1-6. 4-2-1-6. The numbers come through from the judge, and yes, Tababuya. You have to say there was a masterful piece of riding from Calvin Habib. Everybody else came out. He stuck to his station on the inside and has won a good race. Imperial Master second. Third will just go to Supreme Dance, ahead of Great Affair. And then came The Brief and Captain Chorus. So you can see extreme left-hand side on his lonesome, Tababuya. And off goes this individual to the winner's enclosure. Calvin Habib, Singapore bound. He'll be off to Singapore within the next few days, and we're certainly wishing him all the best over there. Well done to, of course, Gavin van Zyl. Well done to the owners involved. Tababuya found some late support, and that was a great ride. Imperial Master second, Supreme Dance in third, and Great Affairs run fourth.
For second, third to number 1 Supreme Dance, and back and forth number 6 Great Affair. 4, 2, 1 and 6. Mr. Player's colours will be coming into the first box very shortly.
About to come back to the winner's enclosure is Tababuya, and I believe that's 70 for Calvin Habib for the season. So well done to Calvin Habib. That's 70 for the season, and that was a great ride. Take a bow. Well done to the winning connections over here, to Gary Player, to B.A. Brackham, M.A. Brackham, E.A. Budlander, to Roger Coppin and Mr. P.R. Rankin. Well done. Lovely win from Tababuya. And of course a big well done to Gavin van Zyl, the winning trainer. So that's the first leg of today's pick six that went way past 750,000 Rand. Up next is the first jackpot, and that starts in race number 4. Wait for the all clear. Just an update for the viewers that aren't at Turfentine. Still cloudy conditions, 1 or 2 threats of some lightning storms in the distance, but let's hope that that blows in the other direction. All right, so we go downstairs to Lyle Cooper for the post-race interview. A big well done again to Gavin van Zyl and Calvin Habib for 70 for the season. him, and Great Affairs come towards the outside. Interesting tactics on the inside. Tababuya is still 5 lengths clear. The other part of the field have come to the outside, and it's Supreme Dance in second with Imperial Master. Great Affair, The Brief, and Captain Chorus, but Tababuya's well clear. Tababuya's gone 4 lengths clear. Imperial Master's in second. Tababuya still 3 lengths clear of Imperial Master. Imperial Master comes at Tababuya. Tababuya got a length to spare, and that was a cracking ride, Calvin Habib. Tababuya beats Imperial Master. Behind that, we had photos.
Favourites come home here in the first leg of our Pick 6 this afternoon. Tababuya, the son of Global View. Well done to Gavin Funzel. Timber here to represent him. Lovely ride by Calvin Habib, giving him his 70th win this afternoon for the season. And lovely having some of the owners on course as well. Rio Stud Bred. Calvin, a very enterprising ride. You probably had the best horse in the race, and you didn't want to take any chances.
Yes, look, he's a type of horse that loves to be in front, but he can sometimes overdo it. So, you know, I thought it was the right race for him because there wasn't much pace other than myself. And, you know, I stayed out for a long time just to get him to relax. And once I felt he was in a good rhythm, I took him over. And, yeah, you know, once we come into the straight, I started to let him build. And he's just got such a high cruising speed, this horse. And he's so tough. He just tries all the way to the line. And, you know, a horse like this, you can be confident to let them go quite early. And you know they'll keep going. Just well done to Mr. Funzel. He put the pacifiers on this horse and really changed it because he could be quite aggressive before. So well done to him and to his whole team. Just lovely to ride him another winner. As you say, it's my 70th winner for the season, so everything's gone really good for the season. I'm really chuffed. To Roger and to everyone involved, Mr. Player, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Just before you go, I'll give thanks to Aventura. The next runners you got here, they all must be players. Silver Hills, Flying First Class, Paisley Park, and Ramchandani Road.
I think you said it all, yeah.
I think they all got chances.
They all got good chances, and you know what? Hopefully everything goes our way, and by the grace of God, hopefully I'll see you a couple more times.
Let's hope we make it 73, 74 before the end of the day.
That would be lovely. Thank you so much. And yeah, once again, well done to Aventura, and just to everyone involved, my family, and to my brother who does my rides, and to my beautiful wife back at home, always supporting me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Well done, Calvin. Lovely ride indeed. Sir Timber, please come into the picture here. Lovely win. You had the horse just perfect for today's race, and he's done the job.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you, Mr. Roger and Mr. Player, all the owners, my team, Simtimbile, and Ernest and Moses. Hello, guys. Thank you. You're working hard. Thank you, the winners. Thank you. Well done.
And of course, Gavin, you work with Gavin closely at home, and this horse is doing very well for you.
Yeah, this horse is working very well. All horses is fine. I think the night race, the race coefficient is well. I think you win.
Oh, lovely. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate your input. Thank you, Timber. Well done. Now, Roger representing the owners, and yeah, Mr. Player, hopefully you play golf with them quite often, but that's lovely. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, great. But before we carry on, just well done to all the other owners. I know that all Mark Brasher, his dad, Irobundula, Paul Renken, Gary Player. I think I've got everybody.
You're very sharp, you know that.
We've got a good group, and it's a great bunch of oaks. I just hope I haven't left anybody, but I don't think I have.
But congratulations, he deserves the win, the way he's been running, and nice to pick up the next win.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And Gavin's always rated his horse and said it is well. And we've tried a few different tactics with him, and I think you've heard the computer form show that. But I think he's at his best when he's just allowed to run at his own pace. And he's proved that again with another win today. So I'm ecstatic. The whole team's ecstatic. Well done to Gavin. And a fantastic job here by Temba, looking after the stable while Gavin's been running backwards and forward to Cape Town. It's great all-round work. So I'm very, very happy. Thanks.
Oh, well, then, to the champagne behind me so you can get some shortly, but you don't drink.
I'll have to pass that on to somebody else.
Lovely.
Thanks, Al.
Thank you, Roger. Well done to the whole team, well done to all the other owners. It is a Tepabua that's won race number 3, 4, 2, 1 and 6. The numbers you need here. Calvin Habib's got 8 days to go. He's got 70 winners before he leaves.
Goes in, we're ready, 2,000 meters. Gates go back and they're off and racing from that 2,000 meter marker. And they've come out nicely. Give them a chance to settle down. Tababuya's right up there. Captain Chorus is also amongst the firing line. The Brief is only a length off them for now. Then comes Supreme Dance. Further back to Imperial Master, and Great Affair needs to get past them all. And that's got the red sleeves with the white cap at the back end of the field. There's only about 5 lengths in it as they go past the 1600, and Tababuya's in front. The Brief is in second. Then comes Captain Chorus in third. Supreme Dance behind that one. Imperial Master and Great Affair is still at the back end of the field as they now settle down in running, and they go towards the last 1,200 meters. And it's Tababuya who's in front with Calvin Habib, gone a length and a bit clear. In second is the Brief, and then comes the orange of Captain Chorus. Behind them, Imperial Master, Supreme Dance and Great Affair is still at the back end of the field. So nothing's changed. Absolutely nothing's changed as they go past the 1,000, and in front is Tababuya. In second is the Brief. Captain Chorus in third. Imperial Master has now inched a bit closer in fourth. Supreme Dance and Great Affair playing the waiting game past the 800. They're now on the elbow in line for the first leg of today's pick 6, and Tababuya gets given a bit more rein and goes 4 lanes clear. The Brief is in second. Captain Chorus, Supreme Dance, Imperial Master, the White Blaze 5 lengths off them, and Great Affairs come towards the outside. Interesting tactics on the inside. Tababuya is still 5 lengths clear. The other part of the field have come to the outside, and it's Supreme Dance in second with Imperial Master. Great Affair, the Brief and Captain Chorus, but Tababuya's well clear. Tababuya's gone 4 lanes clear. Imperial Master's in second. Tababuya still 3 lanes clear of Imperial Master. Imperial Master comes at Tababuya. Tababuya got a length to spare, and that was a cracking ride, Calvin Habib. Tababuya beats Imperial Master. Behind that, we had photos. We had Supreme Dance there with Great Affair. Further back to Captain Chorus and the Brief.
Okay, your numbers
4-2-1-6. 4-2-1-6. 4-2-1 and 6. The numbers come through from the judge, and yes, Tababuya. You have to say there was a masterful piece of riding from Calvin Habib. Everybody else came out. He stuck to his station on the inside and has won a good race. Imperial Master second. Third will just go to Supreme Dance, ahead of Great Affair. And then came the Brief and Captain Chorus. So you can see extreme left-hand side on his lonesome, Tababuya. And off goes this individual to the winner's enclosure. Calvin Habib, Singapore bound. He'll be off to Singapore within the next few days, and we're certainly wishing him all the best over there. Well done to, of course, Gavin van Zyl. Well done to the owners involved. Tababuya found some late support, and that was a great ride. Imperial Master second, Supreme Dance in third, and Great Affairs run fourth.
Right, so we're on to race number 4, and this is the first leg of our jackpot one this afternoon, due off at 1440. Divided handicap over 1,800 metres. You can take out number 1, that's a scratching. Number 2 is Greek Miss. Donald Gilson riding for Wayo Mowing. A little bit disappointing the last two. Certainly does have some good runs behind her name, including a course and distance win. She's at 592, rank 10. Right, in picture, I think that's number 4 there. We're going to find number 3. Number 3 is Snow Palace. There's the grade, daughter of Patala Palace for Cornet Spish Chase Majan. She's 6 years old now. Doesn't seem to be showing too much in the last few races. Back up to 1,800 metres here this afternoon. On her best, she does have ability. Number 4 is Little Mary Sunshine, Randall Simons for Mike de Kock. Olsen did say good last run, expecting a good run again. That second by Lady Regent puts her 1 kilogram better off for half a length. So not much between number 4 and number 6 here in race number 4. We're going to find number 5 now, Silver Hills, Calvin Abib, Sean Terry, daughter of Silvano. 2 good runs for her so far. She won on debut. 3 winners have come out and won. She then ran third behind Terra Time. Wakonda's come through and won from that form line. And of course, remember the mare Ash Club won 4 times up to 2,450. So she is going to love the 1,800 metres this afternoon. Beautifully bred, and being a Silvano, she will improve with racing as well. So definitely the horse to beat. Here's number 6, Lady Regent, Candice Dawson, Muzieni, drawn at 1, but in a small field like this, not too much of an issue. Last time out, as I mentioned, she beat Little Mary Sunshine. Little Mary Sunshine is 1 kilogram better off, so not much between them, but there was a nice win at the Val Classic. She comes back here to Turffontein this afternoon. Number 7, Quiet Rebellion, Kabelo Matsunani for Stu Pettigrew. I made her the biggest danger to the favourite because she's a 4-year-old getting 1 kilogram, and she ran a nice third behind none other last time. A reproduction of that sort of run could see her going quite close here with 52 kilograms and a draw of 3. South Anchor.
All right, thank you very much, Lyle. They're going to come out. There's 8 minutes to get those bets on for the first leg of the jackpot. It does look to be like another massive storm that's approaching from the right-hand side of the grandstand. So just for the viewers, I've obviously got a number of messages wanting to know what the weather's doing. It's quite dark over the right-hand side of the grandstand. And we're going to hope that this wind can try and get rid of it somehow. But 7 minutes to go to race number 4. Just to give you an update on the updated times. So race 4 is now off at 14:40. Race 5 goes off at 3:10. Race 6 at 15:40. Race 7 at 4:10. And race 8 goes off at 16:40. So just to repeat those updated times, as you watch number 2, Greek Miss, go down to the starts with Donald Geertsen. Head high up into the sky as Donald takes a hold of Greek Miss. So 14:40 the off time of race 4, 3:10 is race 5, 15:40 race 6, 4:10 race 7, and race 8 goes off at 16:40. We're 6 minutes away from post time. It is the first jackpot now at the Big T. Just want to give you some indication as to what the market's doing as it stands. 17-10 favourites is the ride of Calvin Abib, number 5, Silver Hills for Sean Terry. 7, Quiet Rebellion at 15-4. 4, Little Mary Sunshine, 4-1. And 6, Lady Regent at 4-1. The rank outsiders being Greek Miss, number 2, and the 3, Snow Palace. They 22-1 and 33-1 in the markets. All right, so jackpot pool at 160,000 Rand. Those updated off times are obviously weather dependent. Hoping that we don't get another delay. right, just the balance of the field. It's quite a bit of a tailwind now that's pushing through as they swing for home at Turfentine. 5 was Silver Hills and Calvin Abib. There's number 4, Little Mary Sunshine, Randall Simons. Snow Palace is number 3, Chase Majan. There's number 7, Quiet Rebellion. Kabelo Matsanyane gets the right. Lady Regent is number 6, and that's the ride of Muzi Yeni. All right, get those bets on. We're 5 minutes away from post time. It's jackpot time. We're at 165,000 Rand, and we'll go downstairs to Lyle Cooper.
Jackpot time out here at Turfentine this afternoon. Race number 4, Tab Terrybet, 0861 000 822. Fillies Mares 89 divided handicap, over 1,800 metres. Now depleted field with a scratching of number 1, Clafuti. That'll leave just the 6 of them here. And changes, just having a look at the changes. No changes, all 6 of them on the way down to the start. You've got about 4 minutes to get those jackpots on. Jackpot pull up to 162,000 Rand. And let's get straight into it. I thought personally on a bit of a match race here between 5, Silver Hills, and the 7, Quiet Rebellion. Let's start with number 5, Silver Hills, daughter of Silvano, out of that mare Ash Cloud, who stayed to 2,450. So we know Silver Hills is going to love the trip, the step up by 200 metres. Of course, being by Silvano, she'll just get better and better, and she hasn't started off badly anyway. On debut, she beat Back to the Future over 1,400 here at Turfentine. 3 winners from the form line. She then ran in a Fillies Mares 94 on her post-maiden handicap, and that was a good run there. 3 lengths behind Terra Time. Wakanda's come out and won from that form line. 53 here for this run this afternoon, and drawn nicely at 2, so quite a few things in her favour, and I can see why she is the favourite, and she's gone now into 17, or just gone out to 17 to 10. Started 18 to 10, went into 14 to 10 this morning, now 17 to 10, as there's been a bit of a nibble for the 4-year-old, number 7, Quiet Rebellion. Kabelo Matsanyane for Stewie Pettigrew, also daughter of Silvano, and her run last time out went 3rd behind none other at the Vol Classic in a Fillies Mares 89. It was not a bad run at all. She's getting 1 kilogram from the favourite, and that would put her as a 4-year-old bang in the ratio. If you go back 4 runs, she ran 3rd behind Fire Flower, and on that form line there, Gilded Butterfly has come through and won twice from that form line. So I thought that this could really give number 5 a go. If number 5's improved, and I'm sure she is, it is the horse to beat, but just respect number 7, Quiet Rebellion. It's not often that she'll be getting a kilogram from a 3-year-old, but obviously this 3-year-old is talented. And then the next 2, Little Mary Sunshine and Lady Regent, there's not much between these 2. On the last run, Lady Regent did beat Little Mary Sunshine by half a length, but Little Mary Sunshine is 1 kilogram better off. And just to go back to that run behind Pascal Samurai, by the way, the 4 Little Mary Sunshine seems held by Quiet Rebellion. So theoretically, this race should be either 7-5-6-4 or 5-7-6-4, or of course 5-7-4-6. Yeah, so I'm thinking the 5 and the 7 to fight tonight. So Little Mary Sunshine, she's running well. She's weighted to be right on top of Lady Regent, and those 4 should be fighting this one out. Just looking at the time there, we should be loading shortly. Small field, just the 6 runners, 1,800 metres. And if you haven't got that jackpot on, it might be too late by now. You better start running.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Lal. They're going to start loading up shortly. They're just refitting the saddle on number 6, Lady Regent. And from there, they'll be told they can start loading up. It is the first jackpot coming through from Turfentine today, so race number 4. If you want to play a jackpot this afternoon with a few friends, it all happens now in less than 60 seconds. So Silver Hills is your tote favourite. R2.40 a win, R1.20 a place. The jackpot pool at 180,000 Rand. So they're just refitting the necessary equipment to Lady Regent down at the start, and then Muzieni will jump on board and they'll start loading up over here for race number 4. So just for the next few days, tomorrow racing takes us to Hollywood Bets Greyville. We're on the Poly track, Monday the 30th. Tuesday, Hollywood Bets Kenilworth Racing, the 31st of January. The 1st of February, Wednesday, Hollywood Bets Scottsville Racing. And then Thursday, the 2nd of February, will be our classic track as we start the countdown into the first leg of the Triple Crown and the Triple Tiara, which happens next week, Saturday. So Lady Regent, Muzieni happy, and they now loaded Lady Regent. Goes up. Little Mary Sunshine goes in. Quiet Rebellion the next one. Snow Palace about to move forward. Snow Palace goes in. Silver Hills will be the next one to move up into line, and Greek Miss will be the last. We got 1,800 meters in front of us. Greek Miss goes in, set, ready, and they dispatched from that 1,800 meter marker. Lady Regent, one of the first to go right up there. Silver Hills a bit closer to the speed and shows some intent around Lady Regent. And there goes Greek Miss, who's working double time under Donald Geertsen, trying to get into a good position. Snow Palace the grey. Little Mary Sunshine there. Then comes Quiet Rebellion, who's at the back end, and they've really gone quickly for past the first 2 furlongs over here. And in front is Greek Miss, who's gone 2 lanes clear. Snow Palace is in second. Then in third is Silver Hills, the favourites in a gun position under Calvin Abib. Lady Regent, Little Mary Sunshine, and Quiet Rebellion is the back marker, about 5 or 6 lengths off them. So they've settled down into some formation now as they run up towards the last 1,000, and Greek Miss got to her favourite position by a length and a bit. Snow Palace is in second. Silver Hills is in third. Little Mary Sunshine behind that. Lady Regent been ridden for some luck, and out back is Quiet Rebellion, about 5 or 6 lengths off the leader. Homeward bound they go in the first jackpot off the false rail. There's just over 600 meters left to run, and Greek Miss guides them in. Snow Palace feels a bit of pressure in second. Lady Regent, Silver Hills, Quiet Rebellion, and Little Mary Sunshine's now last 6 lengths off them. Greek Miss still in front, but Silver Hills is quick to build up with Lady Regent and Quiet Rebellion. Greek Miss has now gone out the back door, and Silver Hills with Quiet Rebellion move in. Quiet Rebellion comes at Silver Hills. Quiet Rebellion goes a half a length clear. Make that a length, and Quiet Rebellion goes on by. Silver Hills on the inside trying to find more. Quiet Rebellion from Silver Hills. Quiet Rebellion in front, and Quiet Rebellion's going to win. Silver Hills second, a long way back third. That was Lady Regent. Fourth maybe Little Mary Sunshine, Greek Miss, and a long way back to Snow Palace. Quiet Rebellion goes quietly about its business over here. The 4-year-old Bay filly. Riding well is Cabello Matsanyane. Well done to Stewie Pettigrew, who's also in good form at the moment. And of course to Mr. Ackerman, congratulations. Quiet Rebellion, that's your winner. Silver Hills in second, was quick to build up. A long way back to Lady Regent. Fourth I went Little Mary Sunshine. I'll stick with that. Little Mary Sunshine just ahead of Greek Miss, and a long way back to Snow Palace the grey. All right, so Greek Miss was just done too much too early with Donald Geertsen in the early parts. You can see now comes up under pressure. Quiet Rebellion built up with Silver Hills. Nothing from Lady Regent, unfortunately, and Quiet Rebellion just going far too good for them. Silver Hills has run second, Lady Regent in third, and fourth goes to number 4, Little Mary Sunshine.
their 4-year-old receiving weight. Quiet Rebellion, well done to Stewie Pettigrew. Mr. Ackerman's on course. Ridgemont Highlands, Kabelo Matsanyani. Another red win for him here this afternoon. Beats number 5, Silver Hills. Nothing wrong with that run in second. Third spot going to number 6, Lady Regent. And fourth, number 4, Little Mary Sunshine. 7, 5, 6 and 4. That's how they've run race number 4. And it's Quiet Rebellion. Will be led in shortly by Mr. Ackerman.
All right, thank you very much, Lal. Here's your winner, Quiet Rebellion, number 7. Well done to Kabelo Matsanyane. Well done to Stuart Pettigrew. And a big well done to Mr. Ackerman as well. Good to have Mr. Ackerman at the races today. And Quiet Rebellion's won a good race. Quickens from just off the speed under the informed Kabelo Matsanyane. All right, wait for the all clear. Jackpot 2 starts in race number 5. So get those bets on. We'll go downstairs to Lyle Cooper as he does the post-race interview.
Everything worked out last week. Perfect. You pulled off, you followed Randolph. I
just had to pick between Mosey,
Chance now last 6 lengths off them. Greek Miss still in front, but Silver Hills is quick to build up with Lady Regent and Quiet Rebellion. Greek Miss has now gone out the back door, and Silver Hills with Quiet Rebellion move in. Quiet Rebellion comes at Silver Hills. Quiet Rebellion goes a half a length clear. Made at a length, and Quiet Rebellion goes on by. Silver Hills on the inside trying to find more. Quiet Rebellion from Silver Hills. Quiet Rebellion in front, and Quiet Rebellion's going to win. Silver Hills second, a long way back third. That was Lady
Number 7, Quiet Rebellion, comes through to win here for Stewie Pettigrew. Good to have him on course here as well. Mr. Ackerman's on course this afternoon, which is fantastic. Ridgemont Highlands, nice double here for Kabelo. And as I said, it's not easy for 3-year-olds to beat 4-year-olds giving weight, ladies and gentlemen. And you've proved just that. It was a nice fighting finish to the end.
Yes, definitely. I always knew that my filly is a fighter, and she's got that amazing turn of foot. She just pulled me through the field, and when she hit the front, she actually kicked on more, and when the others came to challenge her, and she just actually fought her off. She was giving us a kilo, and it just shows that she's stronger and a better filly at 4 years, and she's just going to get better from here.
Looks like you're getting stronger as well.
I believe so. With all the riding I do, traveling around, and just getting all the opportunities that I've been getting. It's just I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the opportunities that I've been getting.
So nice little 60-1 place yesterday. 2 wins today. Things going really well. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, and once again, Mr. Pettigrew, big thanks to him for the opportunities, and Mr. Ackerman, well done, and big thanks to him also for the support, and I've always doing well for him, and we've had a huge success together, and to many more winners.
Just before you go, because the punters are probably looking at your shirt, you said the going's not too bad, just a little bit wet.
Yes, the going is not too bad at all. It's just kicking up, obviously, with that early rain that we had. Just the water sitting on top, and it's just that kick out of the track, but it's consistent and it's running quite well, actually.
Go and put those colours in the washing machine.
Definitely, and once again, to my sponsors, big thanks.
Thank you, Gabello. Well done. Stewie, I know Nicholas is on holiday, but it's been lovely chatting to you and getting to see you again. Well done. I mean, you and I were both quite surprised this horse wasn't the favourite.
Yeah, the form is actually very good, and Silver Hills is a young 3-year-old, and she had to give me weight. It was quite a hard task. But I'm just very happy for Willem and his wife Lydia at home. He's a great supporter of my yard, and I want to thank him very much. And I thought a very good ride by Cabela. And the horses have been running well, so hopefully with this rain coming next week, I don't know if it's going to interfere with us, but they're also running well, so we must just try and keep it up. And to my sponsors, Hollywood Bets, thanks guys.
Thank you, Stu. Chat. Lovely having Willem Ackerman, one of the seriously passionate owners in the game. And well done, Stu, a lovely one.
Well, thank you very much, Lau. I think Stuart pretty much summed it up. I think we were of the same opinion. And yeah, it's actually quite nice. I spent the whole of yesterday morning with him, from like half past 5, 5:45. And I went and picked him up this morning, so we spent some time driving here. And we discussed it. And I still think we should, if you look at the card, maybe it's the right time to go back to a 2-4, maybe looking at some distance now, maturing. But yeah, thank you to Stuart, to Cabello, and just being patient. Absolutely, thanks to everybody.
And as an owner that puts a lot into the game, you need the winners, and it's you need these. I mean, well done to you.
Well, every winner is like, it's exciting. I mean, you sit there and you don't expect it, and then it happens, and it's absolutely enjoyable. Well, it is.
Lovely.
Thanks, love.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman. Well done. Willem Ackerman, love to have him on course here today. And it is number 7, Quiet Rebellion, that comes through and wins. Cabello, nice double on the card, and good having Stewie here as well. 7, 5, 6 and 4. That's how they've run here. Race number 4, Jackpot 2, race 5, coming up next.
Goes in, set, ready, and they dispatched from that 1800-meter marker. Lady Regent, one of the first to go right up there. Silver Yills a bit closer to the speed and shows some intent around Lady Regent. And there goes Greek Miss, who's working double time under Donald Geertsen, trying to get into a good position. Snow Palace the grey. Little Mary Sunshine there. And then comes Quiet Rebellion, who's at the back end. And they've really gone quickly past the first 2 furlongs over here. And in front is Greek Miss, who's gone 2 lanes clear. Snow Palace is in second. Then in third is Silver Yills, the favourites in a gun position under Calvin Abib. Lady Regent, Little Mary Sunshine and Quiet Rebellion is the back marker, about 5 or 6 lengths off them. So they've settled down into some formation now as they run up towards the last 1,000, and Greek Miss got to her favourite position by a length and a bit. Snow Palace is in second. Silver Yills is in third. Little Mary Sunshine behind. Lady Regent been ridden for some luck, and out back is Quiet Rebellion, about 5 or 6 lengths off the leader. Homeward bound they go in the first Jackpot off the false rail. There's just over 600 metres left to run, and Greek Miss guides him in. Snow Palace feels a bit of pressure in second. Lady Regent, Silver Yills, Quiet Rebellion, and Little Mary Sunshine's now last 6 lengths off them. Greek Miss still in front, but Silver Yills is quick to build up with Lady Regent and Quiet Rebellion. Greek Miss has now gone out the back door, and Silver Yills with Quiet Rebellion move in. Quiet Rebellion comes at Silver Yills. Quiet Rebellion goes a half a length clear. Make that a length, and Quiet Rebellion goes on by. Silver Yills on the inside trying to find more. Quiet Rebellion from Silver Yills. Quiet Rebellion in front, and Quiet Rebellion's going to win. Silver Hills second, a long way back third. That was Lady Regent. Fourth, maybe Little Mary Sunshine, Greek Miss, and a long way back to Snow Palace. Quiet Rebellion goes quietly about its business over here. The 4-year-old Bay filly. Riding well is Cabello Matsanyane. Well done to Stewie Pettigrew, who's also in good form at the moment. And of course to Mr. Ackerman, congratulations. Quiet Rebellion, that's your winner. Silver Hills in second, was quick to build up. A long way back to Lady Regent. Fourth, I went Little Mary Sunshine. I'll stick with that. Little Mary Sunshine just ahead of Greek Miss, and a long way back to Snow Palace, the grey. All right, so Greek Miss was just done too much too early with Donald Geertsen in the early parts. You can see now comes up under pressure. Quiet Rebellion built up with Silver Hills. Nothing from Lady Regent, unfortunately, and Quiet Rebellion just going far too good for them. Silver Hills has run second, Lady Regent in third, and fourth goes to number 4, Little Mary Sunshine.
Right, so on to race number 5. First, we give our jackpot 2 this afternoon. And we're going to start off with number 3, and that is Pomazellus, Joey Soma, Randall Simons. Daughter Pomodoro, certainly improving. She went 1,800 metres last time at the Vol Classic, and she won. She beat that maiden there more for me. So definitely improving, 57.5 kilograms. And she's currently trading fixed odds at 8 to 1, so has come in from 10 to 1. Number 4 is October Fair, Gavin Arena for Sean Terry. Excuses on handicap daily when jumped in and brushing on that occasion. Up to the 1,800 metres. And of course, being by Silvano, will enjoy the step up and trip here, and could be an improver. Number 5, Go Flickety, Raymond Danielson for Gavin Funzel. A good second last time, behind last year, could be some improvement. Number 6 is Ready to Fly, JP Villamover for Mike de Kock. And we did hear from the de Kock stable saying a possible quartet chance. Did have some good earlier form, and hopefully she can come back to some of it. Number 7 is Apache Fighter, Muzieni for Roy Magna. He's dropping in trip here this afternoon and in class, and on previous runs could be included here in the trifectas and the quartets. Number 8, I think here's the value. Angel's Wish, Wire Mowing and Wesley Mowing. On a line through Little Miss Sunshine, there's nothing between the two of them, Little Miss Sunshine and Angel's Wish. And Little Miss Sunshine now trading at 9 to 2, and Angel's Wish at about 7 to 1. Value bet for me, and I thought she could win a race like this. Okay, so the 1 and 2 have arrived in the parade ring. Highborn Lady for the Aussie team, Calvin Abib aboard. Third behind Cybarus on that penultimate. Currently trading, let's just see where she's trading at the moment, at 16 to 1. But we'll chat about number 2 quickly. Cherengoma, who ran a good third behind Bureau de Legendre on penultimate. Must have a chance here. Cabela Matsunyani for Stu Pettigrew. And Cabela looking for a 3-timer on the card already. Right, so race number 5, jackpot 2, they're coming out. Let's get up to Brandon Bailey. No problem.
All right, so the field coming out. Thank you very much, Lyle. The next live race is 7 minutes away. This is going to be the start of jackpot 2. So I'll give you the market so long, and you can structure your jackpot 2 bets. 9 to 2 favorite, number 9, Little Miss Sunshine. 7 Apache Fighter, 5 to 1. 4 October Fair, 13 to 2. 8 Angel's Wish, 7 to 1. 2 Cherengormas at 8 to 1. 3 Pomazellus, 8 to 1. And it's 10 to 1 and better bar those. So 9 to 2 favorites. Little Miss Sunshine. It's Ryan Munger for Heather Adamson. Let's watch him go down to the start. Here's number 1, Highborn Lady, Calvin Abib. This is book a table. Call 011-6811-796. Fillies and Mares 72 divided handicap. So if you want to book a table when you come racing, 011-6811-796, the number you need. 2 Cherengorma goes down with Cabello Matsunyani. 4 is October Fair and Gavin Larena. Here's number 3, Pomazellus, ridden by Randall Simons. Apache Fighter is the next one out, number 7, Muzieni. There goes Apache Fighter. Go Flickety is number 5. Raymond Danielson gets the ride on Go Flickety. There's number 8, Angel's Wish and Wesley Mowing. Number 6 is Ready to Fly. JP van der Merwe has been booked to ride. There's the favourite, number 9, Little Miss Sunshine, Ryan Munger. Number 10 is Eastern World, and that's ridden by apprentice Malasela Kachedi, and that'll take off 1.5 kilograms. Well, the apprentice, good rider, is Malasela Kachedi, and he takes off 1.5 kilograms, so going about things the right way. All right, 4 minutes to play. Start of Jackpot 2. Let's go and join Lyle Cooper.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Race number 5, Jackpot 2, Fillies Mare 72 divided handicap, over 1,800 meters. Blinkers off, number 6, Ready to Fly. And right, competitive race. You can see by the betting here. Number 9, Little Miss Sunshine, is your 9-2 favourite. 7-2 Apache Fighter. 13-2 about number 4, October Fair. Angel's Wish is trading at 7-1. 8-1 about number 2, Cherengoma. 3 Pomazelis 8-1. And then it's 11-1 in Better Bardo. So really, really open as far as the betting is concerned. And yeah, let's go in here and have a look at these ones. I'm going to generally stick towards the bottom of the weights here. It is 1,800 meters. We've had a little bit of rain out here at Turfentine, and I'm starting with Angel's Wish. That's my first selection here in race number 5. Daughter of Ideal World. Wire Mowing, Wesley Mowing, they're in good form at the moment. And if you go through a line, Mako Blossom actually holds number 7 Apache Fighter, so quite comfortably. So if they run to paper, then this must be a big player. 54.5 kilograms, and on that run behind Little Miss Sunshine, if you go back 4 runs, they're at the same weights, and there was half a length behind Angel's Wish and Little Miss Sunshine. So Little Miss Sunshine is your favourite, and Angel's Wish is at 7-1. So yep, I'm just going to get the nice value there. I think it's a competitive race, and we'll start off with number 8, Angel's Wish. Number 9, Little Miss Sunshine, every chance here, 53 kilograms. Ryan Munger for Heather Adamson, in good form at the moment, has gone win, second, third and third. That third behind Trump My Queen last time has produced Dark Travel, and Time for that has come through and won. And also that run behind Nameko Blossom puts her in good stead here with 53 kilograms to come through and compete strongly. So because of those weights there, those were my top 2 as far as race 5 is concerned. Number 2, Cherengoma, Cabello Matsanyani for Stewie Pettigrew. Stewie's looking for a double. Cabello's looking for a treble already. And this Daughter of Flower Alley, who's been running against slightly stronger, does have to give weight away, but she's earned that. And that third behind Bureau de Lejean here at Turfentine over 1,600 was not a bad run. You get the feeling that this 18 is going to be ideal for her, and she's currently trading sorry, my tab, the Wi-Fi's gone down, but number 2 is trading at 8-1. So obviously also in with a chance. Apache Fighter, Muzieni, Roy Magna, dropping in trip here. Some nice runs recently, and the saddle did slip last time out, so you can completely ignore that run. The 3 runs before that were decent. 55 kilograms, drawn nicely at 5. So very open race indeed. Race number 5, Jackpot 2, they are loading.
Thanks a million, Lyle. All right, they're loading up over here. Race number 5, the start of Jackpot 2. Eastern World went up. Go Flickerty, Apache Fighter. October Fair walked up into line. October Fair went up. Cherengoma is the next one to go in. Pomazelis, Little Miss Sunshine. Little Miss Sunshine, Pomazelis. They go in together. Angel's Wish, the next one. And Highborn Lady will be one of the last, and will be ready to go at the 1,800. Highborn Lady just hesitates at that first attempt. Now straightens up, goes in. We're ready. Flags up and starter pulls the lever. They off and racing from that 1,800 meter marker. Cherengoma just gets the shake along in the early parts of the race to stay in touch as they settle down early on. They've gone through the first 100 meters, and it's Highborn Lady who's up there with Apache Fighter, positively ridden. Pomazelis, the white sleeves and the white cap, then come ready to fly. October Fair, Cherengoma, Eastern World, Go Flickerty, Angel's Wish, and out back is the favourite Little Miss Sunshine, about 10 lengths off them. So in front is Highborn Lady, gone a length and a bit clear. Pomazelis in second, then comes Apache Fighter, scraping paint in third, ready to fly behind that one. October Fair, Cherengoma, Eastern World's got the white and blue, Angel's Wish, Go Flickerty, and out back is Little Miss Sunshine around about 8 or 9 lengths off the leader. So in front is Highborn Lady. Nothing's really changed for now. Pomazelis is there in second, only about 2 lengths off them. Apache Fighter, the stick came out briefly, is raced up into third. October Fair, ready to fly. Further back to Eastern World, Cheran Gorma, Angel's Wish, Go Flickety, and Little Miss Sunshine plays the waiting game. So Highborn Lady guides them into the straight, a length leader. Apache Fighter, never really been comfortable, trying to get into a rhythm in second. Pomazelis to the outside. They in turn 3 lengths clear of October Fair, and then comes Cheran Gorma with Little Miss Sunshine. Apache Fighter and Jockey Muzieni go for home. Pomazelis in second. Little Miss Sunshine's going to have the last crack at them. Apache Fighter got to the lead. Apache Fighter, Pomazelis. Apache Fighter in a galloping mood. Apache Fighter goes well clear. Apache Fighter, good win. Apache Fighter wins it. Pomazelis second. Angel's Wish probably third. Little Miss Sunshine, Go Flickety and October Fair. So Apache Fighter, Muzieni and Roy Magna teaming up. All you need to do is go and have a look at that last run. You'll see what happened. If you can go into 4racing.tv, very, very unlucky last time, Apache Fighter. Well done to Dr. Robinson and Mr. Robinson. Congratulations. Pomazelis runs second, Angel's Wishes run third, and Little Miss Sunshine runs fourth. So have a look at the head-on. Stick came out early. Muzi wanted to build up early. He takes a bit of time to unwind Apache Fighter. Lovely looking horse, I might add. Well done to the Robinsons over here. And of course, a big well done to Roy Magna and Casey back at home. Congratulations. That's race number 5. Done and dusted. Exotics are now fully underway.
Number 7, Apache Fighters pulled well clear here. Well done to Roy Magna, to Dr. Robinson and Mr. Robinson, bred by Mr. Robinson, and Muzieni ridden here this afternoon, picks up that second career win. Beats number 3, Pomazelis into second. Nice run out of the maidens. Third spot going to number 8, Angel's Wish, and fourth and 9, Little Miss Sunshine. Provisional 7, 3, 8, and 9, and it's going to be Roy Magna. I'm not sure who's on course here today, if it's Roy or Casey, but we'll catch up with them shortly.
So about to come back to the winner's enclosure is Apache Fighter. Well done to Jockey Muzieni. Dynamite comes in small packages, run a cracker in the Met yesterday with Nexus, very unlucky as well. And here's Apache Fighter, who's come through to win. Well done to the Robinson family, well done to Roy Magna. And they'll be very happy. A lovely looking horse is Apache Fighter. Pomazelis has run second. Angel's Wish was in third. And then came Little Miss Sunshine, who was on the inside for fourth. So that's race number 5. The exotics are now fully underway as you watch Apache Fighter come back to the winner's enclosure. Wait for the all clear. We're looking forward to race number 6. It is the LA France Stakes, the first of our listed features today. It's over 2,400 meters, and you can scratch number 7, Liverpool Legend.
Oh, beautiful.
trying to get into a rhythm in second. Pomazelis to the outside. They in turn 3 lengths clear of October Fair, and then comes Cheran Gorma with Little Miss Sunshine. Apache Fighter and Jockey Muzieni go for home. Pomazelis in second. Little Miss Sunshine's going to have the last crack at them. Apache Fighter got to the lead. Apache Fighter, Pomazelis. Apache Fighter in a galloping mood. Apache Fighter goes well clear. Apache Fighter, good win. Apache Fighter wins it. Pomazelis second. Angel's Wish probably third. Little Miss Sunshine. Go Flickety and October Fair.
Number 7, Apache Fighters come through to win here this afternoon. Well done to Roy Magna, to the Robinsons, Dr. Robinson and Mr. Robinson, bred by Mr. Robinson, and ridden today for the very first time by Muzieni. Muzi, I thought it was a competitive race, and in the end you actually won that quite cozily.
Yes, last time I'm sure punters would have found it hard to assess. It's one of those horses, I don't think they like to lead early, and she, with the Princess just running in snatches, refusing to gallop in front, and I knew got a chance to work him during the week, and she put up phenomenal work over 1,000 meters on the red track. And I said to Mr. Magna on his work, should be hard to beat. Obviously, I got to follow horses because at home he's got no problem making up from behind. And obviously, I just need to make sure. Obviously, it's a small field. I don't want to find myself in the same position going in front. But in the same position also, I don't want to give her too much to do in a small field. It doesn't look like much pace, and she helped me out the pins. I was able to cozily position her, and once I was in box seats, and I kept a close eye on the pace, which was quite sedate, and I tried to pounce early, try to get the advantage of being handy, and the rest was up to her. She does run around a bit, seen on her reruns. Just had to shout at her and try and not use the stick on her as much as I can.
Lovely ride as usual, and I mean, just before you just share your final thanks. Yesterday you ran a fantastic place in the big race. How was the day for you?
Yes, it's nice. Courteous, make it pay for the public, and those that I'm sure are in racing, you actually realize sometimes the value bit. But credits to the Snaith, and thanks that they gave me an opportunity on the day. I think the Traders Championships look so sewn up the way they had a result yesterday. But Nexus, as old as he is, he was game as they come. So great run, like you said.
And then today, let's get back. A nice win. The track's drying out now. The rain's gone, so on we go.
Yes, huge thanks to Mr. Magna and his team, Casey, and the staff. Her work was phenomenal. I thought on the second place toss I had a good weight turnaround at the handicapping, and it played in my favour. Congratulations to the stable. Well done to the winning owners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done, Muzieni. Yep, that was a win here by number 7, Apache Fighter. Very good run by Pomazelis at the weights. At the weights, she had no chance and has run second. Third to number 8, our little value there, Angel's Wish, and fourth to number 9, Little Miss Sunshine. 7, 3, 8 and 9, that's race number 5. 3 more to go, including the 2 big ones.
Goes in, we're ready, flags up, and starter pulls the lever. They off and racing from that 1800 metre marker. Cheran Gorma just gets the shake along in the early parts of the race to stay in touch as they settle down early on. They've gone through the first 100 meters, and it's Highborn Lady who's up there with Apache Fighter, positively ridden. Pomazelis, the white sleeves and the white cap, then comes Ready to Fly. October Fair, Cheran Gorma, Eastern World, Go Flickety, Angel's Wish, and out back is the favorite Little Miss Sunshine, about 10 lengths off them. So in front is Highborn Lady, gone a length and a bit clear. Pomazelis in second, then comes Apache Fighter, Scraping Paint in third. Ready to Fly behind that one, October Fair, Cheran Gorma. Eastern World's got the white and blue, Angel's Wish, Go Flickety, and out back is Little Miss Sunshine, about 8 or 9 lengths off the leader. So in front is Highborn Lady. Nothing's really changed for now. Pomazelis is there in second, only about 2 lengths off them. Apache Fighter, the stick came out briefly, is raced up into third. October Fair, Ready to Fly. Further back to Eastern World, Cheran Gorma, Angel's Wish, Go Flickety, and Little Miss Sunshine plays the waiting game. So Highborn Lady guides them into the straight, a length leader. Apache Fighter, never really been comfortable, trying to get into a rhythm in second. Pomazelis to the outside. They in turn 3 lengths clear of October Fair, and then comes Cheran Gorma with Little Miss Sunshine. Apache Fighter and Jockey Muzieni go for home. Pomazelis in second. Little Miss Sunshine's going to have the last crack at them. Apache Fighter got to the lead. Apache Fighter, Pomazelis. Apache Fighter in a galloping mood. Apache Fighter goes well clear. Apache Fighter, good win. Apache Fighter wins it. Pomazelis second. Angel's Wish probably third. Little Miss Sunshine, Go Flickety, and October Fair. So Apache Fighter, Muzieni and Roy Magna teaming up. All you need to do is go and have a look at that last run. You'll see what happened. If you can go into 4racing.tv, very unlucky last time, Apache Fighter. Well done to Dr. Robinson and Mr. Robinson. Congratulations. Pomazelis runs second, Angel's Wishes run third, and Little Miss Sunshine runs fourth. So have a look at the head-on. Stick came out early. Muzi wants to build up early. He takes a bit of time to unwind Apache Fighter. Lovely looking horse, I might add. Well done to the Robinsons over here, and of course a big well done to Roy Magna and Casey back at home. Congratulations. That's race number 5. Done and dusted. Exotics are now fully underway. the field coming out. And watch him move down to the start for the LA France Stakes. That's number 5, Flying First Class. Calvin Habib gets the ride. So the renewal of the 2023 LA France Stakes is over 2,400 meters. Just take note that number 1, Terra Time, will now be ridden by Cabello Matsanyane, so update your publications. Cabello Matsanyane will get the ride on Terra Time. Just to give you the market quickly as an indication as to what's happening, a guide, complete guide for you. Number 2, Belvard, 22 to 10. 1, Terra Time at 33 to 10. 5, Flying First Class, 4 to 1. And the 3, Admire Me's at 7 to 1 with the 4, Opera Glass. And the rank outsider is number 6, Kind Judy, and that's at 10 to 1. Scratched is number 7, Liverpool Legend. All right, so they should come out shortly. The first one has made its way to post, Flying First Class. And the start of this race is just towards the left-hand side of the grandstand. The next one out is number 3, Admire Me. Raymond Danielson gets the ride. So that's Admire Me making its way down to the start. Belvard is the next one out. That's your favorite, number 2, Randall Simons. At about 22 to 10 in the market, and on the tote paying 3 Rand 10 a win, 1 Rand 80 a place. Terra Time, now ridden by Cabello Matsanyane. That's number 1 at 4 Rand 70 a win and 2 Rand 20 a place. The last of the horses coming out, number 4 is Opera Glass. Gavin Larina's been booked to ride at 5.30 a win and 3.20 a place. And finally, the rank outsider, number 6, Kind Judy, at 7.60 a win and 3.10 a place. All right, so you got 6 minutes to play. It's the LA France Stakes, the renewal 2023 running of LA France Stakes. Let's go downstairs to Lyle Cooper.
Race number 6, we're just 5 minutes away from the Le France Stakes, 2,400 meters. And yeah, nice little field we have here. Terra Time, please note, now ridden by Cabello Matsanyane. And right at the bottom, number 7, Liverpool Legend, takes no part. So just the 6 runners here. And of course, the Le France, she was rated 136. French racehorse, mare, broodmare, brilliant broodmare. One of the greatest on the flat in Europe. And she was alive from 1970 to 1989. So really named after a little champ. Now, betting at the moment, number 2, Belvard, 26 to 10. 33 to 10, number 1, Terra Time, who's the best weighted. Number 5, Flying First Class, is at 4 to 1. 7 to 1, the 3, Admire Me. Opera Glass trading 7 to 1. And the outsider, so to speak, is number 6, Kind Judy. Very open race again, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's a small field. I want to start off with number 5, Flying First Class. Calvin Habib for David Nieuwenhuizen, nicely weighted. And while 3 of the horses in the race are trying the 2-4 for the first time, she certainly won't have a problem with the 2-4. She can go all day long. The daughter of Silvano. I like the fact that she's got 54 kilograms and that Calvin's aboard here this afternoon. Chatting to Calvin a bit earlier in the day, he did quite like all his chances this afternoon. And she really is a good stayer. She's run course and distance 4 times for a win, a second and 2/3. So she loves it here as well. And with that 54, she's going to be our narrow selection in this difficult race. Tops the speed rating as well. Does number 5, Flying First Class. Now, number 1 and 2. The 2 Belvard, this is attracting all the attention. Randall Simons for Joey Soma, daughter of Master of My Fate. And she did win very well last time, beating Namwakwa Blossom over the 2,000 here at Turfentine. She's up in trip here this afternoon. She has won 4 of her 11. And she too, like number 5, loves the track. She's had 5 runs here for 2 wins, 1 second and 2/3. 58 kilograms, so she does have to give weight away, but in good form. And she did have last cheer behind her last time. She is, by the way, 2.5 kilograms better off with Judy when beaten by Kind Judy by a short head. So that's Belvard. The best weighted horse in the race, number 1, Terra Time, Lucky Udalakis, Cabello Matsanyani. Bit of a worry with the mare trading up to 101 now on the top weight, but as I say, she's earned it. She goes 2-4 for the first time. She beat Tulip Tree last time, and she had some good form before that. Very consistent individual, and now Lucky's thinking, let's go to for the 2-4 for the stake, the Les France Stakes, yeah, number 1, Terra Time. So as far as the weights are concerned, they are weighted 1, 5, and 2 as far as the way they should finish. So theoretically, that is how I'm going as far as the tipping is concerned. I'm going 5, 2, 1. But then number 3, Admire Me. That's Raymond Danielson for Gavin Funzel. They've obviously had a good day so far and ran 4th behind none other. We've seen that form line come through today and win already. But this is another one trying the 2-4 for the first time. 58 kilograms, pacifiers are off, and also has some decent form behind her name. She's down to 90 kilograms. Opera Glass, I must just tell you quickly that there are a few whispers on course about Opera Glass. I personally thought that maybe held in that run behind Gilded Butterfly, but certainly a horse that also stays. 56.5 kilograms with Gavin aboard. Gavin rides for the second time. And then the one right at the bottom, Kind Judy, 1 or 2 runs here. She's not out of this race. She in fact beat Belvard. If you go all the way back to June 2022, and she's 2.5 kilograms better off. So really, really tough race. We're going 5, 2, 1, 3, and then 4. It depends on what you feel here, ladies and gentlemen, as far as how you're going to structure your bets. Let's refresh and see where the late money is coming here for race number 6. It does often steer us in the right direction, and nothing really changing. 26 to 10 Belvard, the 1 Terra Time, 33 to 10, 3.75 about Flying First Class. I like that value. Number 3 Admire Me, 7s, 4 Opera Glass 7s, and Kind Judy out 12 to 1. Right, so just about a minute or so to go. On the tote here, we have joint favourites now. Number 2, Belvard, and the 5, Flying First Class, both at 3 Rand 30 for the win. Terra Time is 4 Rand 50. The 3 Admire Me is 8.80. Opera Glass 5.10, and number 6, Kind Judy 8 Rand 20. That's nice for a feature race to have all the horses in single figures. They all have chances here. It's a lovely little race over the 2,400. We've been lucky with the rain so far. Hopefully it stays away until the end of racing, and they should start loading shortly for the first of our 2 features. Here is Brandon Bailey.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lyle. Yeah, the heavens have opened up briefly. Is now drizzling out Turpentine for the Les France Stakes. It is over 2,400 meters as the rain comes down a little bit harder now. We almost ready for a start. Small field. We wait on Belvard to walk into line. Flying First Class goes up, flags up, and they off and racing. They're dispatched on their marathon journey, and not a bad start by any stretch of the imagination. Just wait for them to get into some sort of formation early on, and up there's Opera Glass from Belvard, as Belvard now presses on by and goes a length clear of Opera Glass, who's right there in second. Terra Time behind that one. Then comes Admire Me, who's got the blue only 2 or 3 lengths off them. They go over the crossover, and Flying First Class with the red headgears about 3 or 4 lengths off them. Terra Time is just fighting for its head towards the back end of the field, and Kind Judy is the back marker. They crawling. They're going a very slow pace out there. In the rain, it's Belvard, who's gone about a length clear. In second is Admire Me. Then comes Opera Glass, who's racing in the yellow jacket about 3 lengths off them. Further back to Flying First Class. Terra Time behind that one. And Kind Judy's at the back end of the field as they run up towards the last 1,400. So Belvard, she was there last time in front and won a good race, has gone a length clear. In second is Admire Me. Then comes Opera Glass, who's behind that in third. Further back to Flying First Class. Terra Time and Kind Judy is the back marker about 7 lengths off the leader. So Belvard will take them to the last 1,200 meters as a 1-length leader. Relax, doing it nicely out in front. Admire Me's in second. Opera Glass is in third. Then comes Flying First Class. Terra Time and Kind Judy is the back marker as they run up towards the last 850 meters. So Belvard, nice long elastic-like stride, has gone a length lanes clear. In second, Admire Me. Then comes Opera Glass, flying first class. Further back to Kind Judy with Terror Time, and they only about 6 lengths off the leader. They're homeward bound in the Allez France Stakes, and it's Belvard who's going to try and lead them a merry dance. In second is Opera Glass. Admire Me, flying first class. Kind Judy being asked to run, and out back is Terror Time. It's still Belvard, but flying first class is going through the gears and now being asked to run. Opera Glass is in second, Belvard on the inside. It's flying first class, gone 2 lanes clear. Opera Glass in second, Kind Judy's racing away in third. Flying first class, Kind Judy, flying first class, she's absolutely cruising. Flying first class going to win the Allez France Stakes for 2023. Kind Judy second, Opera Glass has run third, and Belvard in fourth. Flying first class. That's exactly what she's done today. Cruised up to them, cantered up to them, and has won a good race. The Allez France Stakes for 2023 goes to David Neverhazen and Kelvin Habib. Kind Judy second, Opera Glass has run third, and Belvard, the 5-2 favourite, number 2, was back in fourth. All right, so you can see patient, quiet. Kelvin Habib knows exactly what flying first class is all about. Well done to the Neverhazen family. They're next door, across from the commentary box, and they're over the moon. They're dancing, and why not? Well done to the owners involved over here, of course, to Mr. Kirsten. Congratulations, the Allez France Stakes, and that's 71 for the season for Kelvin Habib.
Number 5, Flying First Class, has come through to win, and in our show this morning we said either this one, Banker, or the field. It's open, but she stays, she does everything well. Well done to David Neverhazen, and of course Mr. Kirsten, bred by Miss Kitty, ridden today by Kelvin Habib. Beats into second, number 6, Kind Judy, had some nice collateral form behind her. Third to number 4, Opera Glass, and fourth to number 2, Belvard. Numbers you need here, 5, 6, 4 and 2, and it's Flying First Class who'll be flying into the winner's box.
All right, thank you very much, Lal. Here's Flying First Class to take out the 2023 Allez France Stakes. 71 for the season for Kelvin Habib, who's Singapore bound. Well done to Mr. Kirsten, well done to David Neverhazen. Kelvin knows this horse very well and really moved up to them with a double handful going through the last 300 and won a cracking race. Just waiting for David to get down to the winner's enclosure. I know it's a long way down, but Flying First Class has won a cracking race today to win the Allez France Stakes. And the Total Zeta pays R3.80 a win, R1.70 a place. For somewhat now, the rain seems to have slowly come off a bit. Just want to glance and see there's 1 or 2 dark clouds behind the grandstand, which hopefully stays away, because there's just 2 more to come from the big team. And the next race is the listed Wolf Power Stakes, and it's over 1,600 meters. All right, so David's made his way to the winner's enclosure. Flying First Class, doing exactly that, into the winner's enclosure. And there we go. Well done to all concerned, well done to the whole team. Wait for that all clear. Race number 7 is our next live race, and it's the Wolf Power 1,600.
Maybe people stay not on the track, so maybe the patience a bit more on the field. And I think maybe like if you look at Cabello, he looks like he's pulling a bit. That was never on the track. Yeah. No, we went a very good race forward. Thank you for. You know what last one this race? Oh wow.
class. Admire Me flying first class. Kind Judy being asked to run, and out back is Terror Time. It's still Belvard, but flying first class is going through the gears and now being asked to run. Opera Glass is in second. Belvard on the inside. It's flying first class, gone. Ten's clear. Opera Glass in second. Kind Judy's racing away in third. Flying first class, Kind Judy. Flying first class, she's absolutely cruising. Flying first class, going to win the Allier France Stakes for 2023. Kind Judy second. Opera Glass has run third, and Belvard.
Number 5, Flying First Class. Our bankers come home here today for David Nieuwenhuizen. Well done to Mr. Kirsten, bred by Miss Giddy and Calvin Habib. This is the 5th time he's won a border, and she's won 9. Calvin, lovely way to be ending off, not your career here, but a stint overseas you're going, of course, and lovely, well done.
Thank you so much. Look, just need to thank Mr. Nieuwenhuizen. You know, he had this filly in perfect condition, and I must say, I've never run out the money with this filly, and you say 5 times, I won her 5 times in multiple places, so, you know, he's obviously doing something right to his loyal owner, Mr. Kirsten. You know, we promised him a nice big one, and, you know, that's a lovely one for a pedigree, and, yeah, I'm just really grateful that I got the opportunity to ride this filly when I did, and yeah, it was a nice way to end it off for myself and Mr. Nieuwenhuizen. You know, he's been good to me, and we've had a lot of winners, so, yeah, well done to him, and you know, after this win, maybe I might upgrade myself to first class to Singapore.
Hey, there we go.
But anyway, look, it's a lovely win, and I just want to thank everyone. And once again, to Aventure, thank you so much for the sponsorship.
No, just for the punters out there, when are you actually leaving?
So I leave next week, Monday, which is the 6th of Feb. So after Guineas, the Guineas Day, I'll leave after that.
And then you've obviously spoken to JP and Ryan. They've been there and done that, so they've given you some nice info?
Yes, look, the boys have all been very positive about it and sort of give me the goes and no-goes. And look, it's new waters, but yeah, we're just going to go there with our head out high and work as hard as we can, and that's all you can do. And you know, the good above us will bless us with whatever he's got planned for us.
Well done, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well done, Calvin Habib. Hopefully we see him again before he goes. David, lovely. I mean, your horse certainly stays, we know that, and she deserves another one.
Yeah, well tipped. I mean, I think you've been preaching it all weekend
yeah.
After a couple of results in it, and you know, you followed through with obviously the weight in it, and last time she carried a bit of weight. Calvin, you know, he suits her so well, and when I could have put him up, and thank goodness, you know, he's going overseas, so this is all for him. Thanks, Cal. He rides her so well. And to Zane, we got the Aloes Francais. You know, we were hoping that it would still be a listed black type race, but you don't get many for the fillies in it. And yeah, and Miss Giddy, well bred, and that's all I really can say. Thanks for the support from Zane. He's really supported the yard well. In my stable, I've got older horses, generally only 9 to race, so I don't have much in my yard at all, so it's quite difficult. So you do go off form, and you don't have anything to really race. I was hoping for a double today. It didn't quite come off, but that's the way it is, and we'll look forward to the babies coming out now.
9-time winner she is. Well done to you. I know you're making it about everyone else. I'll say well done. Good training feet, and a few more horses would be nice.
Yeah, as I said, the support from the people in the yard already, thank you very, very much. It's really appreciated. You know, we've gone through a bad patch, and they've stuck it out, and the guys that have stuck it out, thank you very much. It'll pay back.
Thank you, David.
Thanks. Cheers.
Well done. David Nieuwenhuizen, well done to Calvin Habib. 71 for Calvin. Mr. Kirsten, Miss Giddy, congratulations. 5, 6, 4 and 2. Glad the banker's home for today. Race 7 and 8, and of course the big one coming up next. Looking forward to that.
Flags up and they off and racing. They're dispatched on their marathon journey, and not a bad start by any stretch of the imagination. Just wait for them to get into some sort of formation early on. And up there's Opera Glass from Belvard, as Belvard now presses on by and goes a length clear of Opera Glass, who's right there in second. Terror Time behind that one. Then comes Admire Me, who's got the blue only 2 or 3 lengths off them. They go over the crossover, and Flying First Class with the red headgears about 3 or 4 lengths off them. Terror Time is just fighting for its head towards the back end of the field, and Kind Judy is the back marker. They're crawling. They're going a very slow pace out there. In the rain, it's Belvard, who's gone about a length clear. In second is Admire Me. Then comes Opera Glass, who's racing in the yellow jacket about 3 lengths off them. Further back to Flying First Class. Terror Time behind that one, and Kind Judy's at the back end of the field as they run up towards the last 1400. So Belvard, she was there last time in front and won a good race, has gone a length clear. In second is Admire Me. Then comes Opera Glass, who's behind that in third. Further back to Flying First Class. Terror Time and Kind Judy is the back marker, about 7 lengths off the leader. So Belvard will take them to the last 1200 meters as a 1-length leader. Relax, doing it nicely out in front. Admire Me's in second. Opera Glass is in third. Then comes Flying First Class. Terror Time and Kind Judy is the back marker as they run up towards the last 850 meters. So Belvard, nice long elastic-like stride, has gone a length clear. In second, Admire Me. Then comes Opera Glass, Flying First Class. Further back to Kind Judy with Terror Time, and they only about 6 lengths off the leader. They're homeward bound in the Allez France Stakes, and it's Belvard who's going to try and lead them a merry dance. In second is Opera Glass, Admire Me, Flying First Class. Kind Judy being asked to run, and out back is Terror Time. It's still Belvard, but Flying First Class is going through the gears and now being asked to run. Opera Glass is in second, Belvard on the inside. It's Flying First Class gone 2 lengths clear. Opera Glass in second. Kind Judy's racing away in third. Flying First Class, Kind Judy. Flying First Class, she's absolutely cruising. Flying First Class going to win the Allez France Stakes for 2023. Kind Judy second, Opera Glass has run third, and Belvard in fourth. Flying First Class. That's exactly what she's done today. Cruised up to them, cantered up to them, and has won a good race. The Allez France Stakes for 2023 goes to David Neverhazen and Kelvin Abib. Kind Judy second, Opera Glass has run third, and Belvard, the 5-2 favorite, number 2, was back in fourth. All right, so you can see patient, quiet. Kelvin Abib knows exactly what Flying First Class is all about. Well done to the Neverhazen family. They're next door, across from the commentary box, and they're over the moon. They're dancing, and why not? Well done to the owners involved over here. Of course, to Mr. Kirsten, congratulations. The Allez France Stakes, and that's 71 for the season for Kelvin Abib.
Right, the big one today, Wolf Power 1600 listed event. Of course, the great Wolf Power, who won 18 of 31 races, including 16 graded races. We'll chat more about him just now. Let's have a look at a few of the runners. Out of the darkness, Gavin Arena riding for Johan Jans van Vuren. And just some really good form of late. Last time out, when he beat Andy Humdinger, he had Andy Ospel behind him at the weight share. He's got to have a chance. The negative, of course, is the fact he's got 58 kilograms. But I went through this race and spent quite a bit of time of it. There are quite a few winning chances, and I didn't mind his price at about 7-1. Number 3 is Johnny Hero. Tyrone Zaki did say this is a prep run for the champions. Mark Khan aboard, drawn a little bit wide at 12 here. I expect him to be running on. Here's number 4, Pyromaniac, Raymond Danielson. Sean Terry, good third behind Bella Secombe last time. That was at Greyville, of course, and has some nice form here in Gauteng, including that excellent second behind Safe Passage. But unfortunately, as you can see, horses are going back in. We've got some lightning about Turffontein, so we'll come back and let you know the Wolf Power 1600 listed is on hold with a bit of lightning around Turffontein.
All right, so just take note. So just take note, there's unfortunately a further delay to Turffontein racing today. So just take note of that. The weather is playing up again and there seems to be another delay out here at Turffontein. There's a lot of lightning around and not safe to send horses and riders down to the starts. We are meant to be running the Wolf Power 1600 as race number 7 in 9 minutes from now, but that won't be happening because there is an indefinite delay at Turffontein due to lightning in close proximity.
Djokovic Cavern and Zandabad and Gordon Zora next, with Almuhit and Brave Troop and Portville. Winterscape and Chemdog next, being followed by Down There for Dancing, and they're followed by Feet of a Dancer. And as they go towards this third flight, Grappin and Nino next with Rocket Spirit. And Self-Inflicted Sid, Always Force, and Relegate Secret Rock to be the back markers. They take flight number 3, just over a mile and a quarter from the finish. Mighty Mo Missouri and Connor Smithers with the reduced advantage over Biker, who's improved for Philip Burns, followed by Urana and Gavin Broder. Tea Garden Jazz next, and Sinbad and Moran has been knocked back to 5th place on the inside of Xander Badden and the Lovely Man as they go to the flight at the halfway stage. Mighty Mo Missouri back forward in front of Biker. Urana next with Tea Garden Jazz and Sinbad Moran and Xander Badden, the Lovely Man, and Djokovic Cavern and Gordon Zora and Almuhit 2 lengths to Brave Troop and then Portville. Feet of a Dancer next with Winterscape and Grappin and Nino, and they're being followed by Down There for Dancing and Chemdog. Self-Inflicted Sid next with Secret Rock. Always Force It and Rocket Spirit the final couple. Well inside halfway, 4 flights left to jump. And the Cheltenham Trials Day at Naas, February 11th, 4-year-old maiden hurdle. Mighty Mo Missouri reeled in by Biker, who's now within a length. Less than 3 lengths back to Urana, disputing third with Tea Garden Jazz. Then the Lovely Man on the inside, Sinbad Moran. Zandabad not far off them with Gordon Zora and Djokovic Cavern. And Almuhit is well back, followed by Feet of a Dancer and Grappin and Nino and Portville next with Brave Troop and Self-Inflicted Sid. Winterscape is followed then by Down There for Dancing and Secret Rock. The third last flight taking the back for the straight the final time. Mighty Mo Missouri, a very bad mistake there by Zandabad, picked up off the ground by Brian Cooper as Mighty Mo Missouri swings in with a lead of just over a length from Biker. Third is Tea Garden Jazz, being followed then by Urana and the Lovely Man and Zandabad. Weakening out of it is Sinbad Moran. Gordon Zora's improved with Almuhit and Djokovic Cavern. The leaders are tightening up. 2.5 furlongs to go and 2 flights to jump. And it's Mighty Mo Missouri taken on by Biker in the spots. Then Tea Garden Jazz, Zandabad with the noseband. Then Almuhit and Gordon Zora. The Lovely Man gone there. Self-Inflicted Sid well beaten off as Sinbad Moran, and it's Biker in front. Takes over from the trailblazing Mighty Mo Missouri, and then Tea Garden Jazz. And at the last it's Biker over from Mighty Mo Missouri. Gordon Zora next, being followed up the hill by Tea Garden Jazz, and it's Biker, the fractional leader from Mighty Mo Missouri, who's giving it everything on the inside, but hasn't enough to get back to Biker, who will win for the Burns. Second is Mighty Mo Missouri. Gordon Zora in a photo finish for third with Zandabad and the Lovely Man.
Well, it's a win here for Biker for the Burnses. Patrick riding for Dad Charles here. Philip, rather, riding for Charles. And was 5th at Limerick on the hurdles debut. Wins here by a couple of lengths. 2 Mighty Mo Missouri in second, who's run really well. Gordon's Aura back in third. And Zandabad, the big gamble, in fourth. A bad mistake for that runner on the flight before the turn in. It was costly of a bit of position and momentum more than anything else. The Biker travelled through this race really strongly and looked as though he was going to play a massive part from quite a long way out here, and has duly won this, and won this very comfortably by a couple of lengths. 2 Mighty Mo Missouri in second, and they pulled clear of Gordon's Aura in third, Zandabad in fourth. Sinbad Moran, our selection here, I know he drifted beforehand. His jumping leaves a hell of a lot to be desired, the Sinbad Moran, which is strange for a horse of Willie Mullins's, but his jumping is simply not good enough at the moment, and he'll certainly have to brush that up if he's going to win plenty of races going forward. You can't jump like that and expect to automatically win a load of races. Doesn't quite happen like that, I'm afraid. A nasty tumble there for Self-Inflicted Sid further back in the field. Hopefully all okay with him. I'll let you know if not. 3, 9, 5 and 18. The first 4 home there. 3, 9, 5 and 18. 10.0 in the UK, the winner. So not a bad price if you found that. Not a bad forecast and tricast there. One remember it caught the eye a little bit there further back in the field was Grappanino, staying on quite well late in the piece from the back of the field. Could be one to keep on side going forward, and one who was handy, Your Honour, there hit a massive flat spot and then rallied again and step up in trip in handicap company. Could be up that one's street for James Nash. But there is Charles Burns, very, very shrewd trainer, of course. We'll know about his big gambles in handicaps. Man behind Solwit, that top-class staying hurdler, you remember a few years ago. That's Biker. Fine big horse, isn't he? Plenty of size about him. Has gone on to win here. 3, 9, 5 and 18. The order. Over at Nace, that was race number 3. Feature race on the card coming up there next, the Limestone Lad Hurdle. What a horse he was, Limestone Lad, back in the day. Absolute machine, wasn't he? Won, I think, 20-odd races in his career for the Bows. That's a very high-class renewal of this, with Bob Ollinger returning to 2 miles for the first time in a long time, up against the star mare Echoes in Rain, plus others. We'll be back to preview that in a little while as we see the head on. And there are your runners and riders on screen for our feature race here on the channel today. Mr. Limestone Lad Hurdle. Last year's winner topping the field, Durasso, who's back for a little bit more. And we also got a former champion hurdle winner who won this race a few years ago, Espoir de Laine, the ill-fated Espoir de Laine. But it'll be fascinating to see Bob Ollinger here today, back over the minimum distance of 3,200 metres. And the Gold Star echoes in rain, who is a very high-class mare and receives a bit of weight off the others here. So we'll see how that runner gets on in a little while. We'll take a brief pause and have a look at them as they head to post. So runners are in the paddock here and riders are also in the paddock here at Naas. I'm just about to get aboard, I think, ahead of this, the 2:42, so we've got about 7 minutes till the off time. This race named after the great Limestone lad who won 35 races in his career, and he's still with us as well. 31 years of age he is now, Limestone lad, out in the field. And he won this race 3 times as well, and it was originally run obviously without his name attached to it. And there is last year's winner, Durasso, who's back for a little bit more in the hands of Luke Dempsey this time around. There was a winner last time over the larger obstacles. Mark Walsh was aboard when taking this race 12 months ago. And put in a good performance when winning at Thurles last time out. Beat some fair runners. It's one of these individuals here who's always just come up slightly short of the top level, but always puts in a decent showing. Issue is here, he's got to give a chunk of weight away to some really smart horses. Got to give 4 kilos away to the likes of Bob Ollinger Meet and Greet, and he's got to give over 7 kilos of weight away to Echoes in Rain, number 6 rather, on the card, which is going to take a hell of a lot of doing. Now we'll go to Echoes in Rain next. Very short price favourite on the local odds and on course now as well. Far shorter than she was at some points in the day. Paul Townend hasn't been actually on her for a few starts now. Hasn't been on board since Punchestown. Has had 3 runs on the flat since then, and reappeared over hurdles when falling actually in the Hatton's Grace. That was at Fairyhouse, and staying on there behind Tahupu, we saw win again the other day. Won a big field handicap at Galway at the festival, was beaten just a neck by Waterville in the Irish Zarowich on the flat back in September. What a race that was, Waterville coming from last to first in there. And she's a very high-class mare indeed, is Echoes in Rain. Now, the big plus for her, I feel, today is the distance. I think she's savage over this trip, over hurdles. There she is. Now, she can be quite keen. She has worn a hood in the past. She doesn't wear it today. She does still wear the tongue strap, which I think Paul Townend will be thankful for the neck strap, potentially, as they go on through this race. She can be a little bit out of control at times. So hopefully she will be under control enough for Paul to be able to negotiate her here and try and guide her home in front. In terms of official ratings, she's actually behind both Durasso and Bob Ollinger here. She's level with Meet and Greet, which we'll come to in a minute. We'll go to Bob Ollinger first, though, who, of course, was very fortunate to win at the Cheltenham Festival back in March over fences when Galopin de Champs came down, and won at Cheltenham the year before as well in the Ballymore, the 2.5 mile novice. And has been running mostly at that distance. Tried further last time out, but was beaten by Home by the Lee in the Christmas hurdle. Meet and Greet was ahead as well. Meet and Greet was 15 lengths further ahead of Bob Ollinger on that occasion. Now, was that purely because of the trip? Well, that's what connections think quite clearly, because Bob Ollinger here dropping right back in distance for the first time since the maiden hurdle defeat to also a top horse, Fernie Hollow, back in 2020. Fascinating to see how he gets on here, Bob Ollinger. Now, meet and greet has to be respected. That was a career best last time out. Has also been seen to good effect as well in other graded races. Again, Tripp potentially on the quick side. He has won over this distance, but he's been running over much further recently. Cashback is a smart individual. This is probably just a bit above his station. He's mixing, chasing and hurdling. And Derry Ladd's making his hurdles debut here, which is a bit brave to say the least. He put in a couple of fair-placed efforts on the flat in the summer, but he's only rated in the 60s on the flat, so he's got an awful lot to do. And he's surely coming here just for the prize money. Is Derry Ladd. 6.25 time forms a way of looking at this. I certainly prefer Echoes in Rain to Bob Ollinger. I'm certainly not rushing into player at the prices. Bob Ollinger, fascinating. He's even in this field, dropping down to this minimum distance. Connections clearly feel that it will get something out of him. I'm just not sure. He could easily win this, Bob Ollinger. He's got so much ability. But equally, he's been very hyped over the years, and particularly the past sort of 12, 18 months, that I'm more than happy to oppose him. So 6 for me, Echoes in Rain. I'm going to pop Bob Ollinger in and meet and greet. I'm with the time form 1, 2, 3, I think, here in the end. Durasso might sneak in the 3. Because Bob Ollinger's either going to probably win this or could be really disappointing. I think there's not much middle ground with him, but we'll see. Only one way to find out. Jerry Hanna's going to guide us through it. Coming into line here for the feature race of the day, the Limestone Lad Hurdle. Let's head over to Naas for the call.
That off in the feature on the card, the Naas Racecourse Business Club Limestone Lad Hurdle. It's a grade 3 with 6 runners in the lineup. So for 2 miles straight to the front. Cashback, one of 2 in the race for Willie Mullins, strides on in front of Bob Ollinger. Meet and greet third on the outside of Durasso, winner of last year's edition. Tracked by Echoes in Rain, 2 from 2 here at Naas, and a bit off them, the big outsider, Derry Ladd. Flight 1 of 8 sees Cashback land with a couple of lengths advantage over Bob Ollinger. Meet and greet in third. Followed after a break of a few lengths, Echoes in Rain and Durasso racing together. Adrift is Derry Ladd. Flight number 2, and the final flight next time. Cashback and Danny Mullins. Stretch on by over 3 lengths to Bob Ollinger. Rachel Blackmore third is Meet and Greet. Philip Enright. And then Echoes in Rain, Paul Townend. Durasso, Luke Dempsey with the back marker. Derry Ladd and Sean O'Keefe. 1.5 miles to go as they turn towards the third flight. Very few changes in the order of running. It's Cashback out in front of Bob Ollinger. Then Meet and Greet, Echoes in Rain, has moved into 4th place ahead of Durasso with the back marker Derry Ladd. Shaping up for flight number 3. Cashback in front of Bob Ollinger. Then Meet and Greet and Echoes in Rain, taking closer order in the half colours. And then Durasso and Derry Ladd. Heading to the final 10 furlongs, and it's Cashback, gathered in by Bob Ollinger. Reverting to the conventional 2 miles this afternoon. Echoes in Rain continues to work up to the 2 leaders. Joins Meet and Greet for the 3rd. Then a break to Durasso, who's out in front of Derry Ladd. The 4th flight at ballpark the halfway stage. Cashback up and over by a couple of lengths to Bob Ollinger, then Meet and Greet. Back marker of the leaders is Echoes in Rain, benefiting from a mare's allowance. In touch is Durasso, leaving behind Derry Ladd. 7 furlongs to go, 4 flights to jump. In the Naas Racecourse Business Club Limestone Lad Hurdle. Cashback yet to be headed, leads a length Bob Ollinger. Just in 3rd is Meet and Greet, and then Echoes in Rain. 4 lengths to Durasso. 3/4 of a mile to go and 4 flights to jump. It's Cashback and Danny Mullins, a length in front of Bob Ollinger and Rachel Blackmore. 3rd is Meet and Greet with Philip Enright. Losing 2nd in the air there, Bob Ollinger to Meet and Greet. Echoes and Rain close up fourth on the inside for Paul Townend as they come to the third last flight. Cashback, Meet and Greet, Bob Bollinger. Echoes and Rain the leading four, followed by Durasso, who's stoked along to try and close on the four up front with half a mile to go and 2 flights to jump. Cashback joined on the turn in by Meet and Greet. Hot on their heels is Echoes and Rain, struggling as Bob Ollinger's dropped off them, and then Durasso. Turning in 3 furlongs to race and 2 flights to jump. It's Cashback from Meet and Greet. Slipstreamed by a smooth-going Echoes and Rain, then Bob Ollinger and Durasso. As they face the second last, it's Cashback followed through by stable companion Echoes and Rain, who pops it with plenty to spare on the inside. In between the final 2 flights, and Echoes and Rain is rolling along over on the far side, comes to take stable companion Cashback, and at the last it's Echoes and Rain, easily accounting for them here. Up the hill inside the final furlong, it's Echoes and Rain, jumping back from her fall in the Hatton's Grace to win the Limestone Lad, and does it again here at Naas. Echoes and Rain and Paul Town, and emphatic winners for Willie Mullins. Also as the second Cashback, Bob Ollinger in third, Meet and Greet home in fourth.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy for Echoes in Rain, who's absolutely bolted up here at Naas in the feature race. Could have been called the winner, miles out. Travelled so well throughout here, and justifies favouritism for Paul Townend. Just travelled like a travelly thing the whole way round. Absolutely scooted clear without Paul Townend having to move a muscle. Absolutely bolted up. That's how you like to see them win. 3 Cashback second. Gives a 1-2 for trainer William Mullins. With back in third, number 2, Bob Ollinger. And Meet and Greet home in fourth. 6, 3, 2 and 5. A case there of Bob Ollinger and Meet and Greet both needing that step up in trip again, because you can tell they've operated over further. The pair of them are keeping on all the way to the line, but they've just got done for toe at a key point of the race here. Echoes in Rain, this is her bag. It really is right up her alley, this is. Smaller field, 2 miles, perfect jumping ground. This is right up her alley, this. And she's had to get weight off these as well, which is even better. Up against the boys. Of course, she's no doubt probably going to go for the mares race at the festival, provided, of course, she runs in it. She does come over for Cheltenham, but she has done before. But, as I say, 2 miles is really her thing, and she has won with loads of authority here today. Paul Townend isn't going to lose this one in the steward's room, that is for sure. 6, 3, 2 and 5. A very easy win indeed for Echoes in Rain. 6, 3, 2 and 5. Very easy indeed for the Townend Mullins combo. And they combine in the next with the favourite as well, so they've got chances to make it a quick double on the day with Seabank Bistro in the next on the card. But really impressive win there for Echoes in Rain. Couldn't have done it any easier. 6, 3, 2 and 5. Well done if you found either the winner or any exotics there at Naas. We'll be back there shortly ahead of the next, which is a maiden hurdle. Runners and riders on your screen for the next at Naas. It's a maiden hurdle, race number 5. 2 non-runners, the 2 El Marie Holden runners. She's pulled both of those out. Number 8, Jet Setting Johnny, and 10, Karuma Gray. Leaves a field of 18 that still do go. Short price favourite for that Townend Mullins team once again. Seabank Bistro, who's odds on both the local odds and on-course markets at the moment. A smart bumper horse who was second last time out over hurdles at Limerick. Will be hoping to go one place better, but does have a few of them to worry about in opposition. We'll be back shortly to have a look at them in more detail on their way to post.
Broadcasting live from the Capital OTB studios, this is Racing Across America with Seth Merrow.
We'd like to thank Gulfstream Park for their sponsorship of this program and some of the other programming and events here at Capital OTB throughout the championship meet. The Gulfstream Park Championship meet runs now through the early April Florida Derby weekend, featuring high-quality racing throughout. Once again, we'd like to thank Gulfstream Park for their sponsorship. Good morning and welcome to Racing Across America on this Sunday morning. Yes, I am Seth Merrow, and this is Racing Across America. As usual on a Sunday morning, we'll recap some of the action from yesterday. And that was highlighted by the Pegasus card. Also had the Southwest over at Oaklawn and Toboggan in New York, but Pegasus Day at Gulfstream, big card of some stakes action. So I thought, who better to give us the boots on the ground analysis straight from Gulfstream Park. Was there all week with his radio show, his Sirius XM radio show, our friend Steve Bick. Steve, good morning.
Here I am, bootsy on the ground.
And you said, when we came on here, you said you're on the beach this morning. Already I'm envious.
I am on the beach. It's a little windy. Not ideal, but I'll take it and hopefully get a nice few days in here all this next week. Because don't forget, Saturday, the Holy Bull. Now that Pegasus is out of the way, it's time to start building toward the Florida Derby and the Fountain of Youth, and that starts Saturday with the Holy Bull.
Oh, so you're sticking around this week, too?
You're damn right I am. Think I'm coming back there?
I don't blame you. Although, can't complain about the winter up here too much, but I'd much rather be there. We're headed down for the Florida Derby, so I'm looking forward to that. And as I said, you were there all week, and I was talking to you off the air, and I said I pulled up some pictures from your Twitter feed from earlier in the week because you were at the Eclipse Awards and have Todd Pletcher, Vinny Viola, Louis Lazzanero, have a picture of Flavien Prat and Jay Privman. Jay, of course, retired this year but was honored with the special eclipse a few nights ago. Marty McGee and his girlfriend as well. Always great to see Marty. The Eclipse Awards, a horse racing related event I have never attended. I'm just curious what it was like. Normally I'll watch online, and the other night I was running around and I didn't get a chance. Anything notable at the ceremony the other night?
Well, the most notable element, I thought, was the fact that they brought it up to the Breakers in West Palm Beach, and that really contributed to the atmosphere. The Breakers, of course, is one of the most elegant and lovely facilities of its kind anywhere, not just in Florida. And people, I think people right away were taken with the atmosphere. I've only been to a couple of Eclipse Award ceremonies. That was top notch, and over 500 people. They had a capacity crowd, and it was very nicely done. It was executed smoothly. There wasn't any of the glitches that sometimes dog the event. And you had Scott Hazelton and Maggie Wolfendale and Brittany Urton and also Kate Bradar. She was doing the voiceover. They did a great job. And, I guess the most notable element would be probably Mike Rapoli, who certainly loves going up on those stages and getting a handle on the microphone. But it was actually a nice evening that everybody enjoyed. David Harrison, he got his Eclipse as Horse Player of the Year for the win in the NHC. It was great. Jay gave the most gracious speech. I thought, talking about his career, it was a really lovely evening.
Yeah, I gotta see if I can find Jay online. I was kind of looking forward to that, so I want to see if I can find his acceptance.
Yeah, it's all on. Yeah. It's on the NTRA's YouTube page.
Yeah, I got to pull that up. Anything notable otherwise? I talked a little bit about the results yesterday. I mean, there was a lot of categories where there were slam dunks, certainly on the 2-year-old side. I was looking forward just to see the vote total the day after on the 3-year-olds because I wondered how close Taba would get with the late season Grade 1. That wasn't particularly close. Flightline, obviously a slam dunk horse of the year. A little notable that some of the voters went in other directions there, a relatively few. The trainer category was kind of fun and interesting. I had Warlike Goddess on top on the female turf, but I knew I was on the outside looking in there. But otherwise, I think it played out pretty predictably.
Well, the trainer vote was the closest of all, and that's figured. And it really could have gone either way. And I suppose if not for some extraneous and off the oval elements, Chad Brown probably wins that vote many years. But Todd had a fabulous year. And when it came down to the champions, Todd had Malafat, he had Ness, and he had Forte, and that kind of tips the scales. Chad having Goodnight Olive and Regal Glory, and those two champions are not. I think that's the difference. That's what the difference was for me when it came down to my own vote. Was that Todd? He also had Life Is Good, who was runner-up and Horse of the Year, and an older male. I think that I think he had just enough of the cumulative elements to tip the scales. He's absolutely very deserving. I was slightly surprised that was Todd's first eclipse since 2014. That surprised me. I sort of lost track of that. There's never anybody that isn't deserving. There is some hair splitting that can be done. One of my great frustrations comes in the breeder category.
Yeah.
I talk about this every year. The voters do not have to just acquiesce to the entity that has the sheer volume. Godolphin as owner, they won 16 grade ones or whatever the hell they won. They aren't necessarily the breeder of the year, though. The breeder of the year, Jane Lyon, I was delighted that Summer Wind, that she was acknowledged as a finalist. But you can vote for someone like a Jane Lyon when she breeds the Belmont winner and Flightline and 3 or 4 other nice stake horses. I don't get it. I don't know why people don't drill down and understand that operations that have, in this case, 16 broodmares, and they produce elite runners every year from that small base, those people deserve to be acknowledged by the industry. And I'm always whistling in the dark on this topic.
And another one that I thought, as I looked at my ballot this year, Caraval and Elizabeth Merriman to be a small breeder and wind up with a nice Breeders' Cup winner. I think that's notable too. So I'm with you. That category is kind of funny in that fashion.
Yeah, it's always been that way, and it's funny because I have voted for different kinds of people. Charlotte Weber, there was a couple of years ago when she had world approval and she had 3 other stake winners. Charlotte Weber could have been acknowledged. Live Oak Plantation as the breeder of the year. How is it that we've never given Fred Hertrick and John Fielding? How have we never given them an Eclipse Award? Every year they've got, they probably have 30, 40 broodmares, so they're a fairly sizable commercial operation, but they produce a half a dozen stake winners every year, and they've been finalists a couple of times, but those are the kinds of people that are really deserving of Eclipse Awards, and we have to think outside the cumulative total, the dollars and the win totals based on volume. Because if you keep doing that, nobody worthy that operates on a smaller scale is ever going to be appreciated. It's a small thing, Seth, but it's one of the things the industry gets wrong regularly.
And I do at least like to see, like Summerwind this year, acknowledged as a finalist. So at least you get some recognition and you get to the awards and whatnot. So there is a little bit of a bonus there.
Well, let's stretch this out a little bit. Go back to the trainer for a minute. Yes, Todd and Chad were going to be 1-2 no matter what. Steve Asmussen did not have a good year. He had a bad year. And for Bill Mott, I mean, there were two other individuals that should have been the third finalist, either Bill Mott or John Sadler. And for me, Bill Mott was the guy. I mean, Mott had horses all over the ballot. Elite Power. You voted for Elite Power wins Sprinter. Casa Creed could have been a finalist. You voted for Warlike Goddess, who was very worthy. And there's others I'm not even thinking of. Bill Mott should have been the third finalist. Steve Asmussen may have been third in dollar volume and in number of winners, but frankly, the winners at Retama and at Lone Star and at the far-flung places that he's operating on a smaller level. Yes, he operates at the highest level, but stop being overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. Understand who had a good year and deserves to be acknowledged.
Yeah, I put Bill Mott third for just what you're saying. I think it's worth making that finalist and getting acknowledged for that. I put John Velasquez third in the jockey category. At his stage of the career, he's still riding very well. So I try to use those bottom couple of votes to do something like that, acknowledge some folks who maybe would deserve to at least get to the awards ceremony, certainly. All right, let's shift attention to yesterday, Gulfstream Park, Pegasus Day. Just watching the simulcast signal here, it looked like, and I'll have you just give us a little overview of the day, it looked like big crowd on the apron and certainly looked like a very nice day as well. Again, just overview things for yesterday. Oh, and we also, I pulled up a shot. I pulled up that screen grab. I think I sent it to you early on. A little Bick in the paddock, front and center. So talk about the day a little bit.
I didn't know that. That was my first opportunity to attend one of these days, because typically for the last several years, it's the same weekend as the NHC.
Oh, right.
So I haven't. Yeah, so I had never been to one. I've been to plenty of Don handicaps years ago. I mean, as a big early season Saturday, it's terrific. You had a great atmosphere. They put on a nice show. It's kind of overdone in terms of what they're charging people to come in the gate. But it certainly delivered what the way they bill it. They want it to be kind of a spectacle day, and it's not. Is it Breeders' Cup? Is it Derby? Is it Preakness? Is it Belmont? Is it Travers Day? No, but it was a good race day, a good 13 race card, some competitive racing, some betting opportunities. The food was good. I mean, those kinds of things, that was very nice. It's a nice early season day that sort of kind of gets us rolling onto the new year, considering that Eclipse Awards is sort of the last thing from the year before. So consider the year kicked off.
Yeah, and it certainly was a nice betting card, nice full field. It's one of those you always rate how many pages it takes you to print up a program, and it was 51 yesterday for the Daily Racing Form PP, so it was a nice card, certainly. And let's kick things off. We'll take a look at the entire Pegasus World Cup Invitational here. You and I were talking before we went on the air. Hard for me to pull the trigger, but it's Bill Mott, so easy to root for Bill, certainly, but Art Collector. Fun horse. I'd like to own the horse, but you look down the resume, really the notable victories are the back-to-back wins in the Charlestown Classic. So I didn't use him. I went for Cyberknife although I was a little concerned about the post position. But whenever I go zig or zag on the post position question, I'm typically wrong. And Cyberknife, unfortunately, the number 10 horse, as we watch the results here, the 2-1 favorite, is going to wind up 6th. Art Collector is the number 6 horse. As you watch the race go around, Defunded will hold on for 2nd. He's the number 5, and Stiletto Boy, the number 11, at 45-1, holding on for 3rd. 107 buyer for Art Collector. So again, it was a nice performance, but it was hard to come up for me.
Yeah, I didn't have him high on the priority list of potential winners. One thing is very notable. If you look at this race, at the charts at previous winners, and this was just a nice field of handicap horses. We didn't necessarily have the gun runners, the Arrogates, that kind of a field. So you kind of wanted to go find somebody different, and you wanted to find a price, because certainly Cyberknife was absolutely going to be compromised. Anything from outside the 8 path, going the mile in the 8 with the short run to that turn, is completely compromised.
Yeah.
Yes, Gun Runner won from the 10 hole the year that he won, and Cyberknife, a son of Gun Runner. Defunded ran what many years would be a winning race. He basically was second the entire way around, and then gets overwhelmed by Art Collector. Very good ride by Junior Alvarado. All credit to Bill Mott for having this horse ready for his final career start. All of the attention really was on Cyberknife for his final career start before going to Spendthrift. But here's Art Collector in his final start going to Claiborne. Bruce Lunsford, you talk about, veteran owners, and probably forgotten that it was Bruce Lunsford who narrowly was beaten by Mitch McConnell for Kentucky Senate. The last, when McConnell became a senator, it was Bruce Lunsford that came closest to beating him. Bruce had First Samurai with Lansden Robbins. Now he's got another stallion going to Claiborne. Bruce is a terrific owner. Delighted for him. The rest of that field, there's no excuse for a lot of horses. The biggest disappointment, even more, I think, than Cyberknife, Saffie Joseph's horses were supposed to come in here and run well. And both White Abario and Skippy Longstocking looked like absolute, must-use or horses that you had to take very seriously, and they stunk. And so did even O'Connor. O'Connor didn't run. That's 2 in a row. He was supposed to run well in the Harlan's Holiday and did not. Cyberknife, Florent Giroux told Joe Hardoon that he just had no horse on the backstretch when he normally would ask Cyberknife for his run. He said he was completely empty, and that's actually an interesting topic to go forward with, which is they sent him to Spendthrift after the Breeders' Cup Mile. They sent him to Spendthrift, where he essentially had to have the air let out of him a little bit to be on display for breeders. And then they resumed his training. And you do wonder if that is a factor remember this going forward for horses. There's some horses that they're going to go on and run in Dubai and such, and I guess in Saudi Arabia, so they don't come out of training. He basically was out of training for a couple of weeks, away from the racetrack, and I do. That's in the back of my mind that he was empty when they normally would have a lot of horse. Physically, he looked fabulous. I mean, he looked absolutely tremendous. So the Cyberknife question, I left the building yesterday with Al Gold. Al was a little frustrated and a little bewildered, frankly, by the effort. But he's got Instant Coffee and Slip Mahoney as top 3-year-olds going forward this year, so he may be back to the Derby again. Who else? Simplification. I was trying to get Simplification in. Get Her Number. I tried to play with Get Her Number. I thought that he would have some tactical speed coming off sprints, but he didn't. So Art Collector was ready, and he wins.
Yeah, and you mentioned White Abarrio and Skippy Longstocking. Skippy Longstocking runs 7th, White Abarrio 8th, and with that 4-for-4 record at Gulfstream, I had White Abarrio firmly in the mix, and as you say, a little disappointing there. Interesting that you might be onto something with Cyberknife. That is interesting. But Art Collector, the 107 buyer, ties a lifetime best. He got that couple of seasons back in winning the Woodward, so he tied the 107 lifetime best buyer number. But another reason Art Collector was a little bit iffy for me, they missed the Cigar Mile with an issue, and then I don't think it was an issue. I think they just elected to bypass the Harlan's Holiday because they had talked about using that as a prep. So came in, off the layup and having missed some, but it was a nice performance yesterday, and Bill Mott does it again. All right, let's go one race earlier and take a look at the Pegasus World Cup Turf. Again, we'll pick it up out of the gate here. The winner is going to be number 3, Atone. Nice day for Mike Maker. Nice day for Irod Ortiz, highlighted by this win. Atone, the number 3 horse. Ivar, the number 10. Ivar, certainly on the buyer numbers, looked like a logical favorite, but I think the betting public was a lot like me. I had Ivar down in the 3rd spot because just isn't a win machine by any means. Running 3rd is going to be number 7, Speaking Scout. Lady Spitespear runs 4th, but it is Atone, as they say, on a nice day for Mike Maker and Irod Ortiz. What were your thoughts in the turf?
Well, this race lost some of its luster when Colonel Liam couldn't participate and had to be retired, and he's going to stand stud at Ocala stud. So this was kind of a hodgepodge of horses. I mean, when you have a horse like Atone, who absolutely had to be seriously considered. I mean, I think I picked him 3rd. I was trying to make Wit. I was looking for one of these new 4-year-olds. I tried to play with Wit at what I thought would be a good number, and he attended the pace for a while. This was kind of a solid enough turf race. I mean, Atone, that's his first big win at what, age 5, age 6. Lady Spitespear, she ran a courageous race. We had talked about Speaking Scout. I thought Graham Motion had those 2 horses, that Hurricane, the first North America runner, and those 2 had been working up at Palm Meadows. They had a very notable 58 flat work up at Palm Meadows inside the dog that sort of caught attention. It was one of those races where you had to respect horses like Ivar and Atone, and then you tried to mix in some prices, and you had to get a little bit lucky. But what? The top pair were both 7-2,
yeah.
So nobody got rich.
The flip side of that, City Man, the 7-2 favorite, winds up last in the field of 12, and I thought Decorated Invader stood a little bit of a chance. He was next to last. They were 11th and 12th, so that's a kind of notable as well, those 2 running as poorly as they did.
Yeah, I mean, the outside post for City Man, I think everybody acknowledged was going to be up against it from the 12th hole. I know, Ivar struck the front, about 150 yards out. I thought Ivar was going to get home, and then Atone, Irad Ortiz there's Irad and there's everybody else. Honestly, he's just unbelievable, and he timed that ride perfectly. Was kind of rooting for Ivar because Paulo Lobo lost his mother last week at 86, home in Brazil, and so we kind of had Paulo on our minds.
Atone with a 103 buyer for the win in the turf. A little bit earlier, the Philly and Mayer turf. We'll take a look at that as well. It's going to be number 6, Queen Goddess for Mike McCarthy. Luis Saez on board. Queen Goddess, number 6 horse. I like Shanasara in here from Chad Brown, but that one will wind up second. It's the 5-2 second choice. The favorite was Wakanaka at 2-1. That one winds up 5th. But Queen Goddess in the Philly and Mayer turf gets it done, as I say, under Luis Saez. Coming in from Southern California to score. Your thoughts in the Philly and Mayer turf?
Well, I like the Queen Goddess coming into this, and Shantasara kind of arrived late on the scene. I have no idea why Wakanaka was bet as heavily as she was. And frankly, if Bill Mott doesn't win the feature, it would have been a pretty disastrous day, because Obligatory was awful, and the firster that he ran for Lee Einsiedler in the second race really didn't run at all. So Mott was having a rough afternoon until Art Collector's win. Shatasara, I thought was important just because she was probably a horse some people leaned on in the coast to coast with the two races from Santa Anita. And so her not winning, you have to go a little deeper. I used Shatasara and Queen Goddess in that leg. It wouldn't have mattered because Art Collector was nowhere on my tickets. This Queen Goddess is very nice, and she felt like a horse in a good spot. Michael W. McCarthy is very, very sharp when it comes to placement. And this was a nice win for Eclipse Thoroughbreds, who, of course, Aaron Wellman and his team up on the stage with Nest on Thursday night, getting the 3-year-old championship. So I enjoyed that race. That was actually one of the better opinions I had all day.
Yeah, Aaron Wellman quoted in the Racing Form follow-up article as saying it was quite a week. And it was, you get an Eclipse on Thursday, you win a big race like this on Saturday. That is quite a week for when you have one of those partnership groups out there. Also interesting was the Hooper, and we're going to watch Endorsed win here again as another win on the day for Mike Maker. Luis Saez was in the saddle. Endorsed gets it done, the number 9 horse. Chart margin about 3 lengths. Octane by a nose over Dean Delivers. I thought Prevalence was interesting at 9-1, and at the top of the stretch, number 12 Prevalence was a little intriguing, but got swallowed up and wound up running 5th. But Endorsed gets it done, and I think for a lot of people, they may not remember this. It may not be notable to them because it's currently, I'm just checking, it's off the page here on the PPs. But going back to the summer of 2021, Endorsed was a $100,000 claim by Mike Maker and company here, right at Saratoga, August of 2021, claimed away from Bill Mott and Godolphin. And so you don't see many folks dipping in for $100,000 into a claiming race, but it eventually paid off for Endorsed, getting it done yesterday in the Hooper. Your thoughts?
Well, this is the Mike Baker. This is the wheelhouse for him.
Yeah.
Those high price claims, and he's got several owners that operate in that realm. 62.5, 75,000, 80,000, 100,000, and he does very well with them. Frankly, he does better with them like a Tone, like on the grass. But this was always a horse with some talent. I sat with Sid Fernando and with Barry Spears yesterday. Barry loved Endorsed in this spot, and he had a very viable angle. He said, they wanted to run Endorsed in the feature. They wanted to run in the Pegasus.
Yeah.
And this was their backup plan, and that is a notable way to approach a horse like this. This was a horse that would have been probably 15-1 in the feature. So why is he not viable against this sort of ordinary group? Miles D on the return was vulnerable and did not run a step, and so that was a spot where you could make some money. And if you played Endorsed through the multi race, you probably did very well. That put a nice charge into the multi race exotics.
Yeah, no question about it. You got $11.80 there. And I was not using Miles D, but I didn't use Endorsed either, unfortunately, in that race. Race earlier, the McKnight. We're going to watch number 11, Red Knight, get it done. I liked Value Engineering in here at 10-1. Wind up coming up a little bit short and running second. Number 12.
Ran very well.
Yeah, Wicked Fast runs third. Shoddy, fourth in here. But again, continuing what was a nice day for Mike Maker and Irad Ortiz back on board here. Red Knight gets it done in the McKnight. Your thoughts there?
Well, Red Knight made plenty of sense, and if Red Knight is in the the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hole, he's a horse that you use very prominently. I shuffled him down just because of the ground loss, you don't want to lose too much ground. As it is, the dogs were up. They were out in the middle of that turf course. So I don't know. I thought you had to respect him, but the rest of the horses underneath him, if like you, Seth, I mean, if you had value engineering and you bet him, you bet him in a key spot, you could have done very well because other than Red Knight, I mean, the rest of the favorites were nowhere.
Yeah, I had it value engineering over Red Knight, so they were flip flop for me for the exacta. The exacta for a couple of bucks was 66, so that was a decent.
Very nice.
Yeah, that was a decent result on the day. I was happy there. Let's go back and look at the inside information because we've kind of alluded to this already earlier. And I talked about it when I did the handicapping show yesterday morning, and I said, man, I looked to beat Obligatory, but I just couldn't find any direction to go. I thought she probably would outclass this bunch, but I wanted to go against her. And I had Mary Quite Contrary underneath, and she is turning out to be a really nice runner. This was career victory number 6 for her. In career start number 7, Mary Quite Contrary. Chart margin is going to be 2.5. Colorful Mischief second. Fire on Time third. And favored 4 to 5 favored Obligatory winds up a very disappointing 6th. Your thoughts in the inside information?
Well, on a day like this, where a lot of big outfits are going to dominate the entry box, very pleased that a guy like Joe Catanese and Luca Panici get themselves a great at stake win. And this really is a lovely filly for Joe Catanese. And she's one of these South Florida. This is like a Princess Rooney kind of a filly that, is a Calder. If Calder was still operating, this would be a Calder horse. And she's tough. Very, very credible performance. You mentioned Colorful Mischief. That's who I tried to play with as the price. Those were the 3 horses to use: Obligatory, Colorful Mischief, and Mary Quite Contrary. And then it became obvious, both in this race and then later with Miles D. If you were, this is never a racetrack where you're going to be 8 or 10 lengths out of it. I mean, you can forget it. You're not coming from a dozen lengths behind. That's just a reality at that place almost all the time. So this was a nice win. There were a couple of nice local winners on the day. Early on the card, how about Mohammed Mubarak on the comeback trail? He's only got a handful of horses, and he had a nice win. I think that was in the 3rd race. It looks like he's got himself a potential stake horse. Gustavo Delgado with Mage, the maiden, the first-time starter, 89 buyer for that Good Magic colt in his debut. So there were some good, non-high-profile winners on the day.
Yeah, I thought it was a fun day, and as I say, you had some nice competitive fields, and you wound up with a mix of prices and whatnot. I thought overall a fun day. And again, the La Proviant was the other stake on the card, and Shug took that with personal best. And again, continuing the nice day for Irod Ortiz. So, yeah, it was a really nice day overall, and I think, as I say, looking at the simulcast signal, it was a nice day down there with a big crowd and whatnot. Nice to see. And we will be tuned to the Sirius XM radio show this week for some recaps earlier in the week, and then I guess previews of next week's action as well as the week goes along. And as I say, I am envious.
Well, we'll be here this week for Holy Bull. Then we'll do a couple of days of recap next week, Monday, Tuesday, and then we'll head to Tampa ahead of the Sam Davis. I can't go to the Tampa Bay Derby because we'll be in Vegas for NHC. So I'll go to Tampa this year for the Sam Davis instead. So 2 more weeks of delicious coverage from South Florida.
Now I'm really envious. You're over on my side of the state coming up. I have not been to Tampa Bay Downs in way too long. I mean, it has to be at least 10 years. I got to get down there. Although there's no Derby Lane for nighttime action.
Well, they're asking for you. Everybody said, "Where's Seth? Where's your man Seth?"
Like I say, I got to get back down there. But appreciate the conversation this morning, Steve. Again, you did a great job this week, kind of leading into the big weekend, and we'll be listening all week long for recaps and previews coming up next week. Enjoy the time on the beach. We'll talk again.
Fly, Eagles, fly. Talk to you soon.
Oh, right. Yeah, congratulations on a great season there as well. With my Jets, not so much. Very good. All right, Steve, thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks. See you.
All right, we're going to head to a commercial break. When we come back, we have a few more stakes to recap. Aqueduct to Toboggan, 3 nice stakes at Oaklawn. We'll do a little of that and hit some news and notes as well as we continue on a Sunday racing across America. Stay tuned.
This is a championship meet. All the best jockeys in the world are here, and I'm excited to ride against them. You get to watch some really incredible, talented athletes out there.
To us, it's a place to be in the winter.
I love Gulfstream Park because of the racing.
The palm trees, the beach is right here. The horse racing is some of the best in the country.
Capital OTB is now streaming live on Roku. The RTN Racing channel on Roku lets you watch OTB TV live through your Roku device or your Amazon Fire Stick, rather than being limited to computers and mobile devices, which means you can now watch OTB live wherever you are. Simply open Roku, scroll to find the RTN channel, then click on OTB TV. OTB TV on Roku. Try it now.
No matter where in the world you are, the excitement of wagering on horse racing is just a click away. You'll get live streaming, past performances, race replays, our virtual tote board, analysis and selections from professional handicappers, a simple, safe, and secure wagering platform, and best of all, you get track prices. CapitalOTBBet.com. Bet any place, anytime at CapitalOTBBet.com. And be sure to download our new mobile app from the iTunes Store or Google Play.
Welcome back to Racing Across America. I'm just double checking here because as I do there it is. As I do the recap for the Toboggan yesterday, I just wanted to make sure I had written down the buyer figure correctly. But Dave Brennick had the follow-up article, and I wrote it down correctly. We're going to take a look at the stretch run here to the Toboggan. I like Pirate Rick, the number 2 horse, and Pirate Rick, as expected, was out there kind of winging, was coming off a triple-digit buyer win in the previous start. You know, and I always say you can't Pirate Rick's the number 2 horse here, so was out there but fades a little bit. But as you can see, coming late, number 6 Repo Rocks, finishing second is the number 8 Little Vic. I thought that horse was playable as well. Drafted will get up for third, but Repo Rocks gets it done under Andrew Wolfson, and so this was the first graded stakes win for the horse and for the jockey. Always a lot of fun when a jockey can get it done. Came back into the winner's circle, big smile on his face, as deserved. But as I say, I had to double check the buyer that I had written down on the chart because when I look at Repo Rocks and what he had done prior, the buyer... I wonder if they'll adjust. Well, it was a nice performance. We'll see. But he had a 111 buyer here. And as I said, as we came back from the commercial, I was just pulling up the Dave Rennick article to confirm that. And there it is. Repo Rocks covered the 7 furlongs in 123.42 and earned a huge buyer figure of 111. And it was. His previous high was 99, so... This was a big number, good-looking performance. Again, the chart margin was over 8 lengths. Repo Rocks getting it done, and congratulations to jockey Andrew Wolfson on scoring his first graded stakes victory. Nice job there yesterday. All right, again, there was a nice card also. All eyes were focused on those Pegasus stakes down at Gulfstream, but nice card at Oaklawn, 3 stakes races, including the Southwest, which moves the 3-year-old trail along down at Oaklawn. $750,000 up for grabs in the Grade 3. Arabian Night was clearly the horse that was going to take the action. Even money on the morning line. Went off at 2 to 5. Had won convincingly at Keeneland back on Breeders' Cup weekend with a 97 buyer. And yesterday, Arabian Night, the number 6 horse, gets it done again. The chart margin winds up to be 5.5 and a 2-5. Red Route 1 for Steve Asmussen winds up second. Frosted Departure third. I like Corona Bolt 5-2 second choice. That one disappoints, running 6th after a couple of wins going shorter for Brad Cox. But Arabian Night validates, and I haven't seen, and I wonder if I could pull up quickly and see if something has been written. Let me just check here. I didn't see a buyer figure for Arabian Night, but let me just see if I can quickly here via the internet pull up something quickly. And as I say that, the screen freezes. But we'll see. There we go. See if I can come up with perhaps a buyer for Arabian Night. A 96, thanks to the Twitter feed of our friend Randy Moss. A 96 buyer after a 97 in the career debut, so he's put a couple together. But again, the track was listed as sloppy and sealed. It was notable yesterday that Bob Baffert was in town for the victory, and Nancy Holthus interviewed him in the winner's circle afterwards. On board, John Velasquez, also in town. But Arabian Night validates, so far, the purchase price at a 2-year-old sale last April in Ocala, a purchase price of $2.3 million. Big win to break the maiden in debut on Breeders' Cup weekend at Keeneland, again with a 97. Yesterday, steps straight out of a maiden debut victory and into a Grade 3 event, and with a 96, wins very nicely the Southwest. Red Route 1 running second, had run 4th behind Instant Coffee in the Kentucky Jockey Club. Instant Coffee came back to win the stakes race at Fairgrounds last week, so that was flattering. Red Route 1 also a little earlier had been behind Forte, so there were some pretty good company lines. Be interesting to see what that one does going forward. That was the first start as a 3-year-old for Red Route 1, so first couple a little bit interesting. Frosted Departure for Ken McPeak was the most experienced in the field, tied with Western Ghent, but running third. But a well-beaten third, over 7 lengths back, and at 46-1, running third in there for Frosted Departure. I don't know whether it added any luster to what we've seen from that one so far. Had won a little stakes race on New Year's Eve here at Oaklawn, so it looks like that, maybe one of those second-tier kind of 3-year-olds as the season progresses, Frosted Departure. But the top two, a little bit intriguing. Certainly the top, Arabian Night, $2.3 million, now 2 for 2. Including a graded stakes victory. So that was the Southwest. And again, a 96 buyer, but a little bit more of a impressive buyer earlier in the King Cotton. King Cotton, a fun early season sprint stake down at Oaklawn, $150,000 up for grabs. They're going to go 6 furlongs, and I like Gunite. Steve Asmussen has had Gunite, has had a string of nice sprinters for the last few years, and Gunite just adds to that. This was the 4-year-old debut after a very nice 3-year-old season. And you can see there the chart margin is 4 lengths as the 3-5 favorite. Tejano Twist, who's a nice stakes quality sprinter, had come in with a 3-race win streak. That one runs second, Miles Ahead runs third. Garhole pushed Gunite early. Garhole was out in front, and Gunite was just off chasing. Garhole fades to be 4th in there. Gunite continues on. The final time 108.89, but a 104 buyer figure. Pretty solid number there for Gunite. In the Perryville at Keeneland had fired a 106, but the 104 yesterday, the second best buyer on the resume. And again, Steve Asmussen, who's had a slew of really nice sprinters over the past, 4 or 5 years, adds to it with gun night. They're going to head, the game plan, it sounds like at this point, head to Saudi Arabia for the $1.5 million Riyadh Dirt Sprint. That's going to be on February 26th. Over there, they're meters, so they're 1,200 meters. It's about 6 furlongs, but certainly comes out of this and into that, you would think, in good 4-year-old season form, heading overseas to try for a big pot over in Saudi Arabia. And again, that's as they came out of the race yesterday, that was the stated game plan. Again, just about a month away now. And a little bit earlier on the card, it was the Martha Washington. Defining Purpose, I like Defining Purpose. The betting public liked Defining Purpose. Defining Purpose had come out of a New Year's Eve stake here at Oaklawn with a nice win for Ken McPeak. That was the second win in 4 starts, but off of that win at Oaklawn, expected to be the favorite and did go off at even money. Defining Purpose, the number 3 horse. But Olivia Twist was a little bit interesting, being undefeated. Olivia Twist is the 5 horse. Second choice, she disappoints, running 5th. And then I also thought Wet Point for Brad Cox and Godolphin was interesting and playable. Got away as the 3rd choice at 3-1 and gets the job done. Coming up here on the outside, the number 1 horse, Wet Paint, goes by Taxed, who surprised a little bit, running 2nd at 27-1, and Defining Purpose, the favorite, runs 3rd. So again, a little bit of a disappointment from the undefeated Olivia Twist, and I would say a little bit of a disappointment as well, getting caught there for 2nd for Defining Purpose, but not disappointing at all. Again, the Brad Cox Godolphin runner, Flavian Prat on board. Wet Paint, only the 4th career start. First start as a 3-year-old, kind of labeled herself as now a 3-year-old filly to kind of keep our eyes on going forward on potentially that Kentucky Oaks Trail moving, as I say, forward here on the year. All right, that gives us a little recap on some stakes action outside of, we started things out, first segment looking at the big Pegasus Day card, and then finished it up here with a little New York action, and certainly a nice day at Oaklawn. Did want to hit on those Oaklawn races because didn't want to see particularly the Southwest kind of float under the radar at all. So we've taken a look at some of the important stakes action from yesterday. We will come back, still have a few minutes left here on the program. We'll come back and give some news and notes, and then we'll wrap it up on a Sunday morning. Stay tuned.
Come on.
I want sales reports on my desk by Monday.
Whoops. My bad.
Love racing? RTN brings you every live simulcast on your home television, plus live video streaming and race replays on your PC and mobile devices. To order, visit RTN.tv. RTN, a breed apart.
Birdstone is an outside front. They're coming down to the finish. Can Smarty Jones hold on? Here comes Birdstone. Birdstone surges past. Birdstone wins the Belmont Stakes. In front, but here comes High Chaparral. High Chaparral, the defending champ, to take it to Bob. These two arch rivals head to head with Joe Hart bearing down on them. It's going to be a 3-horse photo finish in the turn. Here's the wire. Photo finish.
The Clubhouse Racebook is the Capital Region's new home for racing and sports. 25,000 square feet of Vegas-style action with live wagering on the best horse racing from around the world. 260 flat-screen televisions and state-of-the-art wagering terminals. So don't miss out. The fun is only minutes away at 711 Central Avenue, Albany, just off exit 5 of I-90. And don't forget, if you can't make it to the Clubhouse, you can always wager online 24/7 at CapitalOTB.com.
Welcome back. As promised, some news and notes here. And first up, want to congratulate the bankroll team yesterday, and of course Kevin Cox, the Brooklyn Cowboy, who was administering the bankroll. We had a Pegasus Day bankroll. 10 folks were randomly selected, and it was a very nice day. Again, congratulations to Kevin Cox. He made a couple of wagers. He made a wager on the Pegasus Turf and had some exacta boxes. He had $250 to play, so he spread it kind of evenly between the two. So he had some exacta plays going into the turf, which he hit, but for a nominal amount of money, but collected a little bit there. But knocked it out of the park with a really clever ticket in the Pegasus itself. He had a $1 try, White Abarrio and Art Collector over, White Abarrio, Art Collector, and Defunded overall. So he winds up hitting as Art Collector wins and Defunded runs second, and then the All Button gets a $45 horse underneath. So for the dollar, it was just under $2,400, and with the win in the little exacta win, it was probably over $2,400 for the bankroll team. So everybody on the bankroll team walks away with a nice chunk of money, thanks to the Brooklyn Cowboys. So again, congratulations to the team and to Kevin Cox, the Brooklyn Cowboy. Nice job there on the bankroll yesterday. And you get a chance to juice up your bankroll today, because don't forget, Rainbow Six at Gulfstream today is a mandatory payout. I believe I read they're expecting maybe $5 million in the pool, which is not a crazy number on a mandatory pay down there. It's going to kick off race 6 about 2:45, 2:45 today. Gulfstream Park, mandatory pay in the Rainbow Six with, again, an expected big, ginormous kind of a pool. So you can take your shot there, and maybe you wind up with a big weekend as well. Mentioned the Eclipse Awards, and I really, because we didn't have the Racing Across America yesterday with the early start at Gulfstream, so I really haven't kind of gone over, and so I'll just kind of quickly hit here the Eclipse Awards. You can obviously find the list at Racing Form, Blood Horse, and whatnot. If you go to the NTRA website, you can actually pull up what I have in front of me, which are the vote totals, which I think are kind of intriguing to look at too. But no surprise on the 2-year-old side of things. Forte, the male, Wonder Wheel, the female. That was a slam dunk. 3-year-old Epicenter was very likely to get it. I was curious to see what the vote totals would be, with Taba pulling in the Malibu at the end of the year to get another grade 1 on the resume. Vote total was actually Epicenter 155, Taba 66. So there was 246 voters, and I'll give you an idea of the slam dunk categories. Forte came up with 243 of those. Wonder Wheel 240. So again, the 3-year-old category was a little more contentious, but there was no threat to Epicenter there. 3-year-old filly, slam dunk with Nest. Older dirt male, Flightline, clearly a slam dunk. Same with the older dirt female, Malathat, a convincing winner. Male sprinter was a little bit interesting. I went with Cody's Wish, but I'm not shocked that Elite Power, the Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, got it, and got it pretty convincingly, 108 to 70 for Cody's Wish. Goodnight Olive, slam dunk there on the female sprinter. Modern Games wins the male turf, and does that pretty convincingly. Gets 189. Second was Rebels Romance with 50. Female turf, as I said earlier when I was talking to Steve, I used Warlike Goddess, but I kind of thought one of the Chad horses would probably take it, and it wound up being Regal Glory with 96 votes from Chad, in Italian from Chad with 51, and Warlike Goddess with 47. So it was, if I look down at the vote totals, that was probably amongst the top 3, the most contentious. Well, the male sprinter too. Those were the 2 categories that seemed the most up in the air this year. Steeplechase horse Hewick, horse of the year, Flightline. It was kind of funny. Flightline 239. Country Grammar got a vote. Life is Good got a vote. Malathat got a vote, and there were 4 abstentions. So Flightline clearly the winner, but it's almost a little bit of a head scratcher that didn't sweep in there. Country Grammar was really a stretch, I think. Owner was Godolphin. Breeder was Godolphin. Trainer Todd Pletcher. Jockey Irod Ortiz, and apprentice jockey was Jose Gomez, the nice apprentice riding in New York. Again, Jay Pribman wound up with the Special Eclipse Award. Well-deserved there. David Harrison, winning the NHC last year, gets an Eclipse Award as the Horse Player of the Year. And the media awards were listed a few weeks ago, but do want to note again, our friends on the media side, Mike Penna, from the Horse Racing Radio Network. Used to be a regular with us when we had the weekday show, but he wins in audio multimedia. And our friend Tom Law, who we have pretty regularly as part of the Saratoga special team up at Saratoga. Tom Law wins for Writing/News Enterprise for an article in the Mid-Atlantic Thoroughbred. So, again, congratulations to all the Eclipse winners. Also noted, we talked a little bit earlier this week about the comeback on Money's Gold down at Gulfstream earlier this week. That one was notable because it had broken the maiden back in June at Monmouth with a 101 buyer. That was the only start for Money's Gold, had been off until a few days ago down at Gulfstream, so it was intriguing to see her return for Todd Pletcher, Irod Ortiz on board. She won pretty easily. The buyer wasn't as flashy. It was an 88, but Todd Pletcher said Money's Gold likely to try some graded stakes company and stretch out. The Devona Dale on March 4th is a possibility, although it sounds like more likely waiting for the Any Limit on March 18th. But Money's Gold successful in the comeback. Mark Cassidy has reaffirmed after Wonder Wheel won the Eclipse the other night that she will take a look at the Suncoast over at Tampa as her first start. That'll be on February 11th. So looking forward to the 4-year-old return of Wonder Wheel. Man, it has been about a week and a half of career milestones for jockeys, and weirdly enough, the same milestone. It was, as I say, about a week and a half ago, a day or maybe at most 2 days apart, Tyler Gaffalione and Junior Alvarado got their 2,000th career victory. And just a couple of days ago, Florent Geroux on Thursday wins his 2,000th career victory down at the fairgrounds. So, again, congratulations to all of those jocks for banging out a career milestone like that. Always notable when you get to those marks. And those are 3 jockeys that certainly are familiar to all of us up here and have passed through our neck of the woods on numerous occasions. Junior Alvarado obviously being pretty much a New York-based guy for much of the year, but Tyler during the Saratoga meet, and Florent Geroux clearly a rider that visits Saratoga very often as well. So congratulations to all 3 of them. Again, over the last week and a half, funny to see it all clumped together, but with the same milestone number as well. All right, I'm going to wrap it up for a Sunday morning on Racing Across America. Been a fun Sunday because it was a fun day yesterday, so it was a lot of fun to look back at really nice action. And congratulations to the folks at Gulfstream for putting on a very nice day, and we appreciate, again, their sponsorship of this and some of the other programming here at the network during their championship meet. So thanks again to the folks at Gulfstream, and congratulations on that nice day. And don't forget, today at Gulfstream, mandatory pay in the Rainbow Six. So keep that in mind. We'll be taking a look at some of that action a little bit later on. We'll be back in about an hour or so with OTB Live for a Sunday afternoon. I'll have a little Aqueduct to look at, some Gulfstream, and a little bit later on I'll pull some Oaklawn into the mix as well, and we'll have Tampa action. Should be a fun Sunday. It was a fun Saturday. We're going to keep the fun rolling. That's the byword for the weekend, and hopefully you're having fun and continuing to have fun as this day progresses. And fun means cashing some tickets, so we'll see if we can keep that going a little bit later on this afternoon. Again, back in about an hour or so with OTB Live for a Sunday afternoon. I'm Seth Merrill. Thanks for tuning in this morning. Always appreciate it. We'll see you in a few. We'd like to thank Gulfstream Park for their sponsorship of this program and some of the other programming and events here at Capital OTB throughout the championship meet. The Gulfstream Park Championship meet runs now through the early April Florida Derby weekend, featuring high-quality racing throughout. Once again, we'd like to thank Gulfstream Park for their sponsorship.
You're watching OTB TV, a service of Capital Off Track Betting.
Coming up next, it'll be Talking Horses with your hosts, Andy Serling and the Big A, Anthony Stabile.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Talking Horses. We're back. We were teasing you. We aren't really back. He's Anthony. I'm Andy. Before we get started, I have a very important question. How did it go calling the Yonkers action on Friday?
It was fun.
Yeah, I was kind of out of it, so I didn't listen.
Feeling better?
So are you going to be doing? Yeah, are you going to be doing a little bit more of it?
Yes.
Good. I'll have to make sure I listen to it.
Yeah. Did the first as the bullet?
You're really a harness guy. I mean, you're a harness guy at heart. I know you pretend.
I'm an everything guy.
You're a harness guy at heart. You like nothing more than a late night harness action.
I was getting a little loopy for the 9th. Mary, of course. Mary Eddy showed up.
Mary, if she's not at the zoo or a sporting event, she's at
Mary was
Yonkers.
hanging out. No, we had a lot of fun. Thanks to Alex and the gang up at Yonkers and Alex Deoden, the general manager up there. Yeah, well, I'll be filling in for Hernan whenever he needs John Hernan whenever he needs a little spell. And yeah, we had some fun. We actually did some on-air stuff as well. Handicapped a few races for them.
Nice.
Yeah, we had a good time.
Good. That's great. Yeah, no, I'll have to check that out next time you do it. I was sorry to miss it. Anyway, we got 9 to talk about today. It's good to be back, and brought the right PPs. I just noticed that. That's good. It's a good start. And we'll head over to Naira Bets. $30 the first half on FS2, the second half on FS1. I think Acacia's here. Greg's, I don't think is in today. Yeah. I haven't seen her. I'm looking forward to seeing her as well. I'll be on the first couple hours. Anyway, race number 1 today. It's never a good sign when you don't have a video for the race.
Never a good sign.
There's a horse currently 1-2, though there isn't much money in the pool, and it's the one you have on top, and that's Dee's Speedster.
I'm going with Speedster. It's kind of like Rockville Center is a town in Long Island, and the center is R-E.
Yeah, but that's a spelling of center. This isn't a spelling of Speedster. I wonder if there was already a D Speedster. They just couldn't use it, so they had to. Who knows?
Maybe.
Anyway, go ahead.
I'm going with Speedster. Blinkers, back on blinkers.
Shouldn't Speedster have more speed?
Lasix, you would think, right? I hate when horses, they fool you. The name fool. You think that's going to happen. They're going to come blazing at it. That's probably like the farm manager.
Kind of D's slow
fast. Yes, or slowish.
Slow D.
There you go, slow D. They should reach in and change the name to Slow D.
She comes out of some better races than this.
Yeah, that was
sort of the obvious favorite. She's had a little more time since her last start, as far as West Star just ran here the other day, 8 days ago. West Star, you know, that taken up, it did lose good 2 to 3 lengths last time. Obviously a distant second to horse that ran off. But besides that, for me with West Star is also, 3-4 wide in that race, and that was a Super Gold Rail Day, and that's what dressed up the performance of Mama's Gold, who will never run back at 96 Beyer. Odd drop down. I wonder if that horse has like a breathing issue or something.
96.
That horse, 96. You knew that was a weird drop down to begin with.
Uh-huh.
I always felt like that horse ran like it could have gotten a shot in a maiden special. And the way Mike Maker and I think it was Buff Butler, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Buck Butler.
Buck Butler.
Or Buff.
Buck Butler.
The way they dropped that horse just seemed
all
a little
the way to
weird.
The quarter, yeah.
It was a big old rail. I took that one. No great shakes. Love to see this rider get a win here. Not sure how long he's staying. I know that I talked to Matt Cantromacci, who said he was going to be going to Dubai at some point. He wasn't sure how long he'd be riding.
Dubai or Saudi?
I thought he said Dubai.
Okay.
I
heard Saudi.
I don't know about but we have the special bonus on those Dubai races on Friday. I don't know if you've heard.
I was sad that we didn't get to talk about it.
It must have been I was crushed as well.
I talked to a few friends about it just to.
I did, yeah.
Going,
I mumbled in my sleep. We will move on to race number 2.
Phil took advantage of it. He did.
Well, Phil's a true Renaissance man.
He is.
Well, race number 2 was a bit of an interesting race. And we'll show Lil Commissioner's last race, and I don't disagree with you putting him on top. He runs his last race, it's going to be very tough. Go ahead.
Those aren't right, guys.
Oh, they're not your picks?
Unless I made a mistake.
No, you picked Hammer and Hammer.
Yeah.
You're right. Tell
right.
them your picks. They can fix them while we're showing.
3, 2, 5, 6.
Okay, well, I'll show you. I'll talk about Lil Commissioner. Lil Commissioner survived the pace. This pace completely fell apart. And he did a terrific job surviving it. The other horses that were involved in the pace finished 8th at 2 to 1. And I believe came back and improved 13 Beyer points. I thought this horse ran very, very well, all things considered, in here, considering the pace. Now, I guess the question is where to come from, but he does have back races that are good. He's not supposed to get the lead in here, because you got to think that Kumar is going to probably go, but Wes he's very, very aggressive. It's one of the things I like about his riding, and I thought he was the horse to beat here, but you're going to...
Lil Commissioner, yeah, I thought Lil Commissioner was the horse to beat in here, too, but I felt like that his better race was being forward, and with Kumar in here...
I think it's a second to him.
Yeah.
He's one rating.
Have to.
He doesn't need to have the lead.
No.
He's fine without the lead, and he didn't have a lead last time.
I wanted to take Hammer and Hammer, cutting back to the... Well, I shouldn't say cutting back. He's
not cutting back.
He's getting back to a dry track. The last time he was on dry ground, it was a mile and an eighth.
Well, the track was dry last time. They should have listed it fast. It was dry last time. I'm just telling you.
Okay.
It was a dry track last time. It was mislabeled.
He ran against exponentially tougher last time out.
He did.
He's getting a little class relief, even though it's only one level. It's light years easier.
It's a big drop.
Yeah, it's a big drop. I just think.
I don't know if he can run anymore.
He might not be.
I hear you.
Listen, he might not be able to.
Hang on, Mount Rushmore.
He might not be. He might not be able to run.
A little
anymore.
Respect for the.
But if
presidents.
he can, I think he'll get a
decent
enough setup, and I think it'll be a square enough price. I'm going to try my old buddy Hammer and Hammer.
Yeah, I hear you. David liked this horse too. I get it. I don't know. This barn's been very, very cold. I get it. I don't disagree. He can obviously win. I put him third. I have a bit of a thing with. Look at this. I'm trying to get the. How do we pronounce it? Kokakaya.
Yeah, I believe so.
I'm trying to get him home for a double.
Double.
To start out the card.
Wow.
Now, I have a thing for Mount Travers, and I do think there's a reasonable chance his form's gone away, but at least he showed a little bit of life last time out. And I didn't think his race that time was that bad. Ryder stayed off the rail. He was pretty close to the rail, this horse, actually. And that's the thing. He's been on some bad rails. He's had some, trips that didn't work out for him, better fields. He's dropping. I'm going to give him one chance. He showed a little life last time. He's going to be a better price. The horse that's short, I know he's dropping, and David has a thing for this horse. I don't get runabout.
Yeah, he didn't do. I know.
Well, he ran against a better field. I mean, he ran better than your horse did last time.
He did.
I mean, if you like Hammer and Hammer, you can't discount him. He ran a little bit better. I don't know. But in this field, I guess he could win. To me, a lot of it depends on Lil Commissioner. I feel like if Lil Commissioner runs his last race, it's highly unlikely he loses. The problem is, even though he has back form,
he doesn't have any consistency.
Not the most reliable horse in the world,
yeah.
right? But Antonio Arriaga's horses show up more often than not. So we'll see. I was happy for Bruce Lunsford winning that race. He's going to start at Claiborne, I think, right? Yeah.
And I thought he was going straight. I didn't think he was running this year.
Well, they were going to run the Cigar Mile.
Right. I thought.
But I knew he went to Florida, so I assumed they were waiting for this race.
Oh, good for them.
Boy,
good for Billy. Yeah, that was just for
the Mott Barn has been on fuego. I mean, this has got to be. I mean, obviously he's had some great years, he's a great trainer, but they really have been.
And he was never a horse that could rate. I mean, he sat fourth yesterday and just gobbled those horses.
He looked like
up.
a winner every step of the way. The problem with the race was that nobody made a move at all.
Nobody fired. Yeah.
And I looked at the charts. It's not like it was a day that I really wasn't paying attention to races. They don't run the made dirt races, but it's like a day that seemed like a big speed track. Just nobody.
I watched a few races, but yeah, it didn't seem like there was a big bias or anything. He just.
Prevalence came from behind earlier. Nobody moved at all.
Yeah. The Funder was the only fast pace. The Funder was the only horse that took money in the race that really did any running. And he just sat second and kind of never moved.
Sort of true that only two horses took money in the race, kind of. And who took money beat him in Cyberknife,
Proxy
right?
took a little money. He really didn't get going until late.
I don't get him. I don't think
he just didn't. He just didn't really do any running.
I could never bet Art Collector. I thought he was done. He hadn't run well in a long time.
Yeah, he was off. He hadn't run since.
But I mean, even his form this year, he seemed to have declined precipitously. Hey, I'm thrilled. I like Bruce. I've known Bruce for years. I'm happy to see him win. And the guy's been involved in the game and a good guy. Well, with the scratch in race number 3, we'll take a look at Ghostly Prince. I should have brought something to drink with me. It's a dumb move, but dumb guy makes a dumb move. We'll show him finishing 3rd last time out in this weird race in the slop. Kind of made that middle move in here. Anthony, this horse is going to be, I mean, what price is he going to be with the 3 scratching? And even the 4 could have. The 4 was like the third choice.
The third choice, right? With
Nicholas James is going to be the. Is going to be the.
This horse is going to be 2 to 5, 3 to 5. And that's the only. I mean, I guess that's the knock. You really want this horse at 3 to 5.
I don't know. You want Nicholas James?
He's got 2 to 1. No,
5 to 2. What am I supposed to like about him?
No.
Last race was.
But I'm going to tell you
poison.
what. You almost got to. Here's the thing, Anthony, just now. The problem here is this.
This
is the cousin.
This is the problem.
No.
This is it.
I'm going to give you the.
You're ready.
I'm going to give you the Cousin Andrew. Cousin Andrew was 2 to 5 yesterday. Okay.
It's a bad day for Cousin Andrew. I've seen that. He really embarrassed him.
How much more consistent? How better are the figs of Cousin Andrew on a horse like this? You really want to take this horse now at 2 to 5? If you saw what Cousin Andrew did yesterday, I know they're different horses. They're different.
No, I don't.
That's what I mean.
I picked against him in the race, but my horse is scratched.
Yeah,
so.
you can't take these horses. It's hard to. It's hard to
It's
rely.
very, very hard
on these horses.
I'd love to make a case for somebody against.
It's hard to make a case for anybody else in here.
I couldn't do it.
It's very, very hard to make a case for anybody else.
James.
No, I mean. And it's a barn that's streaky. I mean, this horse was 8 to 5 last time at the Fenway. Horse didn't run 2 steps.
He got lost in the fucking.
How good was he? He was good, man.
Yeah, he was overrated.
You didn't like him, huh?
No, I didn't have a big opinion on him, but he got a lot of hype because he was kind of a fun horse, and I love the way they campaigned him to run in the country. He wasn't very fast. I mean, you have to remember something. He wasn't very fast. He never ran big figures, and when he got in the Breeders' Cup, he got crushed.
He did.
And I kind of wanted him to win because I felt, but you got to remember something. The day he won the King's Bishop, now the Alan Jerkins, a 2-year-old maiden ran a significantly faster fig. Now, that 2-year-old maiden was...
What year was this? Was it Uncle Mo?
No.
He was before Uncle Mo, yeah?
Way before Uncle Mo. Before I worked here. It was 05. It was Breeders' Cup at Belmont. 05. You remember who broke his maiden that day?
He was that long ago?
You remember who broke his maiden that day?
No. I'm lost in the fog.
I'll give you a hint. He somehow paid $12. He never ran for the connections that owned him originally, again.
Oh, Discreet Cat?
Correct. Yeah, he ran a 105 by.
So he was that far. Wow. I don't think I realized that.
Yeah.
I thought it. Huh.
I think it was 05. Yeah, it had to be 05.
No, you're right.
Because
No,
it was in Belmont. The last Breeders' Cup at Belmont was 05. Had to be.
Discreet Cat was favored in the first Breeders' Cup mile at Monmouth in 07. He was 4?
Yeah, he didn't run as a 3-year-old.
Wow.
Right, barely ran as a 3-year-old.
Right. He went over there and disappeared. He was in the witness
came-
protection program over there.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
stunk there.
Yeah.
No, he won the Cigar Mile as a
Cigar
3-year-old.
Mile,
Right.
Yep. Okay.
Race 4. It's all
Yep.
coming back to me. Richie used to gallop him.
Yep.
Yeah, he used to just talk about him all the time. Remember they said he was coming back, and Richie'd say to me, "You're not coming back anytime soon."
Right.
Yeah, He was
Red Terrell.
He was an amazing horse.
They
He
got
just had a
money
lot
for
of
him.
just had
That's
a
when
lot.
They were spending all that. They were spending crazy money back
They
then.
have crazy money. That
Yes, I know
that was. He's one of the best. You know, he wasn't as good as Ghost Sapper, but there's a similarity because he was a brilliant horse, but was crippled.
Yeah, had a lot of issues.
And when he finally fell apart, big time, unfortunately.
Had a lot of issues.
Race number 4 begins the pick 6. Pick 6. What'd you do in this race?
I went to the Tree, Dirty Tree.
No, this is a nice horse.
Listen. I've seen enough so far of Naked and Famous, Super Quality, and Growth Mindset.
I hear you.
And maybe one of them will win today. I will take the Devil I Don't Know.
Okay. I watched his race at Parks. I don't think he can run a step, but I hear you. He is a new face dropping down, but he was awful there. But I hear you. I'm not going to take a big stand on anybody. I prefer Naked and Famous. We'll take a look at Super Quality's last race. We finished second. The horse that beat him was a Wesley Ward horse that was coming in from Keeneland, one of those Wesley Ward kinds. He's probably the speed. We'll see. You got to imagine with Kendrick, he'll go, and Jose Lozcano's not as aggressive, and he'll try to let him go and then try to stalk with Naked and Famous. I have no confidence Naked and Famous can do it. Though I will say with Naked and Famous, he wasn't bet last time, coming off a bit of a layoff. He didn't take any real money until late, and he really was under bet. I wonder if they needed that race and they'll run better today, because I thought his first race was actually pretty good. I thought a repeat of that race in that field just could win it here, but I hear you.
Yeah, he was in for the waiver too, so they did protect him last time.
Well, you can get him today.
You can have him today, yeah.
Wave.
Oh,
Hey, maybe he was in the waiver. She knew he needed a race. She wanted to get a race into him, and then if she loses, she's not going to lose this horse. No, if he claims this horse for $20,000, their head examined. Anything else? I mean, I think Growth Mindset's not impossible here. I mean, last race wasn't terrible, but you know what? I don't believe that fig. But the race did collapse last time. And so this horse ran better than it looks because it was on top of the pace. That's the 4th. Race number 5.
That kicks off the pick 6, but you said that, I think.
I did say that. Yeah. But you can say it again if you like. You haven't had a chance.
Keep it out there.
So here's what you're up against in race number 5, and you've got this one on top, Liam's Champ. I don't know. This horse got wired last time, but why is this horse going to run better? Here's the race that Liam's Champ and ran second, and Risk Free ran third.
I didn't know. I don't know anything about the first's in here.
How'd that happen? You laid up in bed or something?
Yeah, I don't know anything about the first's in here.
Well, you're at Yonkers.
I was.
We were lost in the fog at
watching the
Yonkers.
qualifiers. They had 4 qualifiers that night.
I've watched qualifiers in my day.
Yeah, he got wired, like you said. Don't know anything about the firsts. I'm pretty sure he'll handle the runners. Although I have a little sneaky thing, speaking of Bob Terrell, Red Terrell. I got a little something on the 7. We'll talk about it in a minute.
There's the 7. The 7 got bet first time. It was horrendous.
Yeah. There's a little bit. The Lakes is going to blinker. We'll talk about him in a second. I just thought this horse, he finished second first time out, and a little routine improvement. And
the 7 is a tip story, though.
The 7 was. I didn't find out about the 7 until after the race, and then.
The best tip you've ever had.
Yeah, exactly. The trouble at the start that he kind of caused her own trouble. Now the blinkers go on.
It's complete nonsense. This isn't bump hard with anybody. Maybe this horse bumped somebody in the barn, but this horse kissed the other horse. It was but it was no trouble. It was no hard bump. Watch it. Watch
No,
that.
no, I didn't.
No, you didn't say it. I'm
saying
criticizing
is,
the chart comment. I'm not
this horse
criticizing you.
Did not, this horse didn't break cleanly.
Yeah, but this horse had no
now
trouble.
the blinkers go on.
This horse had no trouble.
The blinkers go on. Some Lasix. Let's see. I like betting horses that there was a little story on second time. This horse is going to be a giant price today.
Not a barn that's won a lot of races.
No, that's the caveat. The barn has been ice cold as of late.
I'm going to first-time starters.
Okay.
I'm going to put the 4. I like these cheaper, these lower-priced Clarvish runners. Sometimes they seem to be runners. It's actually a pretty good second dam for asset purchase, and I'm going to put in Todd's horse, Lendercraft. Dam was okay, though. She was a better turf horse. She's gotten a little old, though. But I just went for those barns.
Yeah, the production was more turf, but even like 10, 12 years ago, right?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Better turf. There's some okay dirt in there,
Yeah.
but there is turf. And I agree. I'm worried that dam is getting a little old. See what happens in race number 5?
We all are.
Take a break and back for the late pick 4.
For almost 150 years, the
Candy, so those are both two to maybe use both of them if you're going to use one of them.
And the one horse will split those two with Beauty Amaze, who's dropping to the 8 level after debuting locally for Todd Pratchett. So, you see this at all.
Yeah.
Finished 5th against 12-2 lifetime claimers going to mile 70. Looks like the for sale sign was out last time. It did work, so they dropped.
Andy, talking horses. Race 6, late pick 4. What do we got? Fantail.
Yes.
You
a Fantail shrimp guy? I'm a Fantail shrimp guy. Chinese restaurant?
I'm a shrimp guy. So.
Yeah, me too. Fantail's one of my favorite, though.
Really?
Yeah, if they're made properly, I think they're my favorite. So there's like a half a story with Fantail. Fantail was entered and scratched for trainer Jonathan Wang.
Well, he still owns the horse.
Right. But now it's David Jacobson is training the horse.
He was entered here for Jonathan Wang?
Yes, he was.
Is he not? He's not licensed in New York.
I believe it was a workman's comp.
That's what I figured. Yeah, there was one of those two.
Yes. So he will run here now for David Jacobson, and David bought some horses from Jonathan Wang in California over the summer.
I know. He's so random, David.
Yeah, there's a lot of randomness.
They
but
run
there's been a
huge.
little bit
They
more
run
consistency
terribly.
recently. I feel like no.
I think he's totally random.
Okay.
No, he's completely and totally random.
All right.
I have no idea. I never knew when he was training in the old days. I never know now.
So
they run great. They run lousy.
So I know you'll talk about Surcharge in a minute. I thought it was going to be I thought it was a chalky race. And I just took Fantail over Movie Moxie because there was a time and place when Movie Moxie, they thought she was going to be a stakes filly. I do not like...
They were wrong.
They were wrong. I do not like the fact that she is dropping all the way in for the 25.
What was the level she was scratched out of on?
She was scratched... I can't... I was going to ask you. I don't remember if she was scratched out of a condition claiming race.
Hang on. No.
She was not, right?
I don't think so.
It was
like
an
race
open
that Rudy
claim
won.
race.
It was a race that Rudy won with that horse off the claim.
Yes. It was an open claim. And that's what
again.
bothers me about her.
Melting snow.
The fact that she... Right. It was like for 32 or something. So that's what bothers me about her. They are... Now, if they're
it was a $32,000...
32 open?
Yes.
Yeah. So what bothers me is, and I understand what 7,000, the old Movie Moxie would bury these horses.
Right, but she's been horrific.
But she's not the old Movie Moxie. They're in all
she's also going to be a short price.
Yeah, she's going to be a short price.
That's my problem with her. I do think she's the horse to beat.
Yeah, she's the horse to beat.
I don't
but
totally trust Fantail.
It's hard to trust her, and I don't trust
Movie Moxie's also been a vet scratch twice. Once here on January 15th and once at Parks.
Okay, so she was vet scratched out of the race where she was in for the Open.
But she wasn't vet scratched the other day. She was scratched because she was going to run in this race.
But the 15th she was in for
correct.
Yeah, the Open race as well. Okay. There you go. So there's the story, Morning Glory.
They are the two horses to beat.
Yeah.
I'm not going to argue against that. I don't think there's any real sane argument against that. I'm betting the JKX stable. This was a stable I was discussing on this show well before that article came out. The article that was in Pollock Report that Natalie Voss-Rose is worth reading and should be read by a lot of people in the industry, to be honest with you. But nonetheless, there's two different things going on. You can have that discussion another time, but we're talking about handicapping and betting. And this is a barn whose horses have, at times, improved immeasurably off the claim. This would not be one of them, however.
This horse ran terribly.
Right. It was a muddy seal track, and the horse didn't take a nickel. So I found that interesting. I don't know if this horse is any good, but I'm going to give them one chance in here in dry track.
Well, this is the kind of race where you don't mind giving a horse a race.
I'm not sure. This is, thank you guys. This is the win at Keeneland 2 races back, which, by the way, is not likely fast enough to win here.
Right.
But this is a barn that has improved horses extraordinarily well.
Yeah.
And if you had, so I'm taking a bit of a shot.
The last race could absolutely work in your favor because of the muddy seal track. Maybe she just didn't handle it, and maybe this horse pops at a little bit of a price.
First time
today.
dry track for these connections who have performed some miracles.
Absolutely right.
So I'm going to take it. I'm not making a big bet by any stretch, but I'm going to take a little shot. And the other thing is, I don't trust these Jacobson horses.
Don't need to. If you don't trust Jacobson, and obviously Movie Moxie, there's zero trust in Movie Moxie.
I'd rather have bet her in that race on Friday against a better field.
At a better price.
5-1 or 9-2 or something, than take a short price here, because if she can still run, she could have won that race.
I know she's not doing any running, but people are going to look at 2 stakes races in her last 3 starts.
This field, of course.
Yeah.
Well, you have to. It's interesting. For me, in the evolution of handicapping and playing, is that because speed figures are everywhere, everybody knows now who the fastest horse in the race is. It's all available. You can't win money by identifying the fastest horse in the race, and it's like people, when speed figures came out, the idea of class handicapping became anachronistic. And now it's like you look at those things much more. I look at it a lot in turf racing. I still believe that speed figures are the most important factor, but if they're the most important factor among 9, there's people like, oh, you're a slave to the fig. No, it's not a slave to the fig. Anybody that thinks you have a chance to do well in this game by looking at one thing only is out of their minds. And one of the things that's fun about the game is there's a million things to look at. Race number 7. Villa Regia, 2-1 morning line favorite. We'll take a look at this horse's last race. We both have the horse second. You don't have this horse on top. You've picked every Amira Shishakli horse. You're picking horses that she thought about claiming.
In the realm of
I got this one wrong. I was sure you picked this one.
In the realm of the condition claimers, this horse is the most reliable in this race. She has a lot of seconds and thirds.
Black Gold's in good form, too. She ran 2 good races.
That was a nice effort. She held off Royal Currency yesterday, but she won. Yeah.
No, she ran well yesterday. I'm not going to know. Royal Currency had every chance in the world to get by her.
Yeah.
I originally thought she drifted a lot. She didn't run.
It was
not a
herd.
It was not a herd.
No.
I knew they finished well off the track, but this was a case where I think they were both drifting, and the other one was drifting maybe even more.
Yeah. I wanted to surprise you by not picking her number 1.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I love it. I love a surprise.
Of course. I know you love a surprise.
Who doesn't love a surprise? Let's be honest.
And listen, 26 starts, 10 seconds and thirds.
No, I know. I got it. Listen, I didn't pick the horse on top either.
She's the horse to. It's hard to anoint a horse to beat for the bottom 3 life, but she's the horse to beat. But she's going to be 2-1. I wanted to take a little bit of a price against her, and I thought easy play.
I think she can win.
She's running against Beautiful Karen and Beautiful Karen's who she is, but she's better than these, and she's faster than these, and she.
I'm not sure how much better she is these days, but you're probably right.
And I'll tell you what, man, there's no Beautiful Karen to deal with in here. She's supposed to be gone.
The thing, I have no argument with you on that. I think London Gold will be sitting second to her. My problem is that she doesn't have any good races anywhere. That was my problem. I got her second. I do not disagree with you. I picked her second. So don't.
Second off the long layoff.
And I could have been a better. I didn't know she'd be twice the price of the morning line. No.
Second off the long layoff. I'll take the chance. And I put London Gold third for that reason. I think Easy's play is going to go. London Gold will be sitting second. Give me the logical horse in between them, and I'll use those 3. And I'm going to play that late pick 3 today. I'm going to use these 3, and then I'll come back extra with the 3 and the 5.
I bet took Amity Island. It's another one of these Linda horses that came off a long layoff, dropping down, and did not take a nickel.
Not a quarter.
I mean, this horse being 6-1 in the race, of course.
Remember,
Jerusalem was 21 morning
This
line?
was the weird morning line week, yes.
Jerusalem. I just feel as though she was totally dead in there. She's probably going to run better today. I'm not sure she's that good, but she does have plenty of race, can beat these. I'm sort of 4s and 5s. And I probably should have picked a 5 because she's twice the price, but we don't need to have the same horse on top, so it's fine. But I'm certainly not, I do not disagree with you on the 5 at all. The 8th race is a fun race. No argument that Total Impact is the horse to beat. And I think that he was compromised by the complete lack of pace in this last race, which we'll look at. And I also think there's a chance the rail was an advantage that day, and that helped Gasoline. And I'm not going to hold that loss against him. He's in very good form for Linda.
Yeah, I thought the
Nothing
rail.
not to like.
Yeah, you're more in tune with this, but I thought the rail was really good. And
There were enough ambiguities to suggest that I wouldn't want to call it a big gold rail, but I definitely think it was an advantage.
He gets the re-rally, and this horse was out there. The Total Impact was out there the entire way, and just he outgamed is kind of the wrong word.
He had no.
This was the day the Maker Maiden came back along the inside too, right? In the last race.
What he had to, but there were horses that collapsed in the rail in that race too. He had to move probably earlier than he wants to. It was a slow pace, and put himself in the race, and the horse who beat him had the absolute run of the race. Now, Gasoline is no superstar, but he still has run okay at times, and I don't have a big problem with that. I think he's very dangerous. The horse that I don't like that's going to take money is 6%. We'll take a look at his last race. It's not a barn that has great numbers, by the way, off of wins. This is a last time was the time horse. And the other thing about it is Balthazar, who I didn't like, who got bet off the board, ran the better race. And I feel like with 6%, this was the day to get the money. And he's run well at a mile and 1/8, but I love the cutback to a mile last time. And I feel like he's going to take some money, and he's a last time was the time horse.
Okay.
I'm not saying he's impossible.
Oh, he ran the best race of his life last time. A little break. A little bit of break seemed to help him last time. Maybe he's just getting good now.
He's been running pretty good races. He didn't have particularly good trips in some of those races, and they were tough fields. And he got the right trip in here. He should never have been 7-1. I picked him second. I remember I bet him. I was on the show, and I said I'm going to bet him because he was a crazy price. He should have been 7-2. I actually prefer 3 Jokers on the outside. 3 Jokers tried to close the race with absolutely no pace last time at all. And I thought he was interesting as a price, but I'm going to bet on Looney Seaman here. Wow, you don't have Looney Seaman in the top 4?
No, infamous 5th pick.
Well, there's a 7-horse field, Anthony. So
yeah, I know.
I think he'll beat Bold Victory by a lot. I thought he ran very well last time. That's not really his game. He had to go into it, get on top of the pace. This race was dominated on the front end by Gulfstream Way. And I'm not convinced this horse won't do just fine with a little more distance. Keen Ice.
Out of a tap-it man.
Why has this horse not been going longer distances? I think he's supposed to set a good trip behind Mandatory and good skate, be in good position. And I thought he was the one, if you're going to try to beat Total Impact, he's the one I want because he ran his best race last time. And I know you're going to say Peter Waller's not reliable. I don't know. This horse has been running pretty well for him. He's got some good figures, and this last race was pretty good.
Yeah, with his pedigree, he might. I mean, what's taking him so long to run him 9?
Well, I don't know what took so long to run that Linda horse that I bet. That's a weird horse. The horse that came back and ran second the other day.
I watched the race with her again. She's like, she has no answer.
No, I talked to her about it actually.
She has no answer as to why this horse keeps sucking himself out.
One thing I said to her, and I don't know if I'm right about it, is that maybe she's a horse that doesn't love running on the turns.
That's what I said.
And so Belmont Park would be a better racetrack for her. But that's, but she's clearly a much better distance.
4 months away,
yeah. Of course, they ran second the other day behind.
Mama's Got to Run. Mama's Got to Run.
Yeah. Who Linda's very smart to claim and stretching the
That's
horse
what
out.
it looks like, right? It looks like she kind of sucks herself out off the turn, and then when they straighten out for home, she comes running again. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. It's weird, though. She did it twice in a week and a half.
I would have made a lot of money if that horse won the other day. It's very annoying. I'd have blown it, but still, it would have been fun to have for a little while. Race number 9 is also, the last 2 races are fun. Race number 9 is the best race of the day. You got Hot Fudge, and we'll show you Hot Fudge's maiden win. I originally thought the maiden win was a lot better than it was. Because the horse you're going to see breaking the rail doesn't break slow. Jose took this horse back.
Yep.
He didn't want to be involved, but I think he gave this horse a very, very, very good ride because the rail was the place to be that day, and he stayed inside. But this horse really ran, and obviously wasn't going to beat Echo Zulu. For people that are wondering about this horse being scratched a couple weeks ago, the horse may have had a minor issue. It was nothing. Talk to Linda about the horse because I asked her about it. So he might have tied up or something, and maybe that's why he was a little bit because the vet didn't like the way he was going. But she said she didn't have any major issues.
I asked her to tell you. It was the sloppy track when she said she had already told you the real reason.
Yeah, right. Yeah, she texted me and she goes, "I didn't scratch because the slot. Tell him I didn't scratch because of sloppy track. You dope." And that's right. You could have got away with that. I totally forgot that. I totally forgot about that argument. That's right. I do think this horse is pretty good. I don't need this horse at a short price in this field.
Well, how short do you think? David has her 4-1. This race is impossible.
I agree, but I don't think she's going to be over. She's not going to be over 4-1, 9-2, and she could. You never know.
Right. Yeah, this was.
No, I think she has ability. She's the worst, but you're betting the favorite off a long layoff, a little bit on the come. And that's problematic. That's why I want her on top. And I can tell you something. Catherine's daughter ran very well last time. I don't know where it came from because she didn't suck into that race. It was not a particularly quick pace. She made a big middle move in there. She showed more life than she has shown. She's going to be a better price. I liked her last race. I was going to pick the 11. I'll take this one at a better price in there. They're the two I wanted in here. I'll tell you the horse that I do not like. You want better horses that I don't like? You've got this horse second. I don't like Western Lane at all.
Really?
Anthony, that is the phoniest fig in the history of phony figs. That race stunk.
Okay.
How did the second horse, Sourcing Network, do last time?
No good.
She's at the 8th pole now. She was 2 to 5.
All right.
The fourth horse ran 6 fire points worse. This was a stinko race. I think this was I don't believe this horse, that 76, will ever. I know she ran a 70 in off the turf race. I ain't buying it. I think it's a 64. I don't want any part of her.
Maybe you're right.
Well, I don't want this horse.
Okay.
I'll get her in the winner's circle.
All right, buddy.
I don't think Ruby's in Time's impossible.
Ruby's in Time. The problem with Ruby's in Time is if she doesn't go from the rail. There's a lot of speed in here, right?
Yeah, the 7 scratch. The 6 and 9 are the speeds.
6 and 9 are the main speeds, right?
There's not a speed in here. He should be sitting 4th or 5th, probably on the rail. 3rd, he's going to be sitting. But those horses are faster. But I think there's a lot. I don't really want anybody. I don't want Baba. I wish Oscar best of luck with her, but she's just faint-hearted. What was her excuse last time out?
She had no. I made a big bet on her. She was terrible. She was terrible the other day.
Norgay came back to win, but Norgay ran 7 buyer points worse in victory.
The Finger Lakes guys. I made the Finger Lakes guys bet on her last time.
You've really turned on Mitch Friedman. No, you have. You left him out. I got him in there. You had every Mitch Friedman horse for a year. You didn't have a single Mitch Friedman horse not in your top 3. You're out, Mitch, but don't worry.
What do you like about?
I still am your friend. Okay.
What am I supposed to like?
I'm your true friend.
4th?
Yeah.
Wow, he likes Jason Carroll.
Well, we're at 126 because I won the other day. Oh, you've got that ridiculous I'm Buzzy. What's the morning line?
Please don't talk about I'm Buzzy. Please don't talk about I'm Buzzy.
Chasing Care is 20 to 1 and I'm Buzzy is 10 to 1 morning line. Let me see something. I'll bet you lunch the 8 beats the 4.
Sure.
Okay. You got the best of me there, but I'll
thank you.
Because I'm a generous guy. 1 lunch, 8 over 4. Steve, I expect you to remind me about this. Anyhow, it's nice to be back. It's nice to see everybody. Nice to see you, Anthony.
Nice to be seeing you. Same here. See you at Yonkers.
We'll head to Naira Bets. We'll go on over to Naira Bets, and you use the promo code MATCH200. You'll do what you should have done a long, long time ago. You'll become a member of Naira Bets. Play through Naira Bets will match $200 of your initial deposit. We've got the middle pick 4, race 2, 3, and 6, pick 4s. We've also got the $5,000 hit split in the late pick 3. You want to play that, and that's a good sequence because you got the 8th and 9th. Chris Griffin is just getting warmed up. He's up next for the reprise Scratch and Changes. Have a great day, everybody. It's good to be back.
For almost 150 years, the with the same attention to detail and care that has been its hallmark for generations. Visit Sarah.
Rattler Racing for him this morning, and he picked this horse. He made it his best bet or whatever, and he thought the horse was going to be on the lead the whole time because I couldn't believe it came from off this. So you don't know. As long as you get the win, sometimes you
doesn't matter how they get there, right?
And, of course, the champ of yesterday, after it all, was Art Collector. And what a great ride by Junior Alvarado.
Oh, it was incredible. I mean, this horse just kept on going, and nobody ran with him. It was really incredible to see for the connections. We got to talk to Belmont and Junior last week, and just so awesome for the team there.
Yeah, just a beautiful performance and, just a masterpiece everybody wrote. That was the headline in all the papers today, a masterpiece. And congratulations to all the connections. It was great. That's how we see what's going on here early on. But, whoa, we're not done. We got Pete Aiello will be coming up with scratches and changes. And, of course, Brian and Angela will be joining us today. And it should be a lot of fun on this really beautiful Sunday afternoon. Well, it's still morning, but it will be afternoon when you see this lovely lady again.
We're ready for the start. They're off.
And hello again, everybody, and welcome to a spectacular Sunday afternoon of world-class thoroughbred racing live in Hallandale Beach, Florida at Gulfstream Park. 11 races on the card here this afternoon with a first post time 23 minutes away at 12:10. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome our simulcast partners to the broadcast here today. Racing fans joining us from all across North America and all across the world tuned into South Florida horse racing, where the weather is beautiful. Temperatures in the upper 70s, partly cloudy skies, the main track fast, the Tapeta track fast, the turf course firm. With that in mind, and if you have your programs handy, let's get you caught up on all of today's program changes and corrections. First race, first half of the early daily double, the starting leg of the 50-cent early pick 5. In race 1, scratch number 3, Organist. That's race 1, scratch the 3, Organist. Turn to the second race, the starting leg of the early pick 4. In the second race, scratch number 6, Raise the Rent. Race 2, scratch 6, Raise the Rent. Now turn to the third race at a 1-mile trip with a field of 8. There are no changes. Changes in the third. Fourth race, a 7-furlong sprint over the main track. Scratch the 2, American Retro, the 5, Dazzling Moon, and 8, Far Above. 2, 5, 8, withdrawn from the fourth. Race number 5 on the Tapeta track at a mile and 70 yards. Scratch the 2, I Am Resilient. Race 6 starts the Rainbow 6, over $800,000 in a carryover, and it's a mandatory payout here this afternoon. It's a must-go scenario, a force out of the Rainbow 6 money here today. In race 6, there are no changes. In the 7th race, we go to the first finish line at a mile and a 16th. Scratch number 6, Be Here Now, and scratch number 7, Far Above. 6 and 7, withdrawn from race number 7. 8th race, the Gunrunner Starter Handicap, the Sunday feature at a mile and an 1/8 on Tapeta track. Scratch number 8, Fatima's Blessing. Number 8, Fatima's Blessing is out. We do have some overweights. Number 1, Tolkien is 2 pounds over. Number 5, Burning Man, 2 pounds over. And number 10, Summer Shandy, also carries 2 pounds over the listed weight. 9th race to start today's late pick 3. It's also the first leg of the first racing coast-to-coast pick 5. 7 furlongs the trip. In the 9th race, scratch the 4, Call Me Iceman. Number 4, Call Me Iceman, withdrawn from race 9. 10th race, the second leg of the first racing coast-to-coast pick 5 and the first half of the late daily double. In race 10, scratch number 3, Fripp It, and scratch number 9, Love in the Air. 3 and 9, withdrawn from race 10. 11th race is on turf at Imaminus 16th. In the 11th race, scratch the 11, Bel Rosso, and scratch the 12, Idle Chatter. 11 and 12, withdrawn from race number 11. With the 11 race format, the 20-cent Rainbow Six begins with race number 6 today. As mentioned, to set the scene for you, there's over $800,000 in carryover money. Think of that as bonus money. It can't beat you, and the Rainbow Six must go today. It's a 20-cent pick 6 with over $800,000 in the carryover. We're looking at a pool that should get easily over the $3 million plateau. It's a must-play scenario. It's a must-go scenario. It's the Rainbow Six here at Gulfstream today. 20 minutes now to first race post time with wagering windows open on all levels. The main track fast, the Tapeta track fast, the turf course firm. We're certainly glad to have you with us. We hope you have an enjoyable afternoon at the races, and good luck today.
It's time for the early pick 5 at Gulfstream Park. The early pick 5 comprises of the first 5 races. It features a base 50-cent wager, a low 15% takeout, and it never carries over. Don't miss out on the Gulfstream Park early pick.
Those are today's scratches and changes. 20 at Aqueduct. Good luck.
Race number 1, about 7.5 on the turf. Maiden claiming 3-year-olds, $25,000 scratch. The number 3, Oregon is the good afternoon, everyone. Ron Nicoletti here along with Brian Nato. Angela's out in the walking ring, and Samantha's on the turf. So we got everything going on today, even your ticket.
We got to pick 5, too, as well. No rest for the weary here. We are excited today on an 11-race card with the big rainbow, and here's the $48. Hopefully we can build a bankroll for this rainbow, Ronnie. 4 deep here, 2 deep in race number 2 with 3-7 as the order. The top pick in race number 3 is the 6, Gray Charlotte. There's your single, Bandita, with a lot of steam attached to her in race number 4. And then in race number 5, number 11, we go towards the outside. Lukey Dookie, that's my long shot. Old Lukey Dookie.
Lukey Dookie, I like the name. I definitely like Lukey Dookie. I think I went to school with the guy. Well, let's start it off here, Angela, with the horse that we both have on top, and that's Triple Start, who's going to the Kelly Breen barn today.
That is a crucial change for me. Good afternoon to you both, and good afternoon to everybody playing along here at Gulfstream. Now, I did go with the 2 right along with Ronnie, and he is your heavy favorite off the claim, and this is a drop in class for him. They claimed him for $50,000, drop him down to the $25,000 level today, and this colt is following an angle for Kelly Breen that he's been 4 for 12 with in recent history. That is claiming horses and bringing them back into a maiden claimer, and 1 for 1 when they add the blinkers, which they do today in addition to Lasix. Lots of reasons to like this horse. He was very mellow in the saddling enclosure, and it is a much warmer day today. It's starting to show with some of these horses. He is hot, so keep an eye on him on the track.
Yeah, you know, he didn't fare very well on the main track. He just walked off today, but he's been working up a storm, and his race at Aqueduct beats these horses.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I'll give him that. The only turf race he's ever run, as Ronnie said, beats these horses. In the winner of that race, and that's back in September, comes back and wins. So if he can get back to that race, and that's capital, by the way, if he's the one to beat in here.
Well, you went with a first-time starter in here with the number 1 Lost City from the George Weaver barn, getting Lasix Luis Saez on the inside post.
Yeah, and I like the fact that this horse is taking money. It's a really good sign to see him live in taking money into the teeth of a first-time starter. We can toss it to Angela in a second to get a report on him, but you mentioned Luis Saez, and also they paid $60 for this son of Motown, and I think that's a positive as well.
How'd that one look to you, Angela?
Yeah, very well behaved, sharp for the first start, and he too comes for a barn that can have them ready to go long at first, asking 10 for 75 to be exact in these routes. And like he said, it's encouraging to see this horse take money. I would assume that he and Luis Saez from the inside are going to probably go for it and keep themselves in the race throughout.
Well, Brian, the number 11 Mogul Crack would have been on top of my ticket if it wasn't for the post. Drop it to the 25 level, debut on the turf, face maiden special weight competition, sprinting at Churchill. The barn is 4 for 10 with similar class drops, 33% with the dirt to turn angle for Angel Morales in the saddle, but it's the post.
It's dreadful. You really can't make it up how bad it is. So he's going to have to break, and he's going to have to try to get some sort of position into the first turn. Ronnie, we're both big fans of Fausto Gutierrez. I think it's worth mentioning, though, this is probably the first time we've seen the barn struggle a little bit, at least to get to the winner's circle. The horses are running. They're not winning right now, but I couldn't agree with you more. This is problematic. Otherwise, this horse is definitely higher up on my list, too.
Angela, you had the number 6 Poker Night at Tom's, higher rated than we do, and this horse is a price. So take him to the track and let us know why you like this horse that's sitting up there right now at 5 to 1.
I did like the slight drop in class with Poker Night at Tom's. He only has 2 starts behind him, but did take a step forward in that second one. Frankly, he'll need to take another step forward today, and he was a touch jumpy when he came out here in the walking ring. The horses are now on the track. We're 5 minutes away from a mandatory payout Sunday here at Gulfstream Park.
Good afternoon, as we have creeped by the noontime portion of the day, and as opposed to yesterday with breakfast at Gulfstream, we are moving into the afternoon to kick things off. And as they've mentioned a few times already, mandatory pay in the Rainbow Six today. And again, I believe race number 6 is your kickoff leg. It is, and it's scheduled to go off at about 2:45. So you have plenty of time. They're anticipating, I believe, $5 million potentially, and people jump into this rainbow with mandatories down at Gulfstream, so that will be no surprise. So keep that in mind for a little bit later on. But the opener at Gulfstream, they kind of hit on horses I like or find interesting. 11, 10, 2, and 1 for me. The opener at Gulfstream kicks off a pick 5. I have Mogul Crack on top, 9-2. Domi in the second spot at 5-1. Both deserve to be a price. We were talking about this morning on Racing Across America, these outside post positions. And I said, I'm always snake bit. I look and I say, too much of an ask from an outside post position doing these two turns. And then they hit the first turn, and my horse has a 2-length lead. You know, the horse I've taken a shot against from the outside has a 2-length lead. And then a day like today where I'm using the 11 and the 10, they'll probably get horrible rides into the first turn. But I couldn't get excited about the current favorite, the 2 Triple Start. Claimed away from Todd Pletcher and company for a $50,000 tag, where the horse was eased and walked off the track, and now they come back for half that price. I put the horse in the third spot because, yes, there are races underneath that make this the horse to beat, but off of that scenario, the claim, the ease, the precipitous class drop, I would be leery of taking this horse as the 9-5 favorite. And then Brian mentioned Lost City, the firster from George Weaver, Randy Hill and company. I think that one could be interesting as the fresh face. Angela mentioned Poker Night at Tom's. I did not use that one, but I thought Poker Night at Tom's, being a Cairo Prince runner, had a little bit of interesting potential as well. So for me, in the opener at Gulfstream, and again, it will kick off a pick 5, 11, 10, 2, and 1. We are about 12 minutes away from the opener at Aqueduct. For me, at the Big A, also kicking off pick 5 action, I'm 5, 4, 6, and 2. I'm going to put D's Speedster on top. I went between this horse and the 4, West Star, going out for, in part, our friends at America's Pastime. These two are pretty comparable, and on first pass, I went for West Star. But I thought, with Manny Franco on board, I'll go with D's Speedster, and it looks like the betting public is online with me. I'll tell you what, the 4 and the 5, to me, as they say, are pretty close talent-wise. So with the odds now I am a little more attracted to perhaps the 4 West Star. Fast Study in the third spot at 7-1. The last race showed a little bit of life number-wise, so potentially interesting. But for me, the opener at Aqueduct, again, kicks off pick 5 action, 5, 4, 6, and 2. We're still a little less than an hour and a half away from things at Oaklawn. I'll pull them into the mix as well, but you also have the opportunity to play and watch here a little Tampa this afternoon, so should be a fun day. Yesterday was a lot of fun with the Pegasus card and the Southwest down at Oaklawn, and we had some Tampa in our mix and Aqueduct as well, so similar scenario this afternoon. We are looking for more of that fun and good times, hopefully including making a little money this afternoon. That'll be the game plan, so stay tuned. Good luck.
Union Rags produces turf runners. I just kind of prefer his progeny on the dirt, but as far as the field like this, he's fit enough. He's warming up well out on the track here, so maybe in a race that poses a lot of question marks, this one could be a piece of it. A few moments away from race number 1, pick 5, over $200,000. Make sure to get involved. It's a beautiful day here at Gulfstream Park. Good luck.
Over $250,000 already in the early pick 5 pool as the horses approach the starting gate. Still time for your wagers. The main track fast, the Tapeta track fast, the turf course firm. The opener at Gulfstream is up next. Last chance to wager. They're approaching the gate. The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Lining up and moving in for race number 1, first of 11 on a beautiful Sunday in South Florida. Maidens on the turf. 8-5 favorite is number 2, Triple Start. Paco Lopez riding for Kelly Breen. First start off the claim. 7-2 respect for the 11 Mogul Crack. Mogul Crack under apprentice Angel Morales on a class drop today as well. 11 races in total today, a mandatory payout on the Rainbow Six. The Rainbow Six carryover, more than $800,000. It's all got to go today. 20 cents is all you need to play the Rainbow Six. Pick 6 winners in a row and take down part of a big, big pool today. Into line goes Canadian Invader Dami. Waiting for Mogul Crack to take the outside gate. Mogul Crack and Angel Morales draw on the outside. Tracks are fast, the turf is firm, and they're at the post. Racing at Gulfstream. The favorite was first to begin. Triple Start from down toward the inside, taken on early by a Dorian. Mogul Crack trying to use some speed to get over, and in between horses is Spy Town on the run to the first turn. From behind the speed fifth is first-timer Lost City, then a bit wide, Dami. Length and a half to Coach Abernathy. On his outside is Zach and Jill. The two at the back are Enzo's World and Poker Night at Tom's. They move to the backstretch now with Mogul Crack taking over and in front to length and a half. A very keen Zach and Jill rushing forward under Ramon Parrish, and Zach and Jill won't stop till he gets to the top. In between horses, it's a Dorian, so now they're 3 across the course. Spy Town drafts in behind him. They shuffled back this favorite Triple Start. Paco's trying to figure out where he can move from there. He just had to tap on the brakes again. Out wide on the course in Lost City, then back to Dami and Coach Abernathy. Poker Night at Tom's is between horses, and the trailer is Enzo's World. Around the far turn they go. They went 48-2 for a half mile. Mogul Crack has the lead by a neck. A Dorian is second toward the outside. Zach and Jill third. Luis Saez and Lost City appear good to go. They just need to find some place to go. Triple Start looking for room at the rail. Winding up wide is Enzo's World. They're at the top of the stretch. Mogul Crack with the lead. Lost City loose and charging. Rail opens for Triple Start. A Dorian and Coach Abernathy are next. There's an eighth of a mile to go. A bit green. Lost City trying to shift gears down the center. Coach Abernathy surging to him. Here comes Coach Abernathy on the outside. Coach Abernathy's in time. Coach Abernathy and Leonel Reyes ran down Lost City for an upset win in the Sunday opener in 131-3.
She finished fourth, but was only 2.5 lengths behind the winner, and that was after having flashed some speed. In addition to the class relief, I do think that the added furlong is going to be welcome. She's a daughter of Exaggerator, and then she's out of a Medaglia d'Oro mare. And then as far as completing the top 3, I'm going to look to the rail. It's kind of tough. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised by any horse getting up there on the board. But Uncaptured Dream, she's another horse who's taking a bit of a class drop. She was in a maiden 25. In fact, that same maiden 25 on January 1st that Sartaria was in. And the start before that, which was a main 32, she actually had hopped at the start of the race. Pretty and awesome. Put in another winning performance out of there and looked pretty awesome doing it. Now, another reason you might like Uncaptured Dreams is she's also now not only making this drop in class, she's getting extra ground because those last races were at 5.5 and the last one at 5 over good going. She's getting the 7 furlongs today, and she is also getting first-time Lasix. So that will make it 7-5-1 in race 1 to start the day and the early pick 5.
Approaching the gate. Post time for race 1. Started the early pick 5. Two out. D Speedster. Fast Study. All in line. All set. And they're off. Awkward start there for Leota, bobbled shortly after the start. D Speedster has early speed, and there's Fast Study. They're 1-2. At the rail, there's Excalibrate 3 across the racetrack in that opening quarter mile. Just off of them is going to be Screen Door, who's going to track in fourth. West Star is progressing in the red cap, is now going to challenge and take that fourth position away. The trailer after the trouble is Leota. They work up the backstretch. It's plenty of pace on here. It's a pressured early tempo, Fast Study. And Madison Olver right up on the outside there, 3 wide in that group as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. The favorite, D Speedster, is in between horses, is now about to challenge this leader. At the rail is Excalibrate. Just off of them is West Star as they work into the far turn. In the opener, they went 23 and 3 for that opening quarter mile. D Speedster is now taking the lead. It's D Speedster, Fast Study. West Star is creeping closer, and here comes West Star is ranging up on the outside, 3 wide. Losing ground was Excalibrate from the back Screen Door. Leota is the trailer. They approach a quarter mile left to go. D Speedster has had a tussle on the hands, and here comes the move from West Star, and West Star's got the momentum down the center of the racetrack. D Speedster is not going away without a fight, though. It's West Star and D Speedster who's back for more to the inside. West Star could not push on by as D Speedster is battling on back, and D Speedster and West Star are going to decide it in the final furlong. West Star, D Speedster to the inside, West Star to the outside. It's D Speedster finding a touch more, a neck in front now. D Speedster gets the win. D Speedster over West Star. Going to be Fast Study and Screen Door in 1 minute 27.75 seconds. Unofficial order finish. First the 5, D Speedster. Second the 4, West Star. Third the 6, Fast Study. Fourth the 2, Screen Door. 5, 4, 6, 2 in the opener. Hold all tickets until race 1 is official running time. 1 minute 27.75 seconds.
Girl number 8 to Journey Girl is Scratch. Scratch the 8. Jockey change on the number 6, Sunshine Girl. Make the rider Sammy Camacho. Sammy Camacho rides the 6. Numbers 1 and 3 are both 1 pound over. Race number 1 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, super high 5, and we start that early pick 5. Almost 20,000 in the pool for the early pick 5. It'll continue to grow as we have 6 minutes to post time, 6 minutes for the opener.
Speedster. He's a 3-year-old, bred in New York by Outwork out of Hartfelt. Winning owner is SJB Stable. Winning trainer, Jorge Abreu. The winning jockey, Manny Franco. Winner was bred in New York by Newtown Anner Stud. Race 1's official. $1 exacta, $4.40. The trifecta, $4.55. Superfecta, $1.69. And the running time was 1 minute 27.75 seconds. Up next, race 2. It's the start of the early pick 4, 1 mile. Scratch the 1. Race 2 in 22 minutes.
Master horse racing with the power of daily racing form. DRF has helped players win at the races for 125 years. Now the information you trust is better than ever. Get exclusive late-breaking news from our reporters at tracks across the country. Position yourself to win by adding buyer's speed figures and the new DRF formulator to your handicapping arsenal. Go to drf.com today. Use coupon code DRF2022 to get a free formulator card and start winning.
Horses in the paddock for race number 2. This is a claiming $20,000 race, 6 furlongs on our fast main track. Scratch the number 6 out of this race, and this is the leg that we kick off our early pick for, and I have got a ticket to show you today. Hopefully a winning one to punch the day after Pegasus. 3 deep in this race here. We'll get to that in just a moment. In race number 3, I'm going 3 deep as well. The number 8 is my top choice, Amazing Queen. And in race number 4, Bandita is my top pick. The number 4, I think she'll be very tough in this spot against this field. And in race number 5, the number 7, my top pick, Drum and Drummer. A $27 ticket to kick off this early pick 4. And this race right here, race number 2. The number 4, Rough Entry, is a horse coming from the Rohan Crichton barn that has been running in actually some pretty tough company as of late. He's getting a bit of class relief now, who he hasn't really seen this level of company in quite some time. He was even teetering around in graded stakes competition a little bit earlier in 2021 and last year. A very good looking horse for the Rohan Crichton barn. This is getting Irad Ortiz in the saddle. They strike very hot together when they team up. 55% actually in the win percentage when they are together, and there's just not much that can stop these two once they get going. The number 2, a bit of a price right now. That is Adventure Seeker coming from the Barry Croft barn. He's been very sneaky with his runners as of late. He's 2 for 3, 67 win percentage right now. This horse hasn't been seen in quite some time, but this is a very nice drop for this horse. I think that he's been working well on his return here. Certainly looks fit enough in the paddock walking around, and I do like the fact that he does have a little bit of a home court advantage from getting all of his works done locally here at Gulfstream Park. The number 1, Mighty Tough. This horse was mighty tough last out, was 26-1 and almost upset the whole race for this type of level last out. Timmy Hills does a great job with his horses and keeping them in top form, and this is one that looks like we're not going to get so lucky as getting 26-1 on him like we did last time, but I think he'll be very tough in this spot if he can work out a trip from the rail post. The number 7, the favorite right now, Reserve Not Attained. This is a horse that's been so consistent, made over $160,000 in his career. It's one that I did not include in my top selections, but this horse really is just so such a classy type horse. You love to see that, especially as a 7-year-old, just a very nice way about him. I just didn't trust him too much. He did win on the Tapeta last time. He was disqualified and placed 3rd. He did kind of drift out a bit in the stretch. Hopefully he can keep a straight path this time around. We'll see. He's getting some love from his rider there as they're getting the call for riders up. Over $64,000 in this early pick 4 pool. Make sure to get involved as horses are heading to the track for race number 2. Good luck.
The opener at Gulfstream today, Firster, Coach Abernathy by Oscar Performance. So there was a little something there, but with the connections, a little bit lower percentage, I couldn't quite pull the trigger. Coach Abernathy looked pretty good, again, in a debut victory in the opener at Gulfstream. Moving on to race number 2, and that means pick 4 action down in Florida. I have it 7, 4, and 3 at Gulfstream. 7 currently is the 2-1 favorite, Reserve Not Attained. Popular over the past, couple of years at the claim box. Over the last year has run, 4 times without being claimed. But last time out in a fairly similar event was a nice winner, so we'll put that one on top. 7, 4, and 3 for me. They're off at Tampa.
6. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, Daily double pick 3 and early pick 4 opportunity.
Our turn. Uncaptured Dreams and Walber Allen Carr in front by a length. Bankbuster and Anna's Image both now a length and a half back as the leader tries to skip away. Sunshine Girl continues to march up on the outside. Sortaria getting back into the bid is 5th. Still 4.5 off the leader up front. Uncaptured Dreams. Uncaptured Dreams, a long shot to the top of the stretch, clear by almost 2. Sunshine Girl, Sortaria on the outside. Anna's Image trying to get re-engaged down toward the rail. Making up some ground. The Money Machine from the back is coming up the inside. Still pitching away Bankbuster. A final furlong to go and a new leader emerges. Anna's Image comes through inside of Uncaptured Dreams to grab the lead. Anna's Image by the 16th pole. Quickly 3.5, 4 in front. Uncaptured Dreams. Sortaria down the outside. Anna's Image and Angel Arroyo to win it, geared down by about 5 in the end. Second was very close. It's either Sortaria or Uncaptured Dreams. Sunshine Girl finished 4th. Two and a photo. Photo for second. Hold on tickets.
All right, once again at Gulfstream in the second, 7, 4, and 3 for me. The 4's now taking the action. When I talked a minute ago, the 7 was kind of a lukewarm favorite. I'll use reserve not attained again, having won against similar last time. A little bit of class relief for rough entry does make this one very dangerous, and Irad Ortiz on board adds to that. Sensei Lawrence, second off the claim, dropping back to the level of the claim. Could be finding the comfort zone here. The last 2 races are a little bit dicey. You go back past that, though, this horse is a square fit with this bunch and might wind up being the one to beat. Boy, at 9-1, Sensei Lawrence looks kind of attractive. This kicks off pick 4 action down in Florida. 7, 4, and 3. We ran 1, 2, 3, 4 in the opener at Aqueduct. Not big prices by any means, but kick things off with some action there. In the second race at Aqueduct today, and this again kicks off pick 4 action in New York as well. 5, 3, 2, and the 1A. I'm going to put Runabout on top. 3-1 is the second choice currently. Rudy Rodriguez, runner with Manny Franco on board. Goes down the claiming ladder. Again, returning to the level of the claim, 3 starts back. Only ran 4th that day, but I think overall this horse has some talent as compared to this bunch, particularly at this level. So I'll look for a better performance today from Runabout. Hammer and Ammer, second off the claim, also getting some class relief in here. And Little Commissioner just seems to be, as compared to the top 2, in a little bit better recent form that maybe you can hang your hat on there. In the second at Aqueduct, I have it 5, 3, 2, and the 1A. Still about an hour away, a little under an hour away from things kicking off at Oaklawn, but as you can see, we have some Tampa in the mix, so we are rolling here on a Sunday afternoon OTB Live. So happy you're tuned in and playing along. Stay tuned, and of course, good luck.
Approaching the starting gate, last chance to wager on race 2. Start of the early pick 4. The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Lotting up and moving in for race number 2, starting leg of the early pick 4. 8-5 favorite is Rough Entry. Second choice, Reserve Not Attained. First 2 in line are Mighty Tough and Adventure Seeker. Here's Sensei Lawrence. Rough Entry in the yellow colors. Last 2 up, Reserve Not Attained and Get Set. Get Set stepping forward. That leaves Reserve Not Attained to take the outside gate. Race 2 starts the early pick 4. 4 and 7 dominate the market. They're Remigate. And they're off. Level beginning. Rough Entry and Adventure Seeker, the first 2 to begin. Adventure Seeker to the top. Rough Entry away in second. Reserve Not Attained is now third. Sensei Lawrence comes away in fourth ahead of Get Set, and Mighty Tough is last. They race to the half-mile point with Adventure Seeker in front a length and a quarter. On the far outside, Reserve Not Attained strides into second. Sensei Lawrence is at the rail third. They shuffle Rough Entry back to fourth. 2 back to Mighty Tough, and the trailer Gets Set. They leave the backstretch and move on to the far turn. Adventure Seeker, traveling well at this stage, leads a length and a half. Reserve Not Attained is second. Sensei Lawrence is now third. Rough Entry launched to the clear for a bit, about 4 lengths behind, 4 better than Mighty Tough, and Get Set is last. There's a quarter of a mile left to go, and Adventure Seeker tries to sneak away. He's on top by 2. Rough Entry takes up the slack second. Reserve Not Attained is all in. Sensei Lawrence is at the rail with 3/16 remaining. On the outside, Rough Entry from between Adventure Seeker along the rail, Sensei Lawrence. Sensei Lawrence and Rough Entry kick on. Sensei Lawrence for a narrow lead. Rough Entry runs at him on the outside, but Sensei Lawrence has the kick. And at 6 or 8-1, it's Sensei Lawrence in front. Rough Entry second, Reserve Not Attained third, Pace Setter Adventure Seeker fourth in 1:10 and 4.
Two races. They're going to be going 5.5 furlongs on the main track. The number 2, Tap First. He's making a first start for Gerald Bennett. He's also making a first off the layoff. We last saw this boy in action getting beat just a nose on the wire in an optional 75 N1X. And the winner that day, Morgan Point. Morgan Point, we're going to see him later on in today's card. But he most recently got beat just 3 lengths in the Marion County Stakes, put up an 82 buyer figure. We also had the 4th place, My Man Vito, go on to win in his next start. And he most recently got beat just ahead in an open 20 claimer here. He put up a 76 that day. The number 3 is going blinkers on for this first try on the main track here at Tampa. Last out he ran a close 6th in a 25 N2L on the grass going 8.5 furlongs. And before that, he did run on the main track at Gulfstream. And yeah, he was beaten 15.5 lengths. But that was the Colts' first start since September. It was a 50 N2L. And it produced a next out winner with Double Play King, who had finished third that day. He went on to score at the level, earned an 80 buyer figure. Now, what is also of interest to me, more so than the 8 1/4 length score that this boy had in the slab, is the maiden special weight debut on the dirt at Gulfstream. Yes, he was 4th, but he had to be steadied, and that was a nice field. The winner there, Ironworks, he went on to score an optional 80 N1X at Keeneland, earned an 84 buyer figure. I mean, I will say the track was sloppy sealed that day, but still, another horse in that race, Awesome Aaron. He had finished 5th. He has won 3 races, including an open 40 at Churchill Downs, where he put up an 82 Beyer figure. The number 6, Changing Arrow, in off a main special weight win here at Tampa. It was an off-the-bench score. The track was listed as good sealed, but he nearly won here back in March, going 5.5 furlongs over fast. So I don't think the condition really matters. Before we get to the most recent race, that March start produced 4 next out winners. You had Tax Code put up a 70 Beyer figure on the synthetic, taking a main special weight sprint at Gulfstream Park. You had Templeman Alley next win a main special weight over Muddy Sealed at Mahoning, notched to 67, and Maintainer next won a main special weight on the grass here at Tampa, earned a 62. And then there was Isle of Skye. That horse won a main 16 out of there, and most recently took a 12-5 N3L here at Tampa. Gate to wire for the current connections of Bennett and Averill Racing, put up an 85 Beyer figure. And now last out, Charging Arrow beat She's a Rednecker, and she did come back to score over Fillies and Mares in her next go. She earned a 56. So I'm going to make my top 3, 2, 3, 6 in race 2, which again is going to kick off our early pick 4.
3 out. Cash Now. Runabout. Mount Travers. All in line. All set. And they're off. Mount Travers has early speed from the far outside, and Mount Travers will cross over and clears up by a quick 2. There's Kumar, who's going to track in second from in between horses. Comes Cash Now out wider with Runabout. Down towards the inside is going to be Little Commissioner, and the early trailer is Hammer and Hammer. Mount Travers has got the lead out in the center of the racetrack. It's Mount Travers who's up by a length now, is getting closer as Kumar to the inside. Kumar is ready to challenge this leader and now puts ahead in front as they work up the backstretch. 23 and 1 was the opening quarter mile. Just off of them is Runabout in third, and at the rail tightly there is Little Commissioner. In between horses, Hammer and Hammer, and now the trailer is Cash Now. Kumar has got the lead, had to work to get there, is ahead in front of Mount Travers, who's stalking from second. Runabout is 3 wide with a half mile left to go. Down towards the inside still is Little Commissioner looking for a way through. Cash Now is going to be wide, is second to last, and the trailer, Hammer and Hammer. They went 47 and 1 for that half mile time. Mount Travers has reclaimed the lead. Kumar is back to second and fading. Here's the run from Runabout up on the outside. Cash Now. Hammer and Hammer is trying to weave through traffic, and down towards the inside is Little Commissioner. Mount Travers at the top of the stretch. The rail is wide open here for Little Commissioner, who's trying to burst on through. Runabout is going to be 3 wide as they're at the top of the stretch, and here comes the run from Hammer and Hammer. Hammer and Hammer got the room, and Hammer and Hammer in an instant has now taken the lead. A furlong left to go. Hammer and Hammer is up by a quick length, and the margin is widening, is up by 2, call it 3. Hammer and Hammer just needed that room, got it, and Hammer and Hammer is going to cruise to victory here. Hammer and Hammer gets the score. Tight here for second. Little Commissioner to the inside of Runabout in 1 minute 39.31 seconds.
A field of 6 set to go to post. Take note, number 5, Drama's Prayer, should be listed in your program as a gelding. Number 5 is a gelding.
The 6 Mount Travers, 3:256, running time 1 minute 39.31 seconds. Winner of today's second is the 3 Hammer and Hammer. He's a 9-year-old. gelding. Bred in Maryland by Jumpstart out of Signaling. Winning owner is Ben Mondello. Winning trainer is Gustavo Rodriguez. The winning jockey, Eric Cancel.
Racing tool from Pegasus to Preakness. Iconic venues. World-class racing. Millions at stake. New champions will be crowned. Only at first.
Race 3 this afternoon, 1 mile on the turf. Claimers, fillies, and mares. 4 and up. Non-winners of 3 in life or race since July 29th. A condition claimer, no scratches, jockey changes. Current 7-5 favorite is the number 3 Passion Plus. But we're going to start it off with the horse that Angela has on top of her ticket. That's the number 8 Amazing Queen, who faced better on the turf at Woodbine and had some success, Angela.
Yeah, Amazing Queen had run against some tough company, and this was more a condition book, a class thing. She fits the conditions of this race right down to the day, and the last time that this filly won was July 23rd of last year. That was the cutoff to get into this race, and she has a good, 3 for 15 race on a couple of record on a couple of surfaces. Jose Ortiz, when I got my first entries, was named to ride on this horse, but Irad is going to be on her after a big day yesterday. He's teaming up with the barn that he wins for a lot. They're 4 for their last 10, and she was their last winner. That would be Amazing Queen. I like the outside draw for her. She is going to have some pace set up for her, but I thought she'd get it, and 5-1 is a very square price.
Angela, I thought the same thing with the number 3 Passion Plus, who I thought fit the conditions of the race perfectly, too, because it's an 8-time turf winner, cuts back to the mile, finished 4th against the condition claimers. Brian, this one a 5-time winner at the distance. I think she has the screws tightened this afternoon.
Yeah, and a 5-time winner right here at Gulfstream Park over our turf course as well. So that's a positive, too. And Elizabeth Dobles does such a good job for John's imaginary stable. John will not be here today. We saw Elizabeth out there in the walking ring. John, of course, up in Philadelphia at Lincoln Financial with his Eagles. But this horse got a major shot. It's a little low, Ron, at 7-5. But I do think this horse, I'll give you, she's the one to beat. That's an underlaid price right now, though.
Well, you did go with the number 6, Great Charlotte, who's cutting back to the mile after setting the pace, yielded at the furlong marker for Bernard Campos.
Yeah, what's the matter with her? I mean, you're getting a square price. She's got some speed, but she doesn't have to lead either. She's drawn well to be outside some of the other speed. And boy, I really liked that race last time for 35. I understand she was 33-1 that day, and maybe the public's a little scared off of that. She ran very, very well, and that's a race. Now, okay, maybe she can't run back to it, but if she can, puts her in the thick with this group here at a square price.
Angela, how's that gray look out there?
Well, she's actually right in front of me. She came out to the walking ring later than all the rest of them. She looks good. She's got her ears pricked. She looks ready for action. She's going to head out now after the 5. Got got some good condition to her. I don't mind the appearance of Grace Charlotte. It was that I thought that maybe she would get some pressure up front. And Brian makes a good case with her. I mean, she's performed well enough on the front end. I think that she's a decent fit, and you get a lot of value with her at 10-1.
Brian, what did you see with the number 7 horse in here, Indicia? This one going to be ridden by Renee Ariata.
Well, she ran well, Ron, with we know how bad the post is. When you're breaking from the 11 of 11 going 7.5, that's a real problem. But and she broke a little slow, too. Now, she is 1 for 17 here. That is not ideal. But another horse, as Ronnie always likes to say, we've got tries. We've got supers here. We got a super high 5 pool that's reaching $7,000. You need a kicker underneath at a nice price. You got a few choices in here.
Now they're going to the track for race number 3. Just remember, 3 races from now, mandatory payout in the Rainbow Six, expecting over $3 million in the pool. Good luck with all your selections here in race number 3.
Third race at Gulfstream, for me, 8, 6, 3, and 7. They were the horses they were throwing out. And again, you have some prices in there. The 8's a nice 7-2. The 6 is 10-1. So maybe a nice little exacta or flip them around even will be okay. But I put Amazing Queen on top. Irod Ortiz hops on board this one. That gets class relief, that maybe gets us back to some of the better numbers. I think getting back to the turf is going to be beneficial as well. This was on the synthetic last time and has done well on synthetic. I just think this horse is maybe a little bit better on the turf. Grace Charlotte showed some speed last time before getting caught, but that often bodes well for the next time, and this is the next time at a 10-1, very playable. And Passion Plus, currently the 3-2 choice. Makes sense, but 3-2 cents? This horse has knocked around at this level in the past couple of starts, and 6th and a 4th. So I don't think this horse is any world beater by any means. The price is maybe a little short for me. In the third at Gulfstream, 8, 6, 3, and 7. Over at Aqueduct, we will move on to race number 3. And I had a couple of scratches here at Aqueduct. I originally had it 3, 2, 4, and 7. And we lost the 3 and the 4, so I'm now left with the 2 and the 7 on the move up in there as well. Ghostly Prince, nice little third last time when dropped to this level, so put it on top. But as I say, a move up on top. I wasn't that thrilled with the horse, and I originally had this one down at the bottom, so now moved up to the second. Nicholas James tossed in a clunker last time at this level. That seems like an aberration, but we'll see. Again, I'm left with a couple that I'm not totally enamored with after scratches, but in the third at Aqueduct, 2 and 7. And it looks like we have just a moment here. So again, we are about 25 minutes away from the opener at Oaklawn. We'll just give you a quick head start. First at Oaklawn for me, and I'll kick off pick 5 action. 3, 8, 1, and 4, Dream Streak. Seems perfectly logical. I would guess also a short price as well. Plenty of opportunities and only the 1 win, but the last couple of starts has gone okay, and I think second off the claim gets back to a more proper level. So the opener at Oaklawn, 3, 8, 1, and 4. They're about to go at Tampa, so we'll send it to Jason Beam with the call.
2 tap first. Now Charging Arrow goes up. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Drama's Prayer in the center shows out to the early advantage. Down toward the inside, Awesome Enough out quickly. And up from the far outside, Charging Arrow now moves into that second position. Tap first, settles third. Awesome Enough now back and forth is the gray. And the 2 at the back are Caronade and Blank's hat trick. The 6 of them covered about 5.5, 6 lengths as they go toward the far turn. Drama's Prayer is the leader. It's Drama's Prayer to the far turn, a length and a half in front of Charging Arrow. Tap first, third toward the inside. 2.5 off this speedy leader. They go by the 3/8 pole, 22 seconds flat for a quick opening quarter. Daniel Centeno and Drama's Prayer front just over a length. Charging Arrow trying to come after that long-time leader. Tap first, still 3 lengths back in the third position. It's 3 more then back to the others as they turn to the top of the stretch. Drama's Prayer bracing for the oncoming rush of Charging Arrow on the outside. Charging Arrow draws within a neck. These two by the furlong pole. Then comes Tap First, Awesome Enough, trying to sneak through down along the inside as Charging Arrow comes after the lead. Charging Arrow outside the 16th pole, now a half length in front. Drama's Prayer back to second. Charging Arrow. And Angel Suarez to win it 3/4 of a length. Drama's Prayer was second. Caronade got going for third over Awesome Enough fourth.
Approaching the starting gate, last chance to wager. It's race 3 on the turf. The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Lining up and moving in for race number 3 on the turf. Race favorite is number 3, Passion Plus. Leonel Reyes has won the first 2 races today. He goes for 3 in a row. 5-2 respect for the outside horse, Amazing Queen. Bayou Wind is a 4-1 proposition in the next to move in line. On the outside, Amazing Queen will complete the field. They're at the post. Set for a start. And they're off. From the inside, it's Bravo Zulu who begins the best and fires to the early lead. Moving up on the inside, that's Passion Plus with speed, and Bayou Wind's not far away. Bravo Zulu to the top. It's Bravo Zulu in front as they make their way to the opening quarter. On the outside, Bayou Wind is now second. Flashy 2 is at the inside in third. Racing from fourth, it's Flashy 2, then Passion Plus. The Gray Charlotte is at the rail with Amazing Queen, and Indicia is last of all as they make their way to the final 6 furlongs of the contest. And with the advantage, it's still Bravo Zulu on top 2.5. Bayou Wind is second. Golden Voice on the outside third. Flashy 2 fourth at the rail. Then the Gray Passion Plus, followed by fellow Gray Charlotte. Up on the outside, Amazing Queen and Indicia last, 24-2 for the opening quarter. Bravo Zulu unopposed on the top end. Rosario half a mile from home and 2 on top. Bayou Wind is second. Flashy 2 together with Golden Voice third and fourth. Passion Plus is now fifth, and Gray Charlotte and Amazing Queen, and Indicia is last. 48 and 2 for the opening half mile. It's an even pace, and they've yet to head Bravo Zulu. She rounds the turn on top 2.5. Golden Voice has dropped back. Amazing Queen getting started on the far outside. She was fifth, now fourth, now third, now second, and charging to challenge Amazing Queen on a roll. 3/4, 112 and 2. Bravo Zulu bracing for the oncoming Amazing Queen. Down at the rail, it's Flashy 2. In between horses, Bayou Wind. Passion Plus is on late with a shot from there. Passion Plus starts to gain good ground. Here comes Passion Plus down the center. Passion Plus, Leonel Reyes for 3 in a row. She wins going away. Amazing Queen second, Flashy 2 third, then Bravo Zulu in 135 and 3.
Field steps on the track for today's third race. 7 furlongs. Started the middle pick 4. Scratched the 3 and the 4. Race 3. 5 minutes.
At a mile on the grass. The number 2, Ace Up Her Sleeve, dropping back down to this main 25 level after a game try, bumped up against main special weight competition. She got the lead from the rail, tried to take him all the way, but then she couldn't hold him off, and she ultimately was beaten 3 3/4 lengths. That race included Kinshin, who was already grade 2 place going into there, and that horse didn't really finish all that much more in front of Ace Up Her Sleeve. Now in the main 25, which was an off the layoff start, this filly came from off the pace, came to get within a length, or a half length rather, of Ballycuda. Ballycuda then made it 2 in a row, and then we saw her yesterday get beat just 3/4 of a length to a horse named Up Her Sleeve. There was also in this main 25, Eau Claire, who finished a neck back of Ace Up Her Sleeve, and she next scored a main 25 by 7.5 lengths over Silver Sprinter. The number 6, Plain Jane, I think she could move up on grass and getting a mile. Her mom did her best running on the green, and she was a Bennett trainee as well. Granny is also a daughter of Cozine. And then I'm going to complete the top 3 with the number 5. That is Gallyhead for Roy Lerman of Lamb Home South. She just ran 4th in an off the layoff main 25 on the main track, going 6 furlongs. She's run well enough despite wide draws against New York bred turf sprinters at the main 40 level to think that she deserves some respect here. So I'm going to go 265 in race 3.
9 for a dime. High five, $5,219.40. Daily double, $71.20. The pick 3 combination, numbers in the pick 3 sequence, 533, $352.45. 135.79, 100 seconds for Passion Plus, your third race winner.
Approaching the gate. Post time for race 3. Two out. Romanozzi and Nicholas James. All in line. All set. And they're off. Speed down towards the inside from Ghostly Prince, who's now got a head in front, and towards the outside is going to be Nicholas James, and these are the front two, and now Nicholas James will press on here for Dylan Davis, and clear. It's Nicholas James who's up by a full length. And between horses there comes Sight Unseen, and tightly at the rail is going to be Ghostly Prince. They share second and third. Center of the racetrack there comes Romanozzi, who starts to progress now, and this group is catching up to the leader quickly. Nicholas James is only a neck in front. The trailer, Raw Courage. Tightly bunched. It's an easy tempo early. They went 24 and 1 for that opening quarter mile. It's 24 and 1 for Nicholas James, who's going to try and take them all the way with less than 4 furlongs to go. It's a tight hold here for Ghostly Prince, who's stalking in there in second. Sight Unseen is 3 wide. Coming after them is Raw Courage, and out wider is going to be Romanozzi as they come after the leader now. Here comes Ghostly Prince with the move, and Ghostly Prince is up by a neck. 48.56 for a half-mile time. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Ghostly Prince is doing it nicely. Nicholas James is not giving in yet. Down at the rail is trying to come back. racetrack. Ghostly Prince has the lead at the top of the stretch and kicks for home. Still there is Nicholas James to the inside, chasing his sight unseen. Down the center of the racetrack is Roman Otzi, Raw Courage. They approach a final eighth of a mile to go, and here comes Sight Unseen to the outside to take it to Ghostly Prince. Sight Unseen has now taken the lead. It's Sight Unseen who's up by a full length. Roman Otzi is making up some late ground as Ghostly Prince drops back. Sight Unseen gets the victory. Sight Unseen over Ghostly Prince. Then came Roman Otzi in 1 minute 28.22 seconds. Order finish. First the 5, Sight Unseen. Second the 2, Ghostly Prince. Third the 6, Roman Otzi. Fourth the 1, Raw Courage. 5-2-6-1. Running time 1 minute 28.22. Winner of today's third, the 5, Sight Unseen, a 4-year-old gelding by Distorted Humor out of Good Omen. Winning owner is Alan Brodsky. Winning trainer is Mark Hennig. The winning jockey, Hemant Harkey. Winner was bred in New York by Magnolia Mares, LLC, Rita Masters, and Distorted Humor. Race 3 official. Exacta $23.40. The double $49.75. Trifecta $50.62. Superfecta $14.47. And the pick 3 $73.75. Running time 1 minute 28.
All the best jockeys in the world are here, and I'm excited to ride against them.
We back.
And you get to watch some really incredible, talented athletes out there.
Yeah.
To us, it's a place to be in the winter.
I love Gulfstream Park because of the racing.
The palm trees, the beach is right here. The horse racing is some of the best in the country.
A lot of good horses come out of here. And if you want to go to the next level, Gulfstream Park was the place to come.
I remember the first time I came to Gulfstream, it was like this big fairy tale place. All the history.
Shoemaker sitting perfectly still. He has to touch this magnificent colt, and here comes the finish.
And all these great horses, trainers, jockeys. It was everything that I ever dreamed of.
Race 4 this afternoon, 7 furlongs. These are maiden special weight filly 3-year-olds. We did have a few scratches this morning of the 2, the 5, and the number 8. So we're dealing with this 5-horse field, and all the money right now is on the number 4, Bandita, the $350,000 daughter of Gun Runner, debuting for Todd Pletcher. Angela, how's it look?
Oh, she looks every bit of that price tag down here in the paddock. She is very relaxed. She's dappled out. She has a beautiful move to her. I mean, you saw the video before, how Bandita works in the morning. If she can translate that in any way, shape, or form to the afternoon, she is going to be tough. She's 3 to 5, and she definitely looks it.
Brian, you got the number 3 Ocean Club on your ticket for Mr. Tom Proctor?
Yeah, I thought this horse had a little bit of a trip on debut, Ron. She lost several lengths at the start, so right away she's behind the 8 ball as a first-time starter. They bet her that day. She was 5 to 1, and, if you watch the race, she moves herself into contention, entering the far turn, and then I kind of just think predictably she tired a little bit after going about 9 wide on my radar. So I thought, all things considered, it was a pretty solid debut, and I think it gives her something to work with, Ron. And look at her up there at 7 to 2, taking money into the teeth of a steam horse who's odds on.
The number 7 Arabolt is a half-sister to multiple Grade 1 winner Emollient and runner-up, Florida Derby runner-up Hofberg, debuting for Billy Mott. Solid work tip showing at Payson Park. Angela, how does this one look?
She looked nice when she was getting saddled up. She just looks like a first-time starter. She's taking it all in. You can see her. She's right behind you guys right now. She's got some size to her. I would think that more distance would be right up her alley with that pedigree, as you mentioned. But Arrow Bolt is going to debut with blinkers. And like you said, she is a half to Emollient. Some big horseshoes to fill in this family. But she started working all the way back in June of last year.
Dream Streak and Dial Dish are ready. Crystal Crescent and Ain't No Sweetie are in. One more left to load. Bad Outlook. They're at the post. They're off. Dream Streak and Dial Dish with Ain't No Sweetie and Flag to Flag at the rail. Dream Streak half ahead in front, but here's Flag to Flag to put her white blinkers on the lead. Then comes Crystal Crescent and Mrs. Nushi, and the trailer is Bad Outlook. Dream Streak and Flag to Flag, even at the half-mile pole. Dream Streak, the big favorite outside of Flag to Flag. They're a length and a half in front of Ain't No Sweetie. A length to Mrs. Nushi, fourth at the rail and about 2.5 off the lead. Bad Outlook moves through at the fence within 3 of the front. Crystal Crescent is there, and so is Dial Dish. Dream Streak with a narrow lead. Flag to Flag is beginning to retreat, so Ain't No Sweetie now takes over second. Dream Streak a neck in front. Ain't No Sweetie alongside in second. Crystal Crescent has moved up to third. And 2 from the front. Bad Outlook is shuffled all the way back to last. Dial Dish in front of her. Top of the stretch, Dream Streak and Ain't No Sweetie, and Dream Streak is now 2 lengths in front. Ain't No Sweetie is second to the outside, and Dial Dish third with Mrs. Nushi at the rail, but Dream Streak, a 16th out, has a 4-length advantage. Ain't No Sweetie is second. Now Bad Outlook is up into third. Dream Streak in front. Dream Streak won by 3 3/4. Ain't No Sweetie second. Bad Outlook third. Crystal Crescent finished fourth.
8, field of 5. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 opportunity. 5 minutes to race 4.
Fourth race at Gulfstream. We shall see if as Brian says, Steam Horse has the talent to legitimize the steam. It's a firster by Gun Runner. That's always a positive. They paid $350,000 as a yearling. Keeneland, September 2021. Trained by Todd Pletcher. Irod Ortiz on board. The number 4 Bandita taking all kinds of action at 3 to 5. I put that one on top. Like the 3-1 morning line a lot better. I don't think, you don't know with a firster. This could be something really special. But Bill Mott has a firster from Judbont that is working with some nice bullets. The number 7 Arrow Bolt, La Pachenga, second-time starter for Shug that may benefit from the first out try. 7 to 1 there. Take a Break, another firster from Shug. By Quality Road that could be intriguing at 10 to 1. So, there are other options if you're looking to take a shot against, because these either firsters or lightly raced horses could turn out to be special as well. But in the fourth at Gulfstream, I have it 4, 7, 6, and 1. Race number 4 at Aqueduct. And just going back to the third. Ghostly Prince, I thought, I scratched and eventually had very little confidence in what I was left with. But Ghostly Prince, my move up top pick, I thought looked good. But then you could see the momentum was shifting to sight unseen, and that one did go by. And wound up, $13 there in the scratch-reduced field. Fourth race at Aqueduct, 7, 8, 5, and 3. I put Super Quality on top. Comes in with some good form. Nice second last time in a similar event. Tends to show some early speed. I would guess that'll be the game plan again today. Speed always dangerous. And off the last race, seems logical. 6 to 5, though, is a little short. This horse is going to take some action, clearly. But to me, legitimate was closer to the morning line, 8 to 5 or 9 to 5. Again, we're a couple of ticks shorter than is appealing. Danny Gargan has growth mindset, very lightly raced, dropped to this level last time and ran 5th, so nothing to be excited about necessarily, except a horse that is lightly raced, maybe some upside potential, and I like the shift from the 10-pound apprentice last time to Manny Franco today. So I think growth market at 7 to 1, very playable. And Naked and Famous, another one that has shown some early speed, dropped in for the waiver last time. You always kind of like that. Ran a good third. Now they come back and should be even a little bit tighter this afternoon. You're getting a nice little 4 to 1 there. So There are a couple of options at better odds than the top pick, but I have it in the 4th at Aqueduct. 7, 8, 5, and 3. And we got things off to a very short-priced victory in the opener at Oaklawn. 3, 4, 8, and 1, and number 3, Dream Streak. Second victory in the 15th career start, paying $3.20 to kick off your pick 5 down in Arkansas in chalky fashion. Second race at Oaklawn kicks off a pick 4, 5, 10, 2, and 4. I'll put Dr. Wood's Miracle on top. A little bit of breeding. The dam produced a sibling called Indigo Meadow that was 11th in debut, but then 3rd and then won. So that's a win early. Alleluia Angel came back off a layoff for the waiver last time, showed a little punch before fading. Got to think the horse is going to benefit from that. And then Sweet Holiness, 19 tries and hasn't gotten it done, but probably fits with this bunch of Arkansas bred. So, again, in the second at Oaklawn, 5, 10, 2, and 4. Once again, bringing us around to post time down at Tampa Bay Downs, west coast of Florida. Looks like a nice sunny day down there. Our man Steve Bick on the show this morning says he has another week over at Gulfstream and then heading over to Tampa. I am envious. Miss Tampa, haven't been there in quite a while, but again, we live vicariously through watching the action down there, and their third race is coming up momentarily. Take it away.
Plain Jane, the 6, has been backed out. Ladies and gentlemen, do take note. We do have a late scratch here in today's third race. On advice of the veterinarian, by order of the steward, scratch number 6, Plain Jane. Number 6, Plain Jane, is a late scratch. You are entitled to refunds on all win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and super high five combinations involving the number 6, Plain Jane. If you had Plain Jane in a daily double or a pick 3, there will be consolation payouts. And if you had that runner in the early pick 4 or the early pick 5, you will receive the post-time favorite, who as of now appears to be the number 2, Ace Up Her Sleeve. But, of course, that's still not official till the race starts. But, again, late scratch here, number 6, Plain Jane, a late scratch. There will be just a...
It's now post time. Getting set to load up for race number 4. Quality field of maiden special weight runners going postward here. Odds on at 4 to 5 is number 4, Bandita, the daughter of Gun Runner. Second choice at 5 to 2 is Arrow Bolt, daughter of Arrogate. So, 2 favorites here, both by Pegasus World Cup winners. First in the line will be Take a Break. Now, Ocean Club. Bandita. Waiting for La Pachanga and Arrow Bolt. Arrow Bolt, the colors of Juddmonte Farm to the outside. They're at the post. And they're off. Excellent beginning for Bandita. She timed the start perfectly and establishes a length advantage in a hurry. La Pachanga is their second from Arrow Bolt, who's up on the outside of Ocean Club. They're third and fourth, and the early trailer is Take a Break. Down the backstretch they go. Bandita at even money leads by a length and a quarter. La Pachanga is second, Ocean Club at the rail third. Arrow Bolt is now racing in fourth, about 4 lengths off the speed, and at the back is Take a Break. They make their way through a quarter in 23 and 2. Everything going the way of Bandita so far. She leads by a length and a half with half a mile to go. La Pachanga starts to creep a touch closer second. Ocean Club is now third. Arrow Bolt given the green light by Jose Ortiz. Pink cap 3 wide. Here comes Arrow Bolt making a big blitz at Bandita, who needs to quicken to hold her lead, and that's exactly what she just did. Bandita reasserts and leads a length and a quarter from Arrow Bolt second. Ocean Club with a re-rally at the inside. Leparoux has hands full of her. Gap the 2 to La Pachanga, and Take a Break is last as they run past the quarter-mile pole. 46 and 4 for the opening half mile. Bandita has done everything right to this stage. She's off the turn, now 3 in front. Ocean Club is second. Arrow Bolt is on the outside third, but through the final furlong, this is a very nice filly. Bandita, the daughter of Gun Runner, making even money look like a gift here as she's going to run up the score while never threatened. Bandita posing for the picture, sharp in victory. Wow. Ocean Club second, third was Arrow Bolt, fourth was La Pachanga, then Take a Break.
The horse is now loading back into the starting gate for today's third. After that late scratch, the number 6 Plain Jane. 7 of them set to go a mile here. As Silver Sprinter has gone forward, Galley Head will be next. Galleyhead's now gone in. Get it. And Ricky Feliciano to the inside. Ace Upper Sleeve will be next, currently holding at 4-5 favoritism. So in all likelihood, that will be who folks with the 6 on their pick 4 and pick 5 tickets will have. But of course, got to wait till windows close. Ace Upper Sleeve going in. Here's Sing Along Kayla. Mario Fuentes out to gate 7. Just waiting for All Go All In, and Lively Remark will be all set for a start here in today's third. Lively Remark, Manny Jimenez to the outside to complete the line. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Lively Remark sent for speed from that outside draw. Trying to go with that one is Sing Along Kayla. So the 2 outside runners are fastest, and they work their way right over to the rails. Sing Along Kayla, Mario Fuentes to lead them by the wire, a length in front of Lively Remark in second. Two more then, back to Gallyhead, who gets a good spot in third. Set a space of three more, back to Ace Up Her Sleeve. The favorite sits down in fourth. After that comes I'll Go All In the fifth position. Silver Sprinter with one beat early on, and that's Get It, who's at the back, seventh and last, and about 9 off the lead up front of Sing Along Kayla. Sing Along Kayla takes them out of the back stretch, clear by 2. 23-1 for that opening quarter mile. Sing Along Kayla, the lead now a length and a half. Lively Remark gets a little bit closer from second. Break of 2 more then. Back to Gallyhead, who continues to travel nicely in third. Moving up alongside of her is Ace Up Her Sleeve. The favorite is fourth right now, about 4.5 off the speed. Down toward the inside, Silver Sprinter is after that. I'll Go All In right to her outside, and it's 2.5 more back to Get It, who continues to trail. Sing Along Kayla has made every yard thus far with 3 furlongs to go. They got that opening half at 48 seconds flat, and into the far turn they bend. Sing Along Kayla still there. The lead's a length and a half. Lively Remark, Gallyhead. Here's Ace Up Her Sleeve starting to launch out 3 deep, and Ace Up Her Sleeve trying to come after this long-time leader. Sing Along Kayla by the quarter pole. Ace Up Her Sleeve pushed to go after that one. Gallyhead moves through down toward the inside from third. Lively Remark back fourth. Into the stretch. Sing Along Kayla still there. It's Sing Along Kayla to the furlong pole. Still a 2-length lead. Gallyhead is second. Ace Up Her Sleeve stalled out a bit in third. Has to do better as they come to the 16th pole. Sing Along Kayla, Gallyhead down the outside. Looks to be the only one with a shot at Sing Along Kayla. Gallyhead down the outside. They drive to the wire. Sing Along Kayla got it. Wire to wire. Gallyhead was second. Long way back to Ace Up Her Sleeve, Silver Sprinter, and Lively Remark.
Okay. Post time for race 4, start of the pick 6. Three out, Mr. Busta. Super quality, growth mindset, last to load. All in line. All set. And they're off. Naked and Famous has early speed. Super Quality is up on the outside, is going to go right with this pace setter, and just behind them is going to be Growth Mindset in third. At the rail is going to be Mr. Bustas in the yellow cap. Really strong outfield here as they work up the backstretch 333 far back to the 2 trailers, Red Jet and Papillon Ice. Naked and Famous, Jose Lescano, they're winging on the front end. Super Quality, the big favorite there, is stalking right there from second. They went 22 and 2 for the opening quarter mile, and here comes Super Quality to the outside of Naked and Famous. They've quickly put 3.5 lengths on Growth Mindset, who's alone in third. It's another 4 back to 333, far back to the rest. Mr. Busta, also Papillon Ice and Red Jet, the trailer. Head and head as they approach a quarter mile left to go. To the inside, it's Naked and Famous. To the outside, Super Quality. And now Super Quality is called upon. Naked and Famous is not going anywhere, and they are still head and head as they approach a final furlong left to go. Naked and Famous, Super Quality. Super Quality trying to push on by. Naked and Famous not done to the inside. A late rally here from 333, but running out of time. It is Super Quality in front. Down to the inside, Naked and Famous. 333 with all the momentum. Super Quality just with a head in front. Naked and Famous tries to come back here at the line. Going to be tight at the wire. 333 in there as well. It was a tight photo. Looked like Naked and Famous came back to win the photo there with Super Quality, but it's between those two. And a late run here from 333 in 1 minute 14.21 seconds. Winner of today's fourth race, the 5, Naked and Famous. He's a 5-year-old gelding bred in Virginia by Upstart out of Port Authority. Winning owner and trainers Linda Rice, the winning jockey Jose Lescano. Race official, Exacta $7.90, the double $45.75, Quinella $3.70, Trifecta $13.50, Superfecta $6.47, the pick 3 $158.50. Running time, 1 minute 14.21 seconds. Up next is race 5. Today's 5th is the start of the late pick 5. Race 5 in 21 minutes. It's next.
Welcome back to the 5th race, claiming 8,000 for 4 and up, which have never won 2 races. 1 mile and 70 yards on the Tapita. Number 2 is a scratch, and I'm here with Angela.
Hello, Claudia.
Hello, how was
Happy
your
Sunday.
Pegasus?
Oh my goodness! I mean, you saw it. It was exciting. It was fun. It was my very first one. So
Wow, yeah.
It was a great experience, and I don't think I'll forget it for a long time.
It was a great day. I had so much fun, and I'm just looking forward for Pegasus next year.
I know, hard to follow it up today, but we've got a mandatory payout coming up in the next race. For now, we've got a full field in the 5th, only one scratch. Where do you go? This was one of the toughest ones for me to handicap.
Exactly, I completely agree. I'm gonna go with number 7 as my top pick. Is 6-1. It's Drum and Drummer. He came second by a length on a similar group last time out. Ida Ortiz is on top, and what a day he had yesterday, and he already had a victory today, and he's keeping that momentum going, and that's why I think now it's, to me, Drum and Drummer seems crazy to me, 6-1.
I know. I don't think we're going to get that by the time all is said and done, but that's a good price for him. And, I mean, for as well as he's performed on this particular Tapita, he has to be involved in the mix because he's going to show some speed, too. They've taken this horse short, they've taken him long, and Drum and Drummer just seems to get himself in a position to get a piece every time. So, sort of light on the win end, a little camera shy, but that's probably why you get the price that you do. You just click down to 5-1, and I can understand why you would like this horse on top.
Number 8 is my second pick. Light drop in class for him is Capture Mine. Blinkers on, and I'm hoping that he breaks well and he can take the early on. I know that blinkers are going to help him to do that, but if he can do that and he has a clean break, he can go wire to wire.
Yeah, and making a slight drop in class, putting the blinkers on. He already had some natural speed, right? So if Capture Me can just get maybe a little extra oomph early, he could take this field all the way. He ran pretty well in defeat in that El Segundo race last time. I definitely thought that he would be lower on the board than he is. I think that's a very fair number at 7-1. And Capture Me, if he stays at that price, is probably the value play of the race, because I don't think he should be anywhere near that.
Also, number 1, Beauty Amaze is the top favorite right now. Top Fletcher and Luis Ice, always dangerous, these two together. And this is also a light dropping class for him.
Yes, yeah, and he's making a similar drop from the El Segundo race as is Capture Me. So if you like one, the other one makes some sense. I didn't like the rail draw for him because it was so crowded. I think that this horse might get shuffled back early on for the price that he's going to be, but he is taking a lot of support, as you said, at 5-2. He does have a win over an all-weather track, even though that was over in Europe, Beauty Amaze has only had a couple of tries here at it in America, so maybe we'll see his very best now in his third start over here.
Number 12, Karnak, your top pick, and he's 21-1.
Just if a race looks like chaos, I thought this was. I wanted to take a bomb. Right now I'm getting 21-1. He's going to need to run the race of his life, frankly, but that's not out of the question against this group. You have a lot to decipher. You have 5 minutes to do so, and they're heading out to the track right now for the 5th.
A Seal is ready, so is Dr. Wood's Miracle. Alleluia Angel has gone in. Here's Lori's Eyes and Bootlegging Girl. The last horse to load will be Fortibug. They're at the post. Sweet Holiness has backed out. Right back in. They're set. They're off. Lori's Eyes, Bootlegging Girl, Alleluia Angel, A Seal, and Little Rocker all show speed. Sweet Baby Kate and Valentine Angel are next, then Fortibug and Aunt Carrie with Sweet Holiness and Twinkling Irish, and the trailer is Dr. Wood's Miracle. It is Little Rocker and Bootlegging Girl matching strides, and Little Rocker's a neck in front. Bootlegging Girl is second by 2 lengths now to A Seal. To the outside, an Alleluia Angel. Further out, Fortibug. Then comes At the Rail and Valentine Angel. 2 back to Sweet Holiness. Aunt Carrie has 9 to make up. Sweet Baby Cake is double digits from the front, and at the back of the pack are Dr. Wood's Miracle and Twinkling Irish, and Little Rocker and Bootlegging Girl are 1-2. Bootlegging Girl inside, Little Rocker outside, and Little Rocker's a half length in front. A Seal is third with 2.5 to make up. Then to the outside and Sweet Holiness, final furlong, Little Rocker leads. Bootlegging Girl is battling on from the inside. Stretch runners are coming, and one of them is Twinkling Irish in the center, who is erupting with a big run. Little Rocker and Bootlegging Girl. Little Rocker a neck. Bootlegging Girl, if she switches leads, she can get it done. Little Rocker, Bootlegging Girl, Twinkling Irish, Little Rocker in front. Little Rocker beat Bootlegging Girl. Twinkling Irish third. Sweet Holiness finished fourth.
It was the buzzy first-time starter getting it done in the 4th at Gulfstream for Todd Pletcher and company, and looking pretty good doing it. A 3-year-old firster by Gunrunner, Bandita, the winner in the 4th at Gulfstream. Race number 5 at Gulfstream today. 8, 11, 6, and 4 for me. Have some prices all around, but you're going to get prices no matter. The betting public is definitely not sure where to go here, making the Pletcher Rail Runner on the drop, the lukewarm 3-1 favorite. I don't know. That horse didn't get my juices flowing. Took a precipitous drop last time and couldn't get it done, so we'll see. But I put Capture Me on top, coming from the barn of Claudio Gonzalez. Gets a little bit of a class relief, half step down the claiming ladder, second off the claim. Blinkers go on today. I thought this one could be a player, getting a decent 5-1. Lukey Dookie, very lightly raced, hasn't been seen since last August. This is the kind that maybe comes back and has the potential to be improved. And if this horse does come back a little bit improved and on a class drop, this horse could be very intriguing. It's 7-1. We'll have to negotiate from the outside, from an outside post position, however. So I was a little leery there. Greg's Honor, Jose Ortiz on board, a runner that is also getting a class drop that could be very beneficial at 5-1. There is the potential here for some nice prices, nice payoffs on horses that are logical. You're not going to land on anybody, and the odds are indicating that with a lot of confidence in this particular field. But you're getting the right odds to play around maybe a little bit and have some fun. Fifth at Gulfstream, 8, 11, 6, and 4. We just got caught, late there. Super Quality ran very well at Aqueduct in the fourth, but got run down by another logical contender. Naked and Famous just got up at the wire, 5-7-3 in that fourth at Aqueduct. The fifth race at the Big A this afternoon. We move on to late pick 5 action in New York. And in this maiden special event, I have a 3, 6, 5, and 4. I'm going to put Lend Her Credit on top. First from Todd Pletcher by Candy Ride. So a little bit of breeding there. Workouts aren't stellar, but they're okay. There's enough here to think it could be an interesting first-time starter from a trainer who can have them ready. Liam's Champ in the second spot. Chad Brown, second-time starter off a debut that was okay. Risk-free, plenty of opportunities and hasn't gotten it done, but experience does count. Blinkers come off today, gets LASIX. Some things to think this one could improve. And typically I'm on board the Chad Klarovich first-time starters. I just wasn't quite convinced on this one. And frankly, they only paid $75,000, so we'll see. That said, with this team at 6-1, asset purchase actually becomes a little bit intriguing in here, perhaps. But for me, in the fifth at Aqueduct, again, pick 5 action, 3, 6, 5, and 4. And over at Oaklawn, we'll give you a head start. As you can see, they're just finishing up there on the second race at Oaklawn. But in the upcoming third, I have it 8, 6, 11, and 10. At Oaklawn, I'll put Eagle Pass on top. Tried Starter Allowance Company last time, and most of the races down the page, those are typically kind of salty events. Gets back in for a claiming tag today and hasn't had a win since last April down at the bottom of the page on the PPs. So this is not a win machine by any means, but I think class-wise might match up nicely with this group and maybe gets back to the winner's circle today after a long drought. Bravo. Boy, got toasted in Starter Company last time, but like the top pick, I think going to benefit from the move back in for the tag. And then in the third slot, we'll go out to number 11, Dr. Foreman, who, another one, was maybe in a little too tough in Starter Company last time. In the third at Oaklawn, 8, 6, 11, and 10. They head into the gate down at Gulfstream, so we'll go down and catch the action on the east coast of Florida. And again, Pete Aiello with the call.
Grunder's call. Lukey Dookie waiting for Greg's honor. And from the outside, Karnak. Karnak, Sonny Leone to take the outside gate. They're at the post. And they're off. Drummond Drummer was away quickly. Capture Me has some speed, and Karnak is away very well from the outside draw. From the 12 post to the rail, Karnak crosses and clears. Drummond Drummer is second with Capture Me alongside in third. Poetic Code a bit deep on the course. Beauty Amaze saves ground toward the rail. Bach works between horses. Then it's Lukey Dookie racing ahead of Free Shipping and Grunder's Call. Bluto's Candy saving ground, while last of all, just ahead of him went Greg's Honor. The opening quarter was way too fast, 23-2 as they race into the backstretch. Karnak on a mission by Sonny Leone, 6 in front. Second is Drummond Drummer, third is Capture Me, fourth and out wide Poetic Code. Beauty Amaze getting a good trip for Saez, racing a length in front of Bach. He's mid-flight, but better than 9 lengths off the speed. Then it's a length and a half to Lukey Dookie. Getting started wide on the course is Grunder's Call. Free Shipping is next toward the rail. Then Greg's Honor, and Bluto's Candy is last. Opening half mile, just wicked here, 46-4, and Karnak starts to feel the strain. His lead is down to a length. Up on the outside, it's Capture Me second, Drummond Drummer third. They've both raced close to this hot pace with Bach up to fourth. Dropping back is Poetic Code. Splitting Horses and Free Shipping. Outside Lukey Dookie. Beauty and Maze being called on, not responding. Morelos threads the needle on Blue Dose Candy, and they're at the top of the stretch. 3/4 in 1:11.1. Karnak is still in front. From the outside, it's Capture Me. From the far outside, Bach up the rail, Drum and Drummer. From behind him, it's Blue Dose Candy. There's an eighth of a mile to go. Bach hits the lead into the clear. Blue Dose Candy down the center in Greg's honor. Final 16th of a mile. Here comes Free Shipping. Surging forward. Free Shipping in front. Close then for second. Either Bach or Greg's honor. Blue Dose Candy fourth. Tough run in the stretch for him. 1:40.1.
The horses are approaching the starting gate. Post time for today's fourth is just 1 minute away. Yeah, the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fourths. We start the Ultimate Six. A field of six at 6 furlongs. And 6-5 favoritism on the number 7. I'll finish. Jamadillon the first to go in. Here's aiding and abetting moving forward. Speedway going to be next. Here's Compass K, the first of 2 for trainer Jorge Delgado. The other 7 all finish, who will be next. Swinging on Shanghai Warrior and Richard Mitchell to the outside draw, just about set for a start. Shanghai Warrior going up. And in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a beautiful line. I'll finish in the orange colors, aiding and abetting down toward the inside. Those two quickest through that opening 16th of a mile. Shanghai Warrior up from the outside was away third, just a length off the top. Length and a half more back to a lineup of 3. Up from the outside, Compass K, Speedway between horses, and Jamadillon is at the back early on. But just 4.5 lengths cover him as I'll finish clears off. to go by the half-mile pole. I'll finish almost 2 in front now. Shanghai Warrior to the inside, then comes aiding and abetting the opening quarter in 22-2. Compass K is about 3.5 off the stablemate back and forth. 2 more back to Jama Dillon, who's out of last. Speedway now trails as they wind around that far turn. It's all finished. The lead's down to a half length now. A neck on the outside as Shanghai Warrior gets closer, and Shanghai Warrior right up alongside of All Finish. Aiding and abetting looms just in behind in third. Compass K is fourth. Shanghai Warrior goes to the front. Shanghai Warrior, the new leader to the top of the stretch, almost a length clear now. All Finish going to have to re-rally from the inside. Aiding and abetting is fourth. Jama Dillon now moving up between horses. They have a final furlong left to go. Shanghai Warrior still there by a length. All Finish not giving in. Jama Dillon down the outside. Speedway also putting in a big bid. Shanghai Warrior's work's not done. Here comes Speedway from last to first. Speedway. Big eruption of speed there. Huber Villagomez got it. Shanghai Warrior had to settle for second. Then came a photo. Jama Dillon and All Finish.
Approaching the gate. Post time for race 5. Three out. Here comes Scarlet. Asset Purchase. Wonder Girl. All in line. All set. And they're off. Hopping in there at the start was Liam's Champ. At the rail, Mayhem Misses got early speed, so it is now showing their 1-2. Just off of them is going to be Lend Her Credit. Asset Purchases in that early mix as well, going to be 4 wide. 5 wide as Here Comes Scarlet. Liam's Champ is trying to make up some ground here towards the back end of the field with Risk Free and Wonder Girl is the trailer. They work up the backstretch. Now Showing's got the lead. It's now Showing who's up by 3/4 of a length as they work towards 4 furlongs left to go. Mayhem Miss is there in second, and here comes Asset Purchase. Asset Purchase is ranging up on the outside, has now taken that second position away. They went 22.65 for the opening quarter mile. Now Showing's got the lead. Asset Purchase is in the clear and coming right after this leader now. Mayhem Miss is trying to keep up from third. Also trying to run on Here Comes Scarlet. Far back, Lend Her Credit. Liam's Champ, all kinds of trouble at the back end of the field there with Wonder Girl and Risk Free. They reach a quarter mile left to go. Asset Purchase has not been asked yet. Now Showing is hugging the rail down towards the inside. Looks like these two to decide it, and now Asset Purchase kicks for home, and Asset Purchase is doing it very nicely, is now 4 widening lengths in front with a final 1/8 of a mile to go. From out of the pack, it's Risk Free, but Asset Purchase is gone. Asset Purchase on debut is geared down and is going to win this one impressively. Asset Purchase, much the best. Asset Purchase, then Risk Free. Getting loose late was Liam's Champ and Wonder Girl in 1 minute 19.42 seconds. Order finish. First, the 4, Asset Purchase. Second, the 5, Risk Free. Third, the 6, Liam's Champ. Fourth, 8, Wonder Girl. 4, 5, 6, 8. Hold all tickets until race 5 is official.
The horses are coming onto the track for the third race. Race 3 will be run at 6 furlongs. Number 9, Full Impact, is scratched. Scratch number 9, Full Impact. Race 3 is named in honor of the Clinton Foundation, and post time is in less than 5 minutes. Take note, you have less than 5 minutes to post.
Is a slight concern. And then I'm going to complete the top 3 with the number 3. That is Love Forever After. I know that was a slowly run a race that she won, and the half was 51 and 69/100ths. But she won easily enough to think that she can get better with the experience and even some stiffer competition, rise to the occasion, right? There's been only one horse to run back. That's the 4th place Collective Gold. She dropped to a main 16, got beat just a neck, earned a 49 buyer figure. So I'm going to go 2-6-3 in race 5, which again kicks off our late pick 5.
The horses are at the gate. It's post time. Dr. Foreman goes in. Here's Bravo, Bravo. Pop's Biscuit and Northside up next. Here's Nate's Way and Eagle Pass. Cool Runnings will be next. Then Shanghai Point. The last two to load are Living on Tulsa Time and Dr. Foreman. They're at the post. Bravo, Bravo, Restless. They're off. Fast start for Nate's Way and Pop's Biscuit, North Side, and Shanghai Pointer close up. So is Dr. Foreman. Then comes Bravo, Bravo, Eagle Pass, and Living on Tulsa Time. At the back of the pack are Cool Runnings, who broke terribly, and Believe in Holidays. North Side and Rocco Bowen going to take charge going into the far turn. North Side scampers clear. He's 2 lengths in front of Nate's Way and Shanghai Point. A length and a half to Pop's Biscuit. 4 at the rail and 4 from the front. Dr. Foreman just outside of him. Eagle Pass and Living on Tulsa Time have 6 lengths to make up. They're 3 in front of Bravo, Bravo, and Cool Runnings. Believe in Holidays still trails, and North Side still leads. North Side to the quarter pole, a length and a half in front of Shanghai Point in second. Then to the outside and Pop's Biscuit, who moves up 3 wide. Dr. Foreman's outside of him. North Side has the lead. A final furlong to get, but here comes Pop's Biscuit in the center of the racetrack, and he's got winning on his mind. Pop's Biscuit, the new leader. He's a length and a half in front of North Side in second. Then Shanghai Point and Dr. Foreman. Pop's Biscuit now 4 in front. Dr. Foreman might get second over Shanghai Point. Late run Believe in Holidays. Pop's Biscuit. Pop's Biscuit won by 3. There's 3 across the track for second. A Flying Believe in Holidays, Shanghai Point, and Dr. Foreman.
Race number 6 at Gulfstream kicks off that mandatory pay, and you can see right below me there's already $2 million in the pool. They were saying possibly $5 million, and with 15 minutes left, that is very possible, because with these mandatories, the counter starts to really go with about a minute left. So take a look. 20-cent increment. You can put together a fun little ticket maybe and take a shot at that mandatory at Gulfstream in the Rainbow. Kicks off with this 6th race. I'm 9-6-3-4, and I thought the 7 was a little bit playable as well. At 21-1. The 7 was 5-1 on the morning line. Again, that 7 just missed my mix. But I put Ski Patrol, Augustin, Jonathan Thomas off a long layoff last time. The comebacker came from out of the clouds but ran okay. Typically the horse is closer, and I'm hoping with that one under the belt we get more to that style, because coming from out of the clouds, leaving from this outside-ish post position, going a mile on the grass is not really beneficial, but we're getting the right odds, 5-1. Meyer in the second spot, Marty Drexler, trainee, last seen up at Woodbine in October. Joel Rosario on board. That one, I think, fits nicely. Worlds on High for Kathleen O'Connell. A couple of good seconds against claimers in the conditional claimers in the last 2. So class-wise, this is a little bit of a question mark, but seems to be in good form. And at 15-1, you're getting the right odds for the class move. And then My Sea Cottage is currently the 8-5 choice. I have that one down at the bottom of my mix, but the Mark Cassidy runner with plenty of early speed and Luis Saez is clearly very dangerous. For me, in this sixth at Gulfstream, 9, 6, 3, and 4. And again, wouldn't argue anybody off of the 7, particularly at the price. In the upcoming sixth race at Aqueduct, conditional claimers going 7. I'm 6, 2, 4, and 3. I'll put Movie Moxie on top. 4-1 currently. I mean, there's still some betting time left, but you'd have to think this won't shift too much. But 4-1 from a 9-5 morning line. George Weaver trainee was entered a couple of days ago and elected to go here. The last few starts weren't much, but there were a couple of stakes efforts, bookending an optional claimer. I think this conditional claimer is far more in the wheelhouse, likely to be, than the most recent prior races. So I'll look for this one to rebound. Fantail in the second slot, nice win last time, claimed out of that at Churchill, and now moves into the barn of David Jacobson, and probably is squarely where the horse should be class-wise. And then Beautiful Karen with some nice positional early speed. Tried this kind of company last time and just got caught. Class drop for Surcharge makes that one a little bit interesting at the 9-1 price. Andy was talking about the connections here and maybe some efforts that defied explanation, let's say, according to Andy, and I'm paraphrasing. But Surcharge, again, at 9-1, I think could class up nicely with this group. In the sixth at Aqueduct, and it kicks off a late pick 4 in New York. I have it 6-2, 4, and 3. And at Oaklawn, you can see payoffs just popping up appropriately, popping up for Pop's Biscuit in the third, but we move on to the fourth at Oaklawn. 7, 9, and the 1 entry for me at Oaklawn. I will put One More Baby on top for owner-trainer Steve Asmussen. This is third off the claim and yet another step down the claiming ladder. Prior to the claim, this horse was running better races, so went kind of in the wrong direction in the Asmussen barn. But with this extra dose of class relief, let's look for a pop forward. Second slot, we'll take a look at the number 9, Jim and Jim. Another one, the last couple of starts aren't much, but the Maiden Breaker 3-back was okay. Maybe a negative horse for a course. That is possible, but like the top pick, maybe gets closer to the comfort zone class-wise today. And then City Legend and Jack's Fireballs, the 1 entry, I think are both square fits in with this particular group. You know, kind of a modest bunch. In the fourth at Oaklawn, 7, 9, and the 1 entry. All right, again, the pool is climbing down at Gulfstream for this mandatory pay Rainbow 6. You still have plenty of time to take a look. And again, at that 20-cent increment, you can put together a fun little ticket that will include a number of horses. Take your shot. Have some fun. Let's see what we can make happen here as far as Rainbow Mandatory down at Gulfstream, which will kick off in about 10 minutes. Well, with the mandatory, we may be being a little generous saying 10 minutes. I think probably they will float along on the track a little bit. So you're looking at about 9 minutes, but I think you might have a few more minutes to play here as they will try to maximize the money in that pool down there on the mandatory payday at Gulfstream Park. All right, otherwise, looks like they're getting closer as I look at my spare monitor. Pick 5 action at Tampa, and it looks like they're loading into the gate for a turf action over on the other coast of Florida. So I will step back. Take it away.
Love Forever After, Chantal Sutherland going forward. Here's Sweetie Girl, Maddie Martin to gate 5. Ronnie Allen Jr., Super Caro will be the next one to join. As we just await Sammy Camacho, an XY Lady, to complete the line. XY Lady to the outside. Goes in. They're in the gate. Love Forever After, a little fractious, settles down. And the race is on. A couple of horses hopped at the start. Elsa's Rocket and Love Forever After. They came away second to last and last. So Itty Girl goes out to the early advantage. XY Lady up from the outside showing good speed. And Mediation down toward the rail. Those are the top three as they go by the wire the first time round. After that comes Super Caro, who's in fourth. Love Forever After fifth early on. And Elsa's Rocket, after the hop at the start, is at the back early on and about 9 lengths off the lead up front of So Itty Girl. So Itty Girl takes him by the 6 furlong marker, a length and a half in front of Mediation, who guides to the outside for Antonio Gallardo for a two-path attack. It's a length and a half more than back to XY Lady, that opening quarter in 23-3. Super Caro continues fourth as they race single file up the backstretch. Love Forever After with one beat, and that's Elsa's Rocket who trails. About 10 lengths cover the group as they go midway up the backstretch. It's So Itty Girl in front. Been there since the outset, leads it by a length. Mediation pressing a touch closer now from second. XY Lady down toward the inside third. Super Caro, Love Forever After, Elsa's Rocket. They're starting to stack up a little bit now. They were strung out early now, just 4.5 lengths cover them. 48-3 for that opening half mile as they go into the far turn. So Itty Girl trying to back him up there, goes by the 3/8 pole in front by a half a length. Mediation turns up the pressure. Here's Super Caro starting to launch. Super Caro on the outside third, a length and a half behind. Another length and a half then back to Love Forever After as XY Lady starts to retreat. Elsa's Rocket at the back. So Itty Girl, Super Caro right up alongside. These two to the top of the stretch, So Itty Girl and Super Caro. Love Forever After continues to progress from back in third. Still has 3 lengths to find as they have a final furlong left to go. So Itty Girl, Super Caro still a length back in second. Down the outside, Love Forever After starting to get closer. So Itty Girl still just in front. Here's Love Forever After surging on the outside. Love Forever After look to get up in the shadow of the wire. Second was close. So Itty Girl or Super Caro, long way back to XY Lady.
To look hard to find him. He's in front. The question is he going to come back or is he going to run them all into the ground like he did last time?
Well, he was so impressive stepping up to competition today after that impressive local debut. He, as you said, he broke sharply in that race, and then he never looked back. He defeated those $35,000 two lifetime claimers and really in impressive fashion. So, you know, this is the angle that I use, and we talk about it. I just figured if I can get this one home, I got lots of coverage, and we also got 6,000 in the super high five pool.
Lots going on here. We're waiting for the horses to come down in a second. Something I want to mention that you pick up on that you mentioned. You know, he is coming out of a 2L here, so he is rising significantly in class. Now the question is, it's one of these races. We talked about it yesterday in the Pegasus. Actually, it's one of these races. The other riders, they put a lot of pressure on Luis Saez will, because if they don't run with My Sea Cottage early, they'll probably never see him again late. But if they do you run the risk of frying your horse? So there's a lot going on in here.
Well, Angela, they're finally arriving in the walking ring, and I want to talk to you about the number 9 Ski Patrol, who came from far back last time out. That horse was like 9 wide to finish 4th against 25 optional claimers.
And I'm judging Ski Patrol by the company that he kept. The horse that won that race, Cold Ridge, is a quality animal, and this horse should have some pace to run it. I thought that perhaps your horse and the horse right next door could make life very difficult on each other early on. Now, Restored Order has to go up and show that he can do it on the turf. He's coming off a dirt sprint at Parks. It was a sloppy track that day and a whole different ball game today, but Ski Patrol just walked by me. He looks pretty good in the paddock, and I think that he'll get a lot out of that. He'd been off from January to December of last year. If he takes a step forward, I think Ski Patrol will give him a run for their money late.
Yeah, and is that the reason you went there? Just so you'd sit behind, you'd do speed like Restored Order, and of course Sweeping Giant, along with My Sea Cottage.
Yeah, I don't want to see this horse 10th again, Ron, early on. That's not where he wants to be. And then look at his prior races. It's not where he will be. He's got the tactical speed to lay close, kind of what Angela mentioned there. And I think Jose Ortiz will certainly put him into the race a lot earlier this time around.
Let's stick with you, Brian, with the number 3 Worlds on High. Second behind My Sea Cottage at this distance. That was a couple of starts back. Renews the Rivalry. Finished second again, going 7.5. He's a logical choice. You know, he looks like he could pick up the pieces, too, if My Sea Cottage gets cooked in the stool that you guys are saying.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the benefit of another race under his belt to get that much more tight, while My Sea Cottage runs the risk of maybe bouncing off that huge win where he basically just ran Worlds on High and everyone else off their feet. Worlds on High, hey, he's 1 for 11 with 6 seconds, Ron. It is what it is, but he's eligible to fall into a nice trip here.
Angela, what about the 6 Meyer? Comes out of a pretty good race there with the winner went on to win a stakes race, a grade 3 in its next start.
Yes, this is a cozy fit for Meyer. He just hasn't run for so long, and some of the Woodbine horses, if they have proven form in the past at Gulfstream, definitely give them another look, but he hasn't been down here since February of last year. I like to give him a run over the track. He did shift down. It's a long way to come, and it's been quite a while since we've seen him, so if Meyer can get the job done, I wouldn't be surprised, but I would probably prefer to take him next time around.
Continue with you with the number 10 Sweeping Giant who you have on your ticket for Kelly Breen and Paco Lopez in the saddle today. Showed some speed last time out.
Yeah, he shot out of the gate that day to get over and get down to the inside from that outside post that he drew. Didn't end up very good at the end, but he had the right to be tired. That was a layoff from July to December, and Sweeping Giant didn't fall way, way back in the field. He just tired out. But with that one behind him, with a firmer turf course, a lot of good changes for him. And I thought that he'd be a much better price than Ski Patrol. And right now you are definitely getting that at 17-1.
Well, the number 1 horse in here, Seven Bridges Road. Brian, I know this is one of your favorite songs, and I don't know if you used this one on your ticket, but you had some interest in him last time.
I get a little verklempt just thinking of that song, Ron. I mean, boy, you know me and the Eagles. Ooh, we are close. All kidding aside, this horse ran very, very well last time, and it was off a break, too. Now, I know he won it was a maiden win, and he's facing winners. We just saw it happen last race, pop right back. That was a fast race. He draws much, much better, too. Time's running out to get your Rainbow 6 ticket in, approaching $2.5 million. You got a little bit more than 5 minutes, but get involved. The pool today will be absolutely huge. Best of luck.
Number 1, Seven Bridges Road, is the best turned out horse and groom award winner for this upcoming 6th race as the horses take the track 1 mile on the turf, the journey here. It's a field of 11 starter allowance horses going postward. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, super high five, Debbie double pick 3, and Rainbow 6 opportunity. It's a Rainbow 6. It's race number 6. It's 3 minutes away. Post time at 2:51. 3 minutes to the Rainbow 6. It must go. The pool approaching 3 million.
Post time for today's 6th. Two out. Movie Moxie and Racing Colors. All in line. All set. And they're off, and Movie Moxie reared up right when they sprung the latch, and Movie Moxie is at the back of the field. They come out of the chute. Fantail's got the early lead. It's Fantail who's ahead in front of Beautiful Karen, but they move quickly early up front. In behind them is Surcharge, who's going to track in third, and at the rail is Infringement. Towards the back end of the field is Racing Colors, who's losing ground quickly. Gagliano and Movie Moxie is going to have to pass them all after the start as they work up the backstretch. Fantail's got the lead as a neck in front. They went 23-3 for the opening quarter mile. Surcharge has has a tight spot here at the rail. Is Surcharge going to try and burst on through as they reach 4 furlongs left to go? Beautiful Karen is going to be right there in the second position, still stalking. Infringement and Movie Moxie, they progress together from 4th and 5th. Surcharge didn't get through, had to wait for room. Losing ground there is Gagliano and the trailer Racing Colors. They're well into the far turn. They went 47-4 for that half-mile time. Fantail and Beautiful Karen. Beautiful Karen has been looming up on the outside, and here's Beautiful Karen to put ahead in front. Fantail is trying to come back. Movie Moxie is running a big race, is taken third, and the Pink Silks is up on the outside there with Infringement. They're 3rd and 4th. Beautiful Karen kicks for home. Beautiful Karen is now up by a length and a half. Fantail is trying to keep up. Movie Moxie in between horses. Infringement on the grandstand side. Beautiful Karen is still 2.5 in front. Movie Moxie is now a clear second, is in pursuit, but after the start, just too tall a task. Beautiful Karen is 3 lengths clear. Beautiful Karen gets the victory. Beautiful Karen, Movie Moxie, a good second. Then came flying on Lake Gagliano in another photo between Fantail, Infringement, and Racing Colors in 1 minute 27.80 seconds.
2 for 6 here on this turf course, and I love the spacing between the races here. Last ran on December 8th, and that was off of a bit of a freshening up as well, and to come back and win like he did, especially from the 1 post position, I really think that that was a really nice effort. Now, the number 10, breaking from a little bit of the outside post, and you don't have a lot of run into the first turn with the rails out in this manner, but this is a horse that has shown speed in the past, but he could most certainly sit off the pace as well. Paco Lopez aboard. I kind of expect him to be sent a little bit more on the aggressive side, just due to the fact of he is such a far post from the outside. Now, the number 3, Worlds on High. This is a horse that keeps getting defeated by My Sea Cottage and is actually pretty used to running second, especially the last 2 starts here. Now, still a non-winners of 2 races in the lifetime. It's a bit of a shot here, but Kathleen O'Connell sometimes can be a bit sneaky, and Tyler Gaffleone does jump aboard here, so definitely some things to like as far as Worlds on High goes, but not 100% convinced on the spacing between the races. Just a few moments away from the start of the Rainbow Six. Make sure to get involved. It's a mandatory payout today. Get those tickets in. Good luck.
That is our Tootsie Glitter making a second start for Bennett, who's putting on the blinkers. I thought she ran well enough in the early going of that 7 furlong debut. I think that she can improve here with the experience and the added fitness, especially turning back to 6.5. The winner of that race, Champagne Calling, she was shipped in for Ian Wilkes, and she was making a second start herself. She had previously gotten the show dough behind Just Cindy at Churchill Downs, so that filly was already commanding a lot of respect. We'll see if our Tootsie Glitter can get the job done here in her second try. Another horse who's making a second start of her career is the number 2, Lance's Smile. So the same logic applies. Added fitness, experience. She's also getting Lasix for this second start. And in the debut, she showed some early foot before just sort of hanging back and then later trying to make her move into stretch, but she just could not make up the ground to get to Frashato and Broken Hearts Bay, who had been duking it out up front. And then I'm going to complete the top 3 with the number 3 for Donald Hunt. I mean, these Gervin babies, they can run, and I gotta say, that first recorded work on the tab back in July, it catches your attention. That was a bullet 35 and 4 drill, so I'm just saying, we'll see. 4, 5, 3 in race 6, which again kicks off our late pick 4.
4651. Race 6 official. Dollar exacta $10.90. The double $26.50. Trifecta $20.87. Superfecta $19.50. The pick 3 $75.25. Pick 4 5 with 5 with 4 with 4 $427.75. Running time 1 minute 27.80 seconds. Up next, it's race 7. Race 7 at 7 furlongs and a pick 3. Today's 7th in 22 minutes.
Over from the main track to the turf course. So this is your last chance to wager. Final call for the Rainbow Six. The horses are at the gate. It's post time for the Rainbow Six. They're moving in on the turf. This Rainbow Six pool is going to get darn close to $7 million. Heavily favored for My Sea Cottage under jockey Luis Saez. There's 4 more to move in, including My Sea Cottage. Last 3 up are Restored Order, Sweeping Giant, and Cape Cod. Cape Cod to take the outside gate. It's Rainbow Six time at Gulfstream. They're off. Beautiful start for Stat, who's headed out for the early lead. Ski Patrol has speed up on the outside. That Sweeping Giant into the top flight and splitting horses My Sea Cottage. Down at the rail goes Seven Bridges Road and the charge to the first turn. Wide to the turn is Cape Cod, and off heels went Restored Order. They chase the speed of Stat. Back from the rail, it's Outperformed together with Hashtag No Wonder and Myers, the early trailer, as they race to the opening quarter mark. The leader is Stat, in front by half a length. Sweeping Giant second. My Sea Cottage off the speed today while racing in third. Ski Patrol is there fourth, and up on the outside goes Cape Cod. Seven Bridges Road saves ground toward the rail, and the 2 path is World's On High. Then Restored Order, still keen, while 3 wide ahead of Hashtag No Wonder. Out the back, Outperform, and Meyer. 24-1 for the opening quarter, less than 5/8 to go. Sweeping Giant is still second behind Stat, who's still in front. 48-1 for a half mile. Up on the outside, that's Ski Patrol, 3 wide and on the go. Locked in is My Sea Cottage while under a strong hold. Then Worlds on High together with Cape Cod dropping back 7 Bridges Road. Not kicking on restored order on the outside hashtag. No wonder. Outperform's got a ton to do, and Meyer's been last throughout as Stat tries to go the distance here. Less than a quarter of a mile to come. Edgard Zayas and Stat turn for home on top 2.5. My Sea Cottage is there second. Ski Patrol is now third. There's an eighth of a mile to go. Stat's finding here. He leads by 2.5. My Sea Cottage can't get him, and nor can anybody else. Let go at 22-1. Stat went gate to wire. Ski Patrol was second. Third, the favorite, My Sea Cottage, up fourth. Meyer from far back in 134 and 1.
Galactic Empire, a hard scent, risky situation. Bill Hill, Liars Club, Mark the Moose, City Legend, and one more baby. About 3/4 of the field tried for the front. Jim and Jim is third last. Then comes Seaside Boy, and the trailer is Super Geek. To the backstretch with Liars Club just in front of Bill Hill and Mark the Moose to the outside. Liars Club a length in front. Mark the Moose has taken over second. Bill Hill's third at the rail. City Legend secures a good striking position, fourth and about 3 off the lead, 2 in front of one more baby and risky situation. Then Galactic Empire and Jim. They've got about 7 to make up. They are 3 in front of Seaside Boy, and the trailer is Super Geek as they run up the backstretch, and here's Mark the Moose to move through and take the lead. Mark the Moose, a half length in front, now of Liars Club in second. It's 2.5 now to City Legend, who still sits a perfect trip for Walter De La Cruz, and City Legend is in good striking position, no excuses for him. One more baby is next, then comes Risky Situation, Galactic Empire, and Jim between horses. Seaside Boy is third last with 8 to make up, then Super Geek. Bill Hill has dropped out last, and here comes City Legend 3 wide. De La Cruz just looked behind, so he thinks he's got the top 2. We'll see as they get to the top of the stretch as Liars Club has retaken the lead. City Legend is outside. Mark the Moose drops back. Seaside